Track 10. The Art of Music, Volume 3, Modern Music, written by the National Society of Music. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Post-Classical and Poetic Schools of Modern Germany. Part 1. 1. No other European nation can show, within the last 50 years, so great a variety of schools, and so great a variety of effort and achievement within each school, as the German. The reason is that the Germans were the only race that, by the middle of the 19th century, had beaten out a musical language that was capable of almost every kind of expression. Within the ample limits of that language, there was room for the realization of any spirit and any form, post-classical or progressive, or a union of these two, poetic or abstract, vocal or instrumental, symphonic or operatic. And in each sphere the Germans developed both form and spirit to a point attained by no other nation. In the opera of Wagner, the post-Beethoven symphony of Brahms and Bruckner, the symphonic poem of Strauss, the song of Hugo Wolf, while within the separate orbit of each of these leaders there moved a crowd of lesser but still goodly luminaries. It is remarkable, too, that in each period that seemed a climax of development in this form or that, proved to be only the starting point for a new departure. Beethoven's spirit realized itself afresh in Wagner and Brahms, and in remoter but still easily traceable ways in Liszt and Strauss. In the best of Strauss, again, we can see coursing the sap of Wagner, but with a vitality that throws out unexpected, new and individual shoots. Schubert and Schumann, each seemingly so perfect, so complete in himself, blossom into a new and richer lyrical life in the songs of Hugo Wolf. To make clear the nature and the meaning of the modern German developments, it will be necessary to survey rapidly the conditions that led up to them. Beethoven, especially in his later symphonies, sonatas and quartets, had carried music to an intellectual and emotional height for a parallel to which we have to go back a century, to the colossal work of Bach. Beethoven bequeathed to music an enormous fund of expression and a perfect instrument of expression. Both of these were waiting for the new composers who could use them for the fertilization of modern music. Wagner seized upon the fund rather than the instrument. In place of the latter, though, indeed, with its assistance, he forged a new instrument of his own, but the impulse to the forging of it, and the strength for the forging of it, came to him in large measure from the deep draughts he had drunk of Beethoven's spirit. Schumann, the symphonic Schumann, and Brahms, on the other hand, were more content with the instrument as Beethoven had left it, or, to vary the illustration, they were satisfied, speaking broadly, to fill with more or less derivative pictures of their own the frame that Beethoven had bequeathed to them. But it was inevitable that a procedure of this kind should lead here and there to the petrification of form into formalism, both of idea and of design. For it is an error to suppose, as the writers of textbooks too often do, that form is something that can be conveyed by tuition or achieved by imitation. There is no such thing as form apart from the idea. The form is simply the idea made visible and coherent. It is not the form that shapes the thought in the truly great masters. Rather is the form simply the expression of the thought, as the form of a tree is the expression of the idea of a tree, or the form of the human body, the expression of the idea of man. The post-classicists too often forgot that Beethoven's form and Beethoven's thought are inseparable, that they are, in truth, in the profoundest sense, merely different names for the same thing, the one totality viewed from different standpoints, as we may speak for convenience sake of the bodily man and the spiritual man, though in truth the living man is one and indivisible, and the post-classicists indeed from Brahms downwards founded themselves upon the early or middle Beethoven, or even his 18th century predecessors, rather than upon the Beethoven of the last works, with their incessant titanic struggle to open new roads into art and life. With all his greatness, Brahms was not great enough to be to the symphony of his own day what Beethoven was to the symphony of his. Brahms raises an excellent crop from the delta fertilized by the waters of the great river as it debouched into the unknown sea. But that was all. He himself added nothing to the soil that could make it fertile enough to support yet another generation. All the technical mastery of Brahms, and it is very great indeed, cannot give to his symphonic music the thoroughly organic air of Beethoven's, the same sense of the perfect, unanalyzable fusion of form and matter. While Brahms was developing the classical heritage in his own way, Liszt and Wagner were boldly staking out claims on the future. With each of these composers, the aim was the same, to find a form and an expression that by their elasticity would make music more equal to the painting of human life in all its manifold variety. This effort took two lines, the instrumental and the dramatic. Liszt, anticipated to some extent by Berlioz, tried to adapt the essence of the symphonic form to the new spirit. The problems he set himself have rarely been successfully solved, even to the present day. They block the path of every modern writer of symphonic poems, and every writer of symphonies, the impulse behind which is more or less definitely poetic. The mere fact of the incessant fluctuation of modern composers between the two forms, the one-movement form of Liszt and the symphonic poem in general, and the four-movement form of the poetic or partly poetic symphony, shows that neither of them is of itself completely adequate, for against each of them strict logic can urge some pointed objection. The four-movement form, growing as it does out of the suite, is and will always be more appropriate to what may be roughly called pattern music, rather than to poetic music, for the mere number of the movements and the practically invariable order of the succession implies the forcing of the thought into a preconceived frame, rather than the determining of the frame by the nature of the picture. The one-movement form is in itself more logical, but it is always faced by the problem of conciliating the natural evolution of a poetic idea and the decorative evolution of a musical pattern. And the symphonic poems in which the problem is satisfactorily solved might perhaps be counted on the fingers of one hand. There is a point in Strauss's Till Eulenspiegel, for example, in which we feel acutely that the poetic, or shall we say the novelistic, scheme that has so far been followed line by line is being put aside for the moment, in order that the composer, having stated his thematic material, may subject it, for purely musical reasons, to something in the nature of the ordinary working out. The four-movement form obviously allows greater scope to a composer who has a great deal to say upon a fruitful subject, but it labours under an equally obvious disability. The modern sense of psychological unity demands that the symphony of today shall justify in its own being the casting of it into this or that number of movements. Every work of art must, if challenged, be able to give an answer to what Wagner used to call the question, why? Why, we have a right to say to the composer, have you chosen to give your work just this form and these dimensions and no other? It is because modern composers cannot quite silence the voice that whispers to them that the four-movement form is the form of the suite, in which the charm of the music comes mainly from the delight of the purely musical faculty with itself, rather than a form suited to a music that aims first of all at expressing more definite feelings about life, that they try to vivify the merely formal unity of the suite form with a psychological unity, mainly by means of quasi-leitmotifs that reappear in each of the movements. But though this system has given us some of the finest modern works of the symphonic type, it has its limitations. If the composer does not tell us the poetic meaning of his themes and all their reappearances, these reappearances frequently puzzle rather than enlighten us. This is notably the case with César Franck. If the composer works upon a single leitmotif, it is as a rule of the Fate and Humanity type of the Tchaikovsky symphony, a type that in the end becomes rather painfully conventional. This simplicity of plan, however, has the advantage of leaving the composer free to develop his musical material with a minimum of disturbance from the poetic idea. On the other hand, if his poetic scheme is at all copious or extensive, and he allows himself to follow all the vicissitudes of it, he must either give us a written clue to every page of his music, which he is generally unwilling and frequently unable to do, or pay the penalty of our failing to see in his music precisely what he intended to put there. For it is as true now as when Wagner wrote, 3/4 of a century ago, that purely instrumental music cannot permit itself such sudden and frequent changes as dramatic music, without running the risk of becoming unintelligible. Always there arises within us, when the composer's thought branches off at an angle that doesn't seem to us justified by the inner logic of the music qua music, that awkward question, why? And to that question only the stage action, as Wagner says, or a program, as most of us would say today, can supply a satisfactory answer. This conflict between form and matter can be seen running through almost all modern German instrumental music of the poetic order. Only the genius of Strauss has been able to resolve the antimony with some success. None of Beethoven's successors has been able, as he was, to fill every bar of a symphonic composition with equal meaning, or to convey, as he did in the Third Symphony, the Fifth, and the Ninth, the sense of a drama that is implicit in the music itself, and so coherent, so perspicuous, that words cannot add anything to it in the way of definiteness. 2. The symphonic work of Brahms, by which one means not merely the symphonies, but the overtures, the concertos, the chamber music, and the piano music, does indeed, as we have seen, found itself on the middle rather than the later Beethoven, whereas it was from the latest Beethoven that Wagner drew his chief nourishment. But in spite of a certain timidity and a certain rigidity of form, Brahms's profound nature and his consummate workmanship give his work an individuality that enables him to stand by the side of Beethoven, though he never reaches quite to Beethoven's height. The other exploiters of the classical heritage have less individuality. They aim at breaking no new ground. They are content to till afresh the soil that the classical masters have fertilized for them. Max Bruch may be taken as the type of a whole crowd of these post-classical writers. Their virtues are those that are always characteristic of the epigony. There is in art, as in the animal world, a protective mimicry that enables certain weaker species to assume at any rate the external markings of more vigorous organisms than themselves. In music, minds of this order clothe themselves with the qualities that lie on the surface of the great men's work. Their own art is parasitic. One uses that term, of course, without any offensive intention, with a biological, not a moral implication. The parasitic organism lives easily in virtue of the fact that the parent organism undertakes all the labor of the chief vital functions. The epigony manipulates again and again the forms of his great predecessors. The substance he pours into these molds is hardly more his own, yet work of this kind can have undeniable charm. After all, it is better for a man whose strength is not of the first order to live contentedly upon the side of the great mountain than to court destruction by trying to scale its dizziest peaks. The work of these epigonies always has the balance and the clarity that come from the complete absence of any sense of a new problem to beat their heads against. Max Bruch was born in 1838 and evinced the early precocity of genius. He had a symphony performed in his native Cologne at the age of 14. As a beneficiary of the Mozart Foundation, he became a pupil of Ferdinand Hiller in composition, and of Karl Reinecker and Ferdinand Breuning in piano. As executive musician, he has had a brilliant career. After teaching in Cologne, he became successfully musical director in Koblenz, court Kapellmeister in Sondershausen, chorus conductor in Berlin, Sternsche Gesangverein, conductor of the Philharmonic Society of Liverpool, England, and Orchesterverein of Breslau. In 1891, he became head of the Master School of Composition in the Berlin Academy, was given the title of professor, received in 1893 the honorary degree of Doctor of Music from Cambridge, and in 1898 became a corresponding member of the French Academy of Fine Arts. His most important creative work is unquestionably represented by his large choral works with orchestra. Together with Georges Vierling, 1820 to 1901, he may be credited with the modern revival of the secular cantata. Frithjof, Opus 23, 1864, written during his stay in Mannheim, 1862 to 64, was the foundation stone of his reputation, followed soon after by the universally known Fair Ellen, Opus 25, and later by Odysseus, Opus 41, 1873, Arminius, Opus 43, The Song of the Bell, Opus 45, The Cross of Fire, Opus 52, all for mixed chorus. There was a sacred oratorio, Moses, Opus 52, and a secular one, Gustavus Adolphus, Opus 73, and a large number of other choral works for mixed male and female chorus. His operas Lorelei, 1863, and Hermione, Opus 40, had only a succès d'estime. The first violin concerto in G minor, Opus 26, is perhaps Bruch's most famous composition, and a grateful constituent of every violinist's repertoire. There are two other violin concertos, both in D minor, Opera 44 and 45, a romance, a fantasia, and other violin pieces with orchestra, also works for cello and orchestra, including the well-known setting of Kol Nidri. 3 symphonies, E-flat minor, F minor, and E major, Opus 28, 36, and 51. A few chamber music and piano pieces complete the catalogue of his works. Bruch's idiom is frankly melodic, though his harmonic texture is quite rich, and his counterpoint varied. Formally he is conservative, and all in all, he imposes no strain upon the listener's power of comprehension. His music is solid and grateful, but not of striking originality. Through his masters, Wernicke and Hiller, he represents the Schumann-Mendelssohn tradition in a vigorous, though inoffensive, eclecticism. The leading members of this order of composers in the Germany of the second half of the 19th century, besides Bruch, were Hermann Goetz, 1840 to 1876, Symphony in F major; Friedrich Gernsheim, born 1839, 4 symphonies and much chamber music; Heinrich von Herzogenburg, 1843 to 1900, chamber music, church music, symphonies, etc. Josef Rheinberger, 1839 to 1901, Wilhelm Berger, 1861 to 1911, works for choir and orchestra, chamber music, 2 symphonies, etc. And George Schumann, 1866, orchestral and choral works, chamber music, etc. Goetz is best known for his work in the operatic field, and may be more appropriately treated in that connection. Gernsheim, a native of Worms, was a student in the Leipzig Conservatory, and broadened his education by a sojourn in Paris from 1855. The posts of musical director in Saarbrücken, 1861, teacher of piano and composition at the Cologne Conservatory, 1865, conductor of the Matchapig concerts in Rotterdam, 1874, successfully engaged his activities. From 1890 to 97 he taught at the Stern Conservatory in Berlin, and conducted the Sternsche Gesangverein till 1904, besides the Eruditio Musica of Rotterdam. In 1901 he became principal of a master school for composition. Since 1897 Gernsheim has been a member of the Senate of the Royal Academy. Similar to Bruch in his tendencies, Gernsheim has composed, aside from the instrumental works mentioned above, a number of choral works, of which Salamis, Odin's Meeresritt, both for men's chorus, baritone, and orchestra, and Das Grab in Bucento, men's chorus and orchestra, are especially notable. Overtures and a concerto, each for piano, for violin, and for cello, must be added to complete the list of his works. Heinrich von Herzogenburg, too, is chiefly identified with the revival of choral song, especially of ecclesiastical character. A Requiem, Opus 72, a Mass, Opus 87, Totenväter, Opus 80, The Birth of Christ, Opus 90, a Passion, Opus 93, etc. In this department, Herzogenburg is the successor to Friedrich Kiel. Rheinberger occupies a peculiar position. He is a staunch adherent to classical traditions and generally considered as an academic composer. That his classicism was not inconsistent with a hankering after the methods of the new German school, however, is shown in his Wallenstein Symphony, Opus 10, and his Christophorus Oratorio. Having received his early training upon the organ, he has shown a preponderant tendency toward organ music and ecclesiastical composition in general. Nevertheless, he has written, besides the works already named, a symphonic fantasy, 3 overtures, and considerable piano and chamber works. Eugen Schmitz calls him a South German Raff, for as many sides as Raff, he, in contrast to this master of North German training, received his musical education in South Germany. Born in Vaduz in Liechtenstein, he continued his training in Feldkirch, and during 1851–54 at the Royal School of Music in Munich. In Munich he became the centre of a veritable school of young composers, exerting a very broad influence, first as teacher of theory, and later royal professor and inspector of the Royal School. Rheinberger also conducted the performances of the Royal Chapel Choir. He received the honorary degree of Ph.D. from the University of Munich, and became a member of the Berlin Academy. Riemann's judgment of his merit, voiced in the following sentences, may be taken as just on the whole. He says, Rheinberger enjoyed a high reputation as composer, in the vocal as well as in the instrumental field. However, the contrapuntal mastery and the aesthetic instinct evident in his workmanship cannot permanently hide his lack of really warm-blooded emotion. His organ works of classic perfection will probably last the longest. His Requiem, Stabat Mater, and a double choir mass stand at the head of his church compositions. He also wrote an opera, Die Sieben Raben. Like Brooks, his style is eclectic, being a fusion of neoclassical and post-romantic influences. Wilhelm Berger is a native of America, Boston, 1861, but was educated in Berlin, where he was a pupil of Fräulein Kiel at the Royal Hochschule. Later he became teacher at the Klindworth Schwabenk Conservatory, and in 1903 succeeded Fritz Steinbach as conductor of the famous Meiningen Court Orchestra. Some of his songs are widely known, but his choral compositions, Totentanz, Euphorin, etc., constitute his most important work. Berger is a Brahms disciple without reserve, and so are Hans Koestler, born 1853, symphonic variations for orchestra, etc. Friedrich E. Koch, born 1862, symphonic fugue in C minor, Oratorio von der Tageszeiten, etc. Gustav Schreck, born 1849, and Max Zenger, born 1837. Georges Schumann, the last on our list of important epigones, has had more hearings abroad than most of his contemporary brothers in faith, especially with his oratorio Ruth, 1908, several times performed by the New York Oratorio Society. As conductor of the Berlin Sing Academy since 1900, he has not lacked incentive to choral writing, hence Amor and Psyche, Prius und Danklied, etc., a symphony in B, a serenade, opus 32, and other orchestral pieces, as well as chamber works, have come from his pen, all in the Brahms idiom. The names of the still smaller men are legion. Let us mention but a few of them. Robert Radiker, 1830–1911, wrote a symphony, overtures, and choral songs. Johann Herbeck, 1831–77, symphonies, etc. Joseph Aber, born 1832, besides operas, a symphony, a symphonic poem, Columbus, and overtures. Albert Becker, 1834–99, a Mass in B minor, a prize-crowned symphony, choral and chamber works. Franz Wöllner, 1832–1902, chiefly choral works. Heinrich Hoffmann, 1842–1902, besides the operas Armin and Ernstchen von Terau, a symphony, orchestral suites, cantatas, chamber music, and piano music, much of it for 4 hands. And Franz Ries, born 1846, suites for violin and piano, string quartets, etc. George Hensel is especially noted for his songs. See Volume 5. Hans Huber, a German-Swiss, for his Berkelin Symphony and chamber music, while the Germanized Poles, Marius Moskowski, born 1854, and the brothers Schawenka, Philip and Javert, born 1850, claim attention with pleasing and popular piano pieces. Needless to say, such a list as this can never be complete. 3. Side by side with the neoclassical school, but always steadily encroaching upon it, is the Poetic school that derives from Liszt and Wagner. It is a truism of criticism that in musical history the big men end periods rather than begin them. The composer who inaugurates the movement appears to posterity as a fumbler rather than a master. and even in his own day his methods and his ideals failed to command general respect, so wide a gulf is there in them between intention and achievement. It was so, for example, with Liszt and his immediate school. But in the end there comes a man who, with a greater natural genius than his predecessors, assimilates all they have to teach him, either imaginatively or formally, and brings to fulfillment what in them was at its best never more than promise. The tentative work of Liszt comes to full fruition in the work of Strauss. He has a richer musical endowment than any of his predecessors in his own special line, and a technical skill to which none of them could ever pretend. Liszt had imagination, but he never succeeded in making a thoroughly serviceable technique for himself, no doubt because his early career as a pianist made it impossible for him to work seriously at composition until comparatively late in life. Strauss is of the type of musician who readily learns all that pedagogues can teach him and utilizes the knowledge thus acquired as the basis for a new technique of his own. Richard Strauss was born June 11th, 1864, in Munich, the son of Franz Strauss, a noted Waldhorn player, royal chamber musician. He studied composition with the local court Kapellmeister, W. Meyer, and as early as 1881 gave striking evidence of his talent in a string quartet in A minor, Opus 2, which was played by the Walter Quartet. A symphony in D minor, an overture in C minor, and a suite for 13 wind instruments, Opus 7, all performed in public, the last by the famous Meininger Orchestra, quickly spread his name among musicians, and in 1885 he was engaged by Hans von Bülow as musical director to the ducal court at Meiningen. Here, Alexander Ritter is said to have influenced him in the direction of ultra-modernity. After another year, Strauss returned to Munich as third royal Kapellmeister. 3 years later, 1889, he became Lassen's associate as court conductor in Weimar. From 1894 to 1898, he was again in Munich, this time as court conductor, and at the end of that period went to Berlin to occupy a similar post at the Royal Prussian Court. In 1904, he became General Musikdirektor. Since the appearance of his first works mentioned above, he has been almost incessantly occupied with composition. These early works, and those immediately following, gave little hint of the later Strauss, except for the characteristically hard-hitting strength of it almost from the first. Works like the B minor Piano Sonata, Opus 5, and the Cello Sonata, Opus 6, for example, have a curious cubbish demonstrativeness about them, but it is plain enough already that the cub is of the great breed. With the exception of a few songs and a setting of Goethe's Wanderer's Sturmlied for chorus and orchestra, Opus 14, all his music until his 22nd year was in the traditional instrumental forms. It includes, besides the works already mentioned, a string quartet, Opus 2, a violin concerto, Opus 8, a symphony, Opus 12, a quartet for piano and strings, Opus 13, a burlesque for piano and orchestra, and sundry smaller works for piano solo, etc. According to his own account, he was first set upon the path of poetic music by Alexander Ritter, a man of no great account as a composer, but restlessly alive to the newest musical currents of his time, and with the literary gift of rousing enthusiasm in others for his own ideas. He was an ardent partisan of the new German school of Liszt and Wagner. Of his own essays in the operatic field, only 2 saw completion, Der Faule Hans, 1885, and Wem die Krone, 1890. They were mildly successful in Munich and Weimar. Besides these, he wrote symphonic poems that at least partially bridged the gap between Liszt and Strauss. Seraphic Fantasy, Erotic Legend, Olaf's Wedding Procession, and Emperor Rudolph's Ride to the Grave are some of the titles. Ritter was of Russian birth, Narva, but lived in Germany from childhood, Dresden, Leipzig, Weimar, Würzburg, etc. He was also a close friend of Bülow and married Wagner's niece, Franziska Wagner. The first fruits of Ritter's influence upon Strauss were the symphonic Fantasia aus Italien, 1886. The young revolutionary as yet moves with a certain amount of circumspection. The new work is poetic, programmatic, but it is cast in the conventional 4-movement form, the separate movements corresponding roughly to those of the ordinary symphony. It is obviously a prentice work, but it is of significance in Strauss's history for the warmth of emotion that had been only rarely perceptible in his earlier music. Here and there it is the rude, knockabout sort of energy that was noticeable in some of the earlier works, and that in the later works was to degenerate into a mere noisy slamming about of commonplaces. But it also shows much poetic feeling, and in particular an ardent, romantic appreciation of nature. Aus Italien was followed by a series of remarkable tone poems. Don Juan, Opus 20, 1888, Macbeth, Opus 23, written 1886-7, but not published until after the Don Juan, Till Eulenspiegel's Lustige Streiche, Opus 28, 1894-95, Also sprach Zarathustra, Opus 30, 1894-95, Don Quixote, Opus 39, 1897, Ein Heldenleben, Opus 40, 1898, and the Sinfonia Domestica, Opus 53, 1903. With the last named work, Strauss bade farewell to the concert room for many years, the next stage of his development being worked out in the opera house. The forms, no less than the titles of the orchestral works, reveal the many-sidedness of Strauss's mind, the keenness of his interest in life and literary art, the individuality of the point of view from which he regards each of his subjects, and the peculiarly logical medium he adopts for the expression of each of them. Bound up with this adaptability are a certain restlessness that drives him on to abandon every field in turn before he has developed all the possibilities of it, and a certain anxiety to hit the public between the eyes each time that gives him now and then the appearance of exploiting new sensations for new sensations' sake. It is perhaps not doing him any injustice, for instance, to suppose that a very keen finger upon the public pulse warned him that it would be unwise to bombard it with another blood and lust drama of the type of Salome and Electra. So, with an admirably sure instinct, he relaxes into the bored comedy of De Rosenkavalier. Feeling after this that the public wanted something newer still, he tried, in Ariadne auf Naxos, to combine drama and opera in the one work. Then realizing from the Western European successes of the Russians that ballet is likely to become the order of the day, he tries his hand at a modified form of this in The Legend of Joseph. What in the later works has become, however, almost as much a commercial as an artistic impulse, was in the early years the genuine quick change of a very fertile, eager spirit, with extraordinary powers of poetic and graphic expression in music. Strauss, like Wagner, is a musical architect by instinct. He can plan big edifices and realize them. The sureness of this instinct is incidentally shown by the varied forms of these early and middle period orchestral works of his. As we have seen, the writer of symphonic poems is always confronted by the serious problem of harmonizing a poetic with a musical development, and in practice we find that, as a rule, either the following of the literary idea destroys the purely musical logic of the work, or, in his anxiety to preserve a formal logic in his music, the composer has to impair the simplicity or the continuity of the poetic scheme, as Strauss has said to do in the passage in Till Eulenspiegel already cited. But on the whole, Strauss has come much nearer than any other composer to solving the problem of combined poetic and musical form in instrumental music. In Macbeth he has internalized the dramatic action in a very remarkable way, a procedure he might have adopted with advantage on other occasions. Here, where there was every temptation to the superficially effective painting of externalities, he has dissolved the pictorial and episodical into the psychological, making Macbeth's own soul the centre of all the dramatic storm and stress, and so allowing full scope for the purely expressive power of music. In Don Juan, the form is rightly quasi-symphonic, a group of workable main themes representing the hero, with a group of subsidiary themes suggestive of the minor characters that cross his path and the circumstances under which he meets with them. The tissue is not woven throughout with absolute continuity, but the form as a whole is lucid and coherent. The episodical adventures of Till Eulenspiegel could find no better musical frame than the rondo form that Strauss has chosen for them, while the variation form is most suited to the figures, the adventures and the psychology of Don Quixote and Sancho Panza. In the Sinfonia Domestica, the number and relationship of the characters and the incidents that make up the domestic day are best treated in a form that is virtually that of the ordinary symphony, compressed into a single movement. A similar congruity between form and matter will be found in Also's Sprach Zarathustra and Ein Houdenleben. This fertility of form was only the outward and visible sign of an extraordinary fertility of conception. No other composer, before or since, has poured such a wealth of thinking into program music, created so many poetic musical types, or depicted the milieu with such graphic power. Each new work, dealing as it did with new characters and new scenes, spontaneously found for itself a new idiom, melodic, harmonic, and rhythmic. In this unconscious transformation of his speech, in accordance with the inward vision, Strauss resembles Wagner and Hugo Wolf. The immense energy of the mind is shown not only in the range and variety of its psychology, but physically, as it were, in the wide trajectory of the melodies, the powerful gestures of the rhythms, that sometimes indeed become almost convulsive, and the long-breathed phraseology of passages like the opening section of Ein Houdenleben. It was perhaps inevitable that this extraordinary energy should occasionally get out of hand and degenerate into a sort of Unbändigkeit. Strauss is at once a man of genius and an irresponsible street urchin. With all his gifts, something that goes to the making of the artist of the very greatest kind is lacking in him. He has a giant span of conception that is rare in music, but he seems to take a pleasure in constructing gigantic edifices, only to spoil them for the admiring spectator by scrawling a fatuity or an obscenity across the front of them. He can be at times unaccountably perverse, malicious, childish towards his own creations. This element in him, or rather the seeds from which it has developed, first become clearly visible in Till Eulenspiegel. There, however, it remains a pure gaminerie. It does not clash with the nature of the subject, and the jovial, youthful spirits and the happy inventiveness of the composer carry it off. But afterwards it often assumes an unpleasant form. There are one or two things in Don Quixote that amuse us a little at first, but afterwards become rather tiresome, as over-insistence on the purely physical grotesque always does in time. In Ein Houdenleben, a drama that is mostly worked out on a high spiritual plane is vulgarized by the crude physical horror of the brutal battle scene, and by the now well-nigh pointless humor of the ugly adversaries section. There are pettinesses and sillinesses in the Symphonia Domestica that one can hardly understand a man of Strauss's eminence troubling to put on paper. Altogether, we may say of the Strauss of the instrumental works alone, we can certainly say it of the later Strauss of the operas, that he is, in Romain Rolland's phrase, a curious compound of mud, debris, and genius. Always he is a spirit at war with itself. Sometimes he seems cursed, like an obverse of Goethe's Mephistopheles, to will the good and work the ill. But he has enriched program music with a large fund of new ideas, and given it a new direction and a new technique. He has established, more thoroughly than any other composer, the right of poetic instrumental music to a place by the side of abstract music. He has attempted things that were thought impossible in music, sometimes failing, but more often than not succeeding extraordinarily. His workmanship is equal to his invention. Of him, at any rate, the post-classicists can never say, as they said half a century ago of Liszt and his school, that he writes literary music because he lacks the self-discipline and the skill necessary for success in the abstract forms. If anything, his technique, especially his orchestral technique, is too astounding. It tempts him to do amazing but unnecessary things for the mere sake of doing them. But with all his faults, he is a colossus of sorts. He bestrides modern German music as Wagner did that of a half-century ago. In wealth and variety of emotion, and in power of graphic utterance, his work as a whole is beyond comparison with that of any other contemporary composer. End of track 10. Track 11. The Art of Music, Volume 3, Modern Music, written by the National Society of Music,
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 7. The Post-Classical and Poetic Schools of Modern Germany. Part 2. 4. The life of Strauss overlaps that of his great post-classical antithesis Brahms by 33 years, and by 36 years that of Anton Bruckner, 1824 to 1896, a symphonist who is still little known, and that for two reasons. In the first place, his works are as a rule excessively long. In the second place, he had the misfortune to live in Vienna, where the Brahms partisans were at one time all-powerful. Some of them resented the pretensions of another symphonist to comparison with their own idol, and by innuendo and neglect, rather than direct attack, they contrived to diffuse a legend that has maintained itself almost down to our own day, that Bruckner was merely an amiable old gentleman with a passion for writing symphonies, but one who need not be taken too seriously. As a matter of fact, he was a good deal more than that. There is no necessity to flaunt a defiant Brucknerian banner in the face of the Brahmsians, but there is every necessity to say that great as Brahms was, he by no means exhausted the possibilities of the modern symphony, and that several of the possibilities that he left untouched were turned to excellent use by Bruckner. Bruckner's life was remarkably circumscribed and offers practically no interest to a biographer. The son of a country schoolmaster in Ansfelden, Upper Austria, where he was born September 4th, 1824, he spent his early life following in his father's footsteps, first at Windhag, near Friedstadt, later at St. Florian, where he also filled a temporary post as organist. By his own efforts, he became highly proficient on that instrument and in counterpoint. This fact, and his constant connection with the church, influenced his creative work strongly. In 1855 he became cathedral organist at Linz, meantime studying counterpoint with Sechter in Vienna, where he later, 1867, became his master's successor as court organist. He also studied composition with Otto Kitzler in 1861-63. Aside from his activities as professor of organ, counterpoint, and composition at the Vienna Conservatory, and as lecturer on music at the Vienna University, this constitutes the outward record of his career. He died in Vienna, October 11th, 1896. Similarly devoid of variety in their classification are his compositions. Besides his 9 symphonies, upon which his reputation rests, there are only 3 masses, D minor, 1864, E minor, 1869, F minor, 1872, and a few more sacred works, including the 150th Psalm, 4 compositions for men's chorus accompanied, Jummer 90 and Helgeland with orchestra, Das Hohelied and Mitternacht with piano, some others a cappella, and 1 string quartet, mostly works of large caliber and commensurately broad in conception. The error is still frequently made. It was an error that did him much harm in anti-Wagnerian Vienna during his lifetime, of regarding Bruckner as one who tried to translate Wagner into terms of the symphony. For Wagner, indeed, he had a passionate admiration, but his own affinities as a composer with Wagner are so trifling as to be negligible. The real heirs of Wagner are the men who, like Strauss, aim at making purely instrumental music a vehicle for the expression of definite poetic ideas, whose symphonic poems are really operas without words, with the orchestra as the actors. Bruckner, even with Liszt's example before him, passed the symphonic poem by on the other side. His 9 symphonies are almost all purely abstract music, as those of Brahms. If one qualifies the comparison with an almost, it is not because Bruckner worked upon anything even remotely resembling a program, but because the rather sudden transitions here and there on the symphonies, lacking as they do a strictly logical musical connection, are apt to suggest that the composer had in his mind some more or less definite extra-musical symbol. But this explanation of the undeniable fact that there is more than one hiatus in the Bruckner movements, though it is not an impossible one, is not the most probable one in every case. A certain disconnectedness was almost inevitable in such a symphonic method as that of Bruckner. He had no appetite for the merely formal working out that Brahms could manipulate with such facility, but frequently without convincing us that he is saying anything very germane to his main topic. For a frank recognition of Brahms's general mastery of form is not incompatible with an equally frank recognition that too often formalism was master of him. The danger of a transmitted classical technique in any art is that now and then it tempts its practitioners to talk, and allows them to talk quite fluently, when they have really nothing of vital importance to say. Take as an example bars 58 to 73 of the first movement of Brahms' Fourth Symphony. This passage is not merely dull, it is absolutely meaningless. It carries the immediately preceding thought no further. It is no manner of necessary preparation for the thought that comes immediately after it. It is padding, pure and simple, a mechanical manipulation of the clay without any clear idea on the part of the potter as to what he wishes to model. Brahms in fact knows, or half knows, that he has travelled as far as he can go along one road, and has a little time to wait before etiquette permits him to proceed up another, so he marks time with the best grace he can, or, to vary the illustration, having said all he can think of in connection with A, and not being due just yet to discuss B, he simply goes on talking until he can think of something to say. Such a passage as this would have been impossible for Beethoven. His rigorously logical mind would have rejected it as being a mere inorganic patch upon the flesh of a living organism. He would never have rested until he had re-established the momentarily interrupted flow of vital blood between the severed parts. For a mechanical technique such as Brahms uses here, Bruckner had no liking, nor would it have been of much use in connection with ideas like his. In his general attitude towards the symphony, he reminds us somewhat of Schubert. He does not start, as Brahms does, with a subject that, however admirable it may be in itself, and however excellently it may be adapted for the germination of fresh matter from it, has obviously been chosen in some degree because of its workableness. With Bruckner, as with Schubert, the subject sings out at once simply because it must. The composer is too full of the immediate warmth of the idea to premeditate development of it. So it inevitably comes about that with both Bruckner and Schubert, repetition takes, in some degree, the place of development. Symphonic development, speaking broadly, becomes technically easier in proportion as the thematic matter to be manipulated is shorter, looking at the music for the moment as a mere piece of tissue weaving. It is evident that more permutations and combinations can easily be made out of a theme like that of the first subject of Beethoven's Fifth Symphony than that of the main theme of Liszt's Tasso or the Francesca theme in Tchaikovsky's Francesca di Rimini. Wagner, with his keen symphonic sense, gradually realizes this, whereas the leitmotifs of his early works are, as a rule, fairly lengthy melodies. Those of his later works are of a pregnant brevity. The reason for this change of style was that, as he came to see more and more clearly the possibilities of a symphonic development of the orchestral voice in opera, he also saw that the interweaving of themes would be at once closer and more elastic if the motifs themselves were made shorter. This generic musical fact is the explanation of much of the formal unsatisfactoriness of the average symphonic poem. If the object of the poetic musician is to depict a character, he will need a fairly wide sweep of melodic outline. We could not, for example, suggest Hamlet or Faust in a theme so short and simple as that of the first subject of the Eroica, or the first subject of the Second Symphony of Brahms, to say nothing of the Fate theme of Beethoven's Fifth. But the wide-stretching poetic theme pays for its psychological suggestiveness by sacrificing, in most cases, its workableness. And composers have only latterly learned how to overcome this disability by constructing the big character-drawing theme on a sort of fishing rod principle with detachable parts. It takes Strauss nearly 120 bars in which to draw the full portrait of his hero in the splendid opening section of Ein Heldenleben, but various pieces of the chief theme can be used at will later, so as to suggest some transformation of mood in the hero, or some change in his circumstances. The curious falling figure in the third bar of the work, for example, that at first conveys an idea of headlong energy, afterwards becomes a roar of pain and rage. Full score pages 118 FF and elsewhere. Had Liszt had the imagination to hit upon such a device as this, and the technique to manipulate it, he might have given to the development of his symphonic poems something of the organic life that Strauss has infused into his. Bruckner also lacked, in the main, this knowledge of how to work upon sweeping ideas that were conceived primarily for purely expressive rather than developmental purposes, and at the same time to make either the whole theme or various fragments of it plastic factors in the evolution of an organically knit texture. If Brahms would have been none the worse for a little of that quality in Bruckner that made it impossible for him to talk unless he had something to say, Bruckner would have been all the better for a little of Brahms's gift of making the most of whatever fragment of material he was using at the moment. When Bruckner attempts development in the scholastic sense, as in Bach's 300 FF of the first movement of the Third Symphony, he is almost always awkward and unconvincing. His logic, and a logic of his own he certainly had, was less formal than poetic, as one gets to know the symphonies better, one is surprised to find emotional continuity coming to many a passage that had previously appeared a trifle incoherent. His musical logic is just the logic of any true and spontaneous thing said simply, naturally, and feelingly. While it is true in one sense that Bruckner's methods and outlook remained the same in each of his 9 published symphonies, the 9th, by the way, was left uncompleted at his death. In another sense, it puts a false complexion on the truth. We do not find in him any such growth, discernible in the texture not less than in the manner, as you do from the First Symphony to the 9th of Beethoven, or from the Rienzi to the Parsifal of Wagner. In externals, and to some extent in essentials also, Bruckner's method and manner are the same throughout his life. The wide-spun imaginative first movement, the thoughtful adagio, the wild or merry scherzo, the rather sprawling finale. But there was a real evolution of the intensive kind, and in the last 3 symphonies in particular, everything has become enormously vertieft. In the 9th, Bruckner often attains to a Beethovenian profundity and pregnancy. His greatest fault is his inability to concentrate. His material is almost invariably excellent, but he is too prodigal with it. He is not content with 2 or 3 main ideas. That in themselves would constitute material enough for a movement. To these he needs to add episodes of all kinds, until the movement expands to a size that makes listening to it a physical strain, and renders it difficult for the mind to grasp the true proportions of it. This is generally the case with his first and last movements. Not even the titanic power of conception in movements like the finale of his 5th and 8th symphonies, nor the extraordinary technical mastery they show, can quite reconcile us to their length and apparent diffuseness. His most expressive work is frequently to be found in his adagios, though there too his method is at times so leisurely that in spite of the fine quality of the material and the depth of feeling in the music, it is sometimes hard to maintain one's interest in it to the end. In his scherzi he is more conciliatory to the average listener. Here he is incontestably nearer to Beethoven than Brahms ever came in movements of this type. In place of the charming but rather irrelevant quasi-pastorals with which Brahms is content for the scherzi of his symphonies, Bruckner writes movements overflowing with vitality, a veritable riot of rhythmic energy. He will never be popular in the concert room. His excessive length and his frequent diffuseness are against that. But to musicians he will always be one of the most interesting figures in 19th century music. A composer fertile in ideas of a noble kind, an imaginative artist with the power of evoking moods, of a refined and moving poetry. And certainly there is no contrast more remarkable in the whole history of music than that between the quiet, embarrassed, unlettered recluse that was the man Bruckner, and the volcano of passion that was the musician. Undoubtedly he has the great hand, and at times he can shake the world with it, as Beethoven did with his. His place is between Beethoven and Schubert. With each of his hands he holds the hand of theirs. 5. The third big figure among the representatives of the modern poetic school is Gustav Mahler. Like the other 2, he is of the southern wing. Like Bruckner's, his training was Viennese. Born in Kalisz, Bohemia, he went to the capital as a student in the university and the conservatory. Already at 20, he began that brilliant career as conductor, which during his lifetime somewhat overshadowed his recognition as a creative artist. His first post was at Halle, Upper Austria, where he conducted a theatre orchestra. Thence he went to Laibach, Olmütz, Kassel as Verein's dirigent, thence to Prague as conductor of the German National Theatre, 1885. In 1886 he substituted for Nakish at the Leipzig Opera. 2 years later he became opera conductor in Budapest, 1891, in Hamburg, and 1897 returned to Vienna, first as conductor, soon after to become director of the Royal Opera, where he remained till 1907. During 1898 to 1900, he conducted the Philharmonic concerts as well. In 1909, he came to New York as conductor of the Philharmonic Society and remained till 1911, when failing health, perhaps aggravated by uncongenial conditions, forced him to resign. He died shortly after his return to Vienna in the same year. While still in his youth, Mahler wrote an opera, The Argonauts, besides songs and chamber music. A musical fairy play, Rübezahl, with text by himself, the Lieder eines verrennten Gesellen, and 9 symphonies, designed on a gigantic scale, constitute the bulk of his mature works. Other songs, a choral work with orchestra, Das Klagende Lied, and the humoresques for orchestra, nearly complete the list. Bruckner left the problem of modern symphonic form unsolved. Brahms partly solved it in one way, by following the classical tradition on its more abstract side. Strauss has partially solved it in another way, by making the moments of the musical evolution of a work tally with those of a program. Mahler, on the other hand, aimed at a course which is a sort of compromise between all the others. His 9 symphonies are neither abstract music nor program music in the ordinary sense of the latter word, yet they are programmatic in the broad sense that in whole and in detail they are motived more or less by definite concepts of man and his life in the world. Mahler faced more clear-sightedly and consistently than any other composer of his day the problem of the combination of the vocal and the symphonic form. That this combination is full of as yet unrealized possibilities will be doubted by no one familiar with the history of music since Beethoven. In one shape or another, the problem has confronted probably 9/10 of our modern composers. Wagner found one partial solution of it in his symphonic dramas, in which the orchestra pours out an incessant flood of eloquent music, the vague emotions of which are made definite for us by the words and the stage action. The ordinary symphonic poem attempts much the same thing by means of a printed program that is intended to help the hearer to read into the generalized expression of the music a certain particular application of each emotion. We may put it either that the symphonic poem is the Wagnerian music drama without the stage and the characters, or that the Wagnerian music drama is a symphonic poem translated into visible action. But for the best part of a century, the imagination of composers has been haunted by the experiment made by Beethoven in his 9th Symphony of combining actual words with the ordinary symphonic form. It has always been felt that instrumental music at its highest tension and utmost expression, almost of necessity, calls out for completion in the human cry. Words are often necessary in order at once to intensify and to elucidate the vague emotions to which alone the instruments can give expression. It was the consciousness of this that impelled Liszt to introduce the chorus at the end of his Dante and Faust symphonies. To a mind like Mahler's, full of striving, of aspiration, of conscious reflection upon the world, it was even more necessary that some means should be found of giving definite direction to the indefinite sequences of emotion of instrumental music. Almost from the beginning he adopted the device of introducing a vocal element into his symphonies. In the second, a solo contralto sings. In the 4th movement, some lines from the Des Knaben Wunderhorn, O rosebud red, mankind lies in sorest need, in sorest pain. In heaven will I rather be. I am from God, and back to God again will go. God, in his mercy, will grant me a light, will lighten me to eternal blessed life. While the idea of resurrection, that is the theme of the music of the 5th movement, is preceded by a chorus singing Klopstock's ode, another brief repose, thou shalt arise from the dead, my dust, immortal life shall be thine. In the fourth movement of the Third Symphony, the Nature Symphony, a contralto solo sings the moving lines O Mensch, gib acht, from Nietzsche's Also sprach Zarathustra, and in the sixth movement the contralto and a female choir dialogue with each other in some verses from Des Knaben Wunderhorn. 5 stanzas from the same poem are set as a soprano solo in the finale of the Fourth Symphony, and in the First Symphony, though the voices are not actually used, the composer in the first and third movements draws upon the themes of certain of his own songs, Lieder eines verrennten Gesellen. In the Eighth Symphony, the intermixture of orchestra and voices is so close that the title of symphonic cantata would fit the work perhaps as well as that of symphony with voices. Here the kernel of the music is formed by the old Latin hymn Veni Creator Spiritus, and some words from the final scene of the second part of Goethe's Faust. Mahler's use of the voice in the orchestra is, as will be seen, something quite different from merely singing the program of the work instead of printing it. His aim is the suggestion of symbols rather than the painting of realities, even where, on the face of the case, it looks at first as if his object had been a realistic one. His intention was often less realistic than mystical. In the Seventh Symphony, for instance, he introduces cowbells. We have it from his own mouth, but here his aim was not simply a piece of pastoral painting, but the suggestion of the last distant greeting from earth that reaches the wanderer on the loftiest heights. "When I conceive a big musical painting," he said once, "I always come to a point at which I must bring in speech as the bearer of my musical idea. So must it have been with Beethoven when writing his Ninth Symphony, only that his epoch could not provide him with the suitable materials. For at bottom Schiller's poem is not capable of giving expression to the unheard that was within the composer." In this Mahler is no doubt right. The modern composer has a wider range of poetry to draw upon for the equivalent of his musical thought. Mahler's form is in itself a beautiful and a rational one, and as with all other forms, the question is not so much the how as the what of the music. Mahler, perhaps, never fully realized the best there was in him. Fine as his music often is, it as often suggests a mind that had not yet arrived at a true inner harmony. His mind was always an arena in which dim, vast dreams of music of his own struggled with impressions from other men's music that incessantly thronged his brain, as they must that of every busy conductor, and with more or less vague, poetic, philosophical, and humanitarian visions. He never quite succeeded in making for himself an idiom unmistakably and exclusively his own. All sorts of composers, from Beethoven and Bruckner to Johann Strauss, seemed to nod to each other across his pages. As the Germans would say, his Können was not always equal to his Wollen. His feverish energy, his excitable imagination, and his lack of concentration continually drove him to the writing of works of excessive length, demanding unusually large forces. The Eighth Symphony, for example, with its large orchestra, 7 soloists, boys' choir, and 2 mixed choirs, calls for a personnel of something like 1,000. Yet he could be amazingly simple and direct at times, as is shown by his lovely songs, and by many a passage in the symphonies that have a folk song flavour. His individuality as a symphonist is incontestable, and it is probable that as time goes on his reputation will increase. Alone among modern German composers, he is comparable to Strauss for general vitality, ardour of conception, ambition of purpose, pregnancy of theme. 6. In abstract music, the biggest figure in the Germany of today is Max Reger, born 1873. Almost the only composer of our time who has remained unaffected by the changes everywhere going on in European music, though in his Romantischer Suite he coquettes a little with French Impressionism. His output is enormous, and almost suggests spawning rather than composition in the ordinary sense of the word. His general idiom is founded mainly on Bach, with a slight indebtedness to Brahms. For anything in the nature of program music, he appears to have no sympathy. The bulk of his work consists of organ music, songs, and piano and chamber music. His facility is incredible. He speaks a harmonic and contrapuntal language of exceptional richness. But it must be said that very often his facility and the copiousness of his vocabulary tempt him to overwrite his subject. Sometimes the contrapuntal web is woven so thickly that no music can get through. But every now and then this rather heavy-limbed genius achieves a curious limpidity and grace, and a moving tenderness. If it be undeniable that had Bach never lived, a large part of Rieger's music would not have been written, it is equally undeniable that some of his organ works are worthy to be signed by Bach himself. It may be a significant fact, as well as helpful in assaying the value of modern theoretical pedagogy, that Rieger, super-technician that he is, was taught composition, as Riemann's lexicon boasts, entirely after the textbooks and editions of H. Riemann. And, it goes on to say, in addition he studied for 5 years under Riemann's personal direction. Riemann, it must be borne in mind, is not a composer, but a theoretician of extraordinary capacity. How little to the liking of his master Rieger's subsequent development has been may be seen from the following quotation from the same article. Rieger evinced already in his unpublished first compositions a tendency to extreme complication of facture and to an overloading of the technical apparatus, so that his development ought to have been the opposite to that of Wagner, for instance, i.e., a restriction of the imagination aiming at progressive simplification. Instead of this, he has allowed himself to be influenced by those currents in an opposite direction, regarding which contemporary criticism has lost all judgment. With full consciousness, he heaps up daring harmonies and arbitrary feats of modulation in a manner which is positively intolerant to the listener. Rieger's very strong melodic gifts could not, under such conditions, arrive at a healthy development. Only when a definite form forces him into particular tracks, variations, fugue, chorale transcriptions, are his works unobjectionable. The wealth of his inventive power and his eminently polyphonic nature enable him to be sufficiently original and surprising, even within such bounds. On the other hand, in simple pieces of small dimensions, and in songs, his intentional avoidance of natural simplicity is actually repugnant. His continuous prodigality of the strongest means of expression soon surfeit one, and in the end this excessive richness becomes a mere stereotyped mannerism. No doubt the learned doctor is somewhat pedantic, but curiously enough the opinion of less conservative critics is not dissimilar. Dr. Walter Niemann refers to Rieger's condensed, harmonically overladen style as a modern Baroque, a degeneration of Brahmsian classicism. Universally admired is Rieger's astounding contrapuntal routine, he says, the routine that is most evident in the now schematic, stereotyped construction of his fugues and double fugues. One also generally admires his enormous constructive ability, Satztechnische Können, the finished art of subtle detail which he exhibits most charmingly in his smallest forms, the sonatines, the schlichte Weisen, but leaving out all the hypocrisy of fashion, the all-too-willing unintelligent deification of the great name, all musical cliquism and modernistic partisanship. The hearing of Rieger's music either leaves us inwardly unconcerned or even bores us, or it strikes us as more or less repulsive. Details may well please us, and we are often honestly prepared to praise a delicate mood, the atmospheric colouring, the masterful construction. But impartially no one will ever remark that Rieger's art exerts heartfelt, profound, or ethical influences upon the listener. The particular partisanship to which Niemann refers is one of the outstanding features of contemporary German musical life. Rieger has enjoyed a truly extraordinary vogue in his own country. For that reason we are devoting somewhat more space to him than we otherwise should, for we do not acknowledge his right to contend with Strauss for the mastery of his craft. We certainly do not share the opinion of his partisans, who pronounced him a reincarnated Bach, the competer of Beethoven, the heir to Brahms's mantle, and what not. Great as is his ability, we share Niemann's view that his great power lies not in invention, but in transformation and after-creation, und nachschaffen. Give him a good melody, and he will embroider it, metamorphose it, combine it with innumerable other elements in an erudite, we had almost said inspired, manner, give him a cast iron form as a frame, and he will fill it with the most richly coloured, tumultuously crowded canvas. But the style of his broideries will be curiously similar and all too fiercely pondered. The colours of his canvas will suggest the studio instead of the open air. The figures will be abnormal, fantastic, or pathetic, to the point of morbidity. They will not be images of nature. Brahms is the prevailing influence in Riga, though in manner rather than in spirit. The Bach polyphony in structure, the Liszt Wagnerian harmonic colour, and the acute German romanticism notwithstanding. As regards his symphonic and chamber works, this is generally conceded and needs no further comment. Like Brahms, by the way, Riga approached the orchestra reluctantly. Sonatas for various instruments, chamber works in various combinations preceded his first orchestral essay. The Sinfonietta, Opus 90, the Serenade in G major, Opus 95, the Hiller Variations, Opus 100, the Symphonic Prologue to a Tragedy, Opus 108, were presumably harbingers of a real symphony. Instead, however, they followed a Konzert im alten Stil, Opus 123, a Romantic Suite, Opus 125, and a Ballet Suite, Opus 130, again showing Riga's predilection for the antique forms, and a series of tone poems after pictures by Böcklin, Opus 128, which would indicate a turn toward the impressionistic mood painting of the ultra-modern wing of the Poetic school. His violin concerto in A minor, Opus 101, and the piano concerto in F minor, Opus 114, are however in effect symphonies with solo instrument, again following Brahms's precept, but by a hopelessly thick and involved orchestration he precludes anything like the interesting Brahmsian dialogue or discussion between the two elements. Of the mass of Riga's chamber music, we should mention the 5 sonatas for violin and piano, besides 4 for violin alone, in the manner of J.S. Bach, in which he shows his contrapuntal skill to particular advantage. The 3 clarinet sonatas, notable for beautiful slow movements and characteristic Riga scherzos, which are usually either grotesque, boisterous, or spookish. 2 trios, 3 string quartets, a string quintet, cello sonatas, 2 suites for piano and violin, of which the first, Im alten Stil, Opus 93, is widely favoured, and numerous other pieces for violin, piano, etc. Riga has essayed choral writing extensively, the Gesang der Verklärten for 5-part chorus and large orchestra, Opus 71, Die Nonnen, Opus 112, and several series of folk songs being but part of the output. The much favoured organ compositions, chorale fantasias, preludes, and fugues, and in various other forms sanctified by the great Bach, are too numerous to mention, and the songs, over 200 in number, will receive notice in another chapter. Of the minor composers who are allegiant to the new German school of Wagner and Liszt, we may name first those of the immediate circle at Weimar: Peter Cornelius, Hans von Bülow, Eduard Lassen, and Felix Draeseke. Of these, Bülow and Lassen have been mentioned in Chapter 1. Cornelius has already been remembered in connection with the later Romantic opera as having successfully applied Wagner's principles to the lighter dramatic genre, Barber of Baghdad, and has received further mention as a songwriter, see Volume 5, page 302 ff. Here we may pay him a brief tribute as the composer of beautiful choruses, in which he shows the influence of the older masters of choral art. Thus, Der Tod, das ist die kühle Nacht recalls the gorgeous colour of the Renaissance Venetians. From 1852 on, when Cornelius joined the Liszt circle, he was one of the chief standard-bearers of the new German school. Felix Draeseke's, born 1835, association with this group must be qualified, for though originally drawn to Weimar by his enthusiasm for Liszt, he later deserted the ranks of the New Germans and devoted himself to the cultivation of the classic forms. This reversion seems to have been in the nature of a reform, for his early essays in the freer modernistic nature are somewhat bizarre. In his harmonic and orchestral style, however, he continued to adhere to the new German principles. In fact, he swung like a pendulum between the two opposite poles of modern German music. His compositions include 3 symphonies, G major, F major, and C minor, Tragica, an orchestral serenade, Opus 41, 2 symphonic preludes, a Jubel overture, 3 string quartets, and a number of other chamber works, a sonata and other pieces for piano, as well as a number of large choral works: a Mass, Opus 60, a Requiem, Opus 30, Song of Advent, Opus 60, a Mystery, Christus, consisting of a prelude and 3 oratorios, cantatas, etc., also several operas. Draeseke was a friend of Bülow. He taught at the Lausanne Conservatory in 1868-69, and later at the Dresden Conservatory. He is a Royal Saxon professor, privy councillor, etc. Another Grand Ducal musical director at Weimar was August Kluckhardt, 1847-1902, who wrote 5 symphonies, a number of overtures, orchestral suites, etc. Like Draeseke, he was influenced both by the neoclassics and the New Germans. Heinrich Porges, 1837-1900, also distinguished as a writer and conductor. Leopold Damrosch, 1832-85, who carried the Wagner Liszt banner to America. Hans von Bronsart, born 1828, and his wife Ingeborg, both pupils of Liszt and distinguished in piano music. The former also for an orchestral fantasy and a choral symphony in Den Alpen, should be mentioned as belonging to the same group. There are other names of real importance in absolute music. There are Pfitzner, Taylor, Schillings, Kloser, and Kaskil. There are Bungert, Weingartner, Goldmark, and less significant names. But since these have exercised their talents chiefly in the dramatic field, we shall defer our treatment of them to the following chapter. And finally, there is a host of followers of these too numerous to be treated as individuals, and if individually distinguished, too recent to have judgment pronounced upon them. The most recent currents, too, shall have attention in the next chapter.
End of track 11.
Track 12. The Art of Music, Volume 3, Modern Music, written by the National Society of Music. Chapter 8. German Opera after Wagner, and Modern German Song. Part 1. 1. It was only to be expected that the titanic personality of Wagner should drag a number of smaller men after it, both in his own day and later, by the sheer force of attraction of a great body for small ones. In one of his essays, Matthew Arnold characterizes the test of the quality of a critic as the power to ascertain the master current in the literature of an epoch, and to distinguish this from all the minor currents. This sensitiveness to master currents, however, that is so essential to criticism, is generally a source of danger to the secondary creative minds. It is apt to tempt them to follow blindly in the wake of the master spirit, instead of trying to find salvation on a road of their own. In the third quarter of the 19th century, it was indubitably true that the master current in music was that set going by Wagner. But it was equally true that any other mariner who should venture upon that stream was pretty certain to be swamped by Wagner's backwash. So it is proved, with the sole exception of Humperdinck's Hansel and Gretel. No operatic work of the late 19th century that openly claimed kinship with Wagner has exhibited any staying power, while the more durable success has been reserved for works like Cornelius's Barber von Bagdad and Goetz's Der widerspenstige Zermung that frankly recognized the impossibility of any smaller man than Wagner continuing Wagner's work. As was inevitable, the more self-conscious of the post-Wagnerians fastened for imitation upon what they thought to be the essential Wagner, but that a later day can see was the inessential. To them, Wagner was the recreator of the world of the German saga. Posterity has learned that with Wagner, as with all great creators, the matter is of much less account than his way of dealing with the matter. It was not the body of religious and cosmological beliefs underlying the Greek drama that makes the Greek dramatists what they are to us today. Their very conception of the governance of the universe is a thing that we find it hard to enter into, even by an effort of the historical imagination. Nevertheless, these men are more vital to us than many of the problem play writers of our own epoch, simply because the emotional stuff in which they deal is of the eternal kind, and they have dealt with it along lines that are independent of the mere thought of their own age. Similarly, what is most vital for us in Wagner now is not his myths, his problems of the will, his conception of love, of redemption, of renunciation, or the verse forms into which he threw his ideas, but the depth of his passion, the truth of his portraiture, the beauty and eloquence of his speech. The real Wagner, in truth, was the Wagner that no one could hope to imitate. But the generation that grew up in his mighty shadow imagined that all it had to do was to re-exploit the mere externalities of his work. Like him, it would delve into German myths or German folklore for its subjects. Like him, it would adopt an alliterative mode of poetic diction. Like him, it would treat the less intense moments of drama in a quasi-recitative that was supposed to be an intensification of the intervals and accents of ordinary speech. But all these things in themselves were merely the clothes without the man, and not one of Wagner's immediate successors showed himself big enough to wear his mantle. Many of these works, written in a conspicuously Wagnerian spirit, have still considerable interest for the student of musical history. The Könighild, 1848, for example, of Karol Kistler, 1848 to 1907, but not enough vitality to preserve for them a permanent place in the theatre repertory. The same composer's Balder's Tod, written in the 80s, was not performed till 1905 in Düsseldorf. The big Homeric tetralogy of August Bungert, Odysseus Heimkehr, 1896, Kerke, 1898, Nausicaa, 1900-01, and Odysseus Tod, 1903, as an attempt to do for the Greek myths what Wagner did for the Teutonic. The composer is said to be engaged upon a second tetralogy of the same order, bearing the general title of Ilias. How seriously one section of the German musical public took these colossal plans was shown by the proposal to erect a Festspielhaus on the Rhine that should be to Bungert music drama what Bayreuth is to the Wagnerian. After a fair amount of success in the years immediately following their production, however, Bungert's operas have fallen out of the repertory. His talent is indeed lyrical, rather than dramatic. Bungert was born in Mülheim, Ruhr, in 1846, and studied at the Cologne Conservatory and in Paris. He became musical director at Kreuznach, 1869, and has since lived chiefly in Karlsruhe and Berlin. Besides the tetralogy, he wrote a comic opera, Die Studenten von Salamanca, 1884, and some symphonic and chamber works. His songs, including Carmen Sylva's Songs of a Queen, have probably more permanent value than the rest of his work. The opera has in fact tempted many of the German lyricists to try to exceed their powers. Hans Sommer, born 1837, who has produced a number of songs of fine feeling and perspicuous workmanship, attempted a Wagnerian flight in his opera Lorelei, 1891, in which the treatment is a little too heavy for the subject. Like so many of his contemporaries, he frequently suffers for the sins of his librettists. Felix Draeseke, born 1835, has hovered uncertainly between Schumannesque and Wagnerian ideals. His most successful opera is Herat, 1892. Adalbert von Goldschmidt, 1848 to 1906, aimed, as others of his kind did, at continuing the Wagner tradition, not only in the musical but in the poetic line. He was his own librettist in the opera Heliantus, 1884. But in the music of both this and the later opera Geyer, 1889, the Wagnerian influence is obvious. Karl Goldmark, 1830 to 1915, brought the best musical qualities of a mind that was eclectic both by heredity and environment to bear upon the very successful opera Die Königin von Saba, 1875, Merlin, 1886, Das Heimchen am Herd, 1896, founded on Dickens' Cricket on the Hearth. Though a native of Hungary, Keszthely, 1830, Goldmark received a thoroughly German training in Vienna, where he studied the violin with Jansa. He entered the conservatory in 1847, and since that institution was closed the following year, he continued his studies by himself. In 1865, he aroused attention with his overture Sakuntala, which is still in the orchestral repertoire. Happily guided by an artistic instinct, he hit upon a vein which his talent especially fitted him to exploit, namely the painting of vivid oriental color. His first opera, The Queen of Sheba, produced in Vienna in 1875, following the same tendency with equal success, has preserved its popularity till today. The chronological order of his other operas is as follows: Merlin, Vienna 1886, and revised for Frankfurt 1904. The Cricket on a Hearth, 1896. The Prisoner of War, 1899, Goetz von Berlichingen, 1902, and A Winter's Tale, 1908. His symphonic works include, besides the Sakuntala Overture, an orchestral suite, symphony, The Rustic Wedding, a symphony in E-flat, the overtures Penthesilea in Spring, Prometheus Bound, Sappho, and In Italy, a symphonic poem Zrini, 1903, 2 violin concertos, a piano quintet, a string quartet, a suite for piano and violin, pianoforte, and choral works. An apt criticism of Goldmark's style is given by Eugen Schmitz in the revision of Naumann's Musikgeschichte. In any case, we know of no second composer of the present time who can paint the exoticism and fata morgana of the Orient and the tropics, the sultriness and the effects of a climate that arouses devouring passions, as well as the peculiarity and special nature of the inhabitants, in such characteristic and glowing tone colours as Goldmark has succeeded in doing. Herein, however, lies not only his strength, but also his weakness, for he is exclusively a musical colourist, a colourist à la Macquart, who sacrifices drawing and perspective for the sake of colour, which means, translated into musical terms, a composer whose melodic invention and thematic development does not stand in a proportionate relationship to the intoxicating magic of tone colour combinations that he employs. Moreover, his colouring is already beginning to fade beside the corresponding achievements of the most modern composers of today. A number of minor talents have from time to time obtained a momentary or a local success, without in the end doing anything to sustain the hope that something really vital might be expected of them. Of works of this order, we may mention the Urvashi, 1886, De Evangelieman, 1894, Don Quixote, 1898, and Kurragin, 1911, of Wilhelm Kienzl, 1857, De Versen keiner Glocke and Faust of Heinrich Zöllner, 1854, The Ingvelder, 1894, Der Priefertag, 1899, and Moloch, 1906, of Max Schillings, born 1868, The Sakuntala, 1884, Malavika, 1886, Genesius, 1893, and Orestes, 1902, of Felix Weingartner, born 1863. In these and some dozen or two of other modern Germans, composition is an act of the will rather than of the imagination. The generous eclecticism and superficial effectiveness of the Tiefland, 1903, of Eugen d'Albert, born 1864, have won for it exceptional popularity. The classification of Schillings as a minor talent would probably not meet with the approval of many critics and musicians in Germany, where his influence is considerable. Schillings is one of the ramparts of the progressive musical citadel of Munich, the centre of which the Rieger, Pfitzner, and Teuler strands radiate. If aristocracy and nobility are the outstanding characteristics of his highly individual muse, a corresponding exclusiveness, coldness, and artificiality accompany them. His perfection is that of the marble, finely chiselled, hard, and polished. His music is a personal expression, but his personality is one that never experienced the depths of human suffering. Schillings was born in the Rhineland, Düren, in 1868, and finished his studies in Munich. There he became royal professor in 1903, and later he went to Stuttgart as general musical director in connection with the court theatre. Besides his operas, he wrote the symphonic prologue Oedipus, 1900, music for the Orestes of Aeschylus, 1900, and for Goethe's Faust, Part 1. Of non-dramatic works, there were 2 fantasies, Mergruß and Seemorgen, ein Zwiegespräch for small orchestra, solo violin and solo cello, a hymn rhapsody, Dem Verklärten, after Schiller, for mixed chorus, baritone and orchestra, Opus 21, 1905, Glockenlieder for tenor and orchestra, some chamber music, and about 40 songs. Especially successful are his 3 melodramatic works, i.e. music to accompany recitation, of which the setting of Wildenbruch's Hexenlied is best known. Weingartner and d'Albert too are considerable figures in contemporary German music, though their records as executive artists may outlive their reputations as composers, the first being a brilliant and authoritative conductor, the latter a pianist of extraordinary calibre. Besides the operas mentioned above, Weingartner has written the symphonic poems King Lear and the Regions of the Blest, 2 symphonies, 3 string quartets, and a piano sextet, Opus 20, songs and piano pieces. He has also distinguished himself as a critic and author of valuable books of a practical and aesthetic nature. D'Albert's evolution from pianist to composer was accomplished in the usual manner by way of the piano concerto. He wrote 2 of them, opus 2 and 12, then a cello concerto, opus 20, and promptly embarked upon a symphonic career with 2 overtures, Esther and Hyperion, and the symphony in F. Then came chamber music, songs, and various other forms. His piano arrangements of Bach's organ works are justly popular. His first opera was De Rubin, 1883. Then came Gismonda, 1895, Gounod, 1897, Der Erbrecher, 1898, all of good Wagnerian extraction. Then Cain, and Der Improvisator, 1900, showing evidences of an individual style, and finally Tiefland, 1903, the one really successful opera of D'Albert, which seems to have become permanent in the German repertoire. Flauto Solo, 1905, and Tragaldabass, 1907, have not made a great stir. D'Albert is of Scotch birth, Glasgow, 1864, though his father was a native of Germany. 2. On the whole, German opera of the more ambitious kind cannot be said to have produced much that is likely to be durable between Wagner and Strauss. The indubitable masterworks have been for the most part in the lighter genres. The delightful Der widerspenstigen Zusammenhang, 1874, of Hermann Goetz, 1840 to 1876, the Barbier von Bagdad, 1858, of Peter Cornelius, 1824 to 1874, a gem of grace and humour, and the Hansel and Gretel, 1893, of Engelbert Humperdinck, in which the Wagnerian polyphony is applied with the happiest effect to a style that is the purest distillation of the German folk spirit. Of Cornelius's work we have spoken elsewhere, Volume 2. Of Humperdinck we shall have something to say presently. Here let us dwell for a moment on Goetz. His one finished opera, a second Francesca de Rimini, he did not live to finish, has been called a little Meistersinger. Whether applied with justice or not, this epithet indicates the work's spiritual relationship. Yet Wagnerian that he is, this classification must be made with reserve. A close friend of Brahms, he was certainly influenced by that master. In a measure he combines the rich and varied texture of Brahms's chamber music with the symphonic style of the Meistersinger. Niemann points out other influences. He takes Jensen with the left hand, Cornelius by the right. Like both of these, he is lyrist and worker in detail, without a real dramatic vein, and a model of the idealistic German master of an older time. Der widerspenstigen Zusammenhang was first heard in 1874 in Mannheim and achieved wide popularity. It is based on Shakespeare, Taming of the Shrew, and an English text was used in England. Goetz was born in Königsberg and died near Zurich. He was a pupil of Keller, Stern, Bülow, and Ulrich, and was organist in Winterthur from 1867 to 1870, when failing health forced him into retirement. Hugo Wolf's Der Corregidor, 1896, is, in its endless flow of melody and its sustained vitality of characterization, perhaps the nearest approach in modern music to the Meistersinger. For some reason or other, however, a work that is a pure delight in the home does not seem able to maintain itself on the stage. A second opera of Wolf's, Manuel Venegas, in which we can trace the same extraordinary simplification and clarification of style that is evident in his later songs, remained only a fragment at his death. The successes, not less than the failures, of these and other men show clearly that the further they got from the main Wagnerian stream, the safer they were. Cornelius, though living in Wagner's immediate environment and cherishing a passionate admiration for the great man, knew well that his own salvation lay in trying to write as if Wagner had never lived. The Barbier von Bagdad was written some years before the composition of the Meistersinger had begun. If Cornelius went anywhere for a model of his own work, it was the Benvenuto Cellini of Berlioz. He knew the danger he was in during the composition of his second opera, Der Cid, and strove desperately to shut out Wagner from his mind at that time. He did not want, as he put it, simply to hatch Wagnerian eggs. If Der Cid, 1865, fails, it is not because of any Wagnerian influence, but because Cornelius's genius was too light a tissue for so big a stage subject. Nevertheless, if he does not wholly fill the dramatic frame, he comes very near doing it. It is no small dramatic gift that is shown in such passages as the Trauermarsch in the second scene of the first act, and a subsequent monologue of Kimine, and Kimine's scene in the second scene of the second act, and in most of the choral writing. A third opera, Gunlöd, was orchestrated by Lassen and Hofbauer and produced 17 years after Cornelius's death. Humperdinck seems destined to go down to posterity as the composer of one work. His Hansel and Gretel owes its incomparable charm not to the Wagnerianisms of it, which lie only in the surface, but to its expressing once for all the very soul of a certain order of German folk song and German Kindlichkeit. His later works, Die Sieben Geißlein, 1897, Dornröschen, 1902, and the comic opera Die Heirat wider Willen, 1905, though containing much beautiful music, have on the whole failed to convince the world that Humperdinck has any new chapter to add to German opera. For this his librettists must perhaps share the blame with him. Der Königskinder, 1898, which was originally a melodrama, was recast as an opera in 1908, and at least in America was more successful. Besides these, Humperdinck wrote incidental music for Aristophanes' Lysistrata, Shakespeare's A Winter's Tale, and Tempest. 2 choral ballads preceded the operas, and a Moret Rhapsody, 1898, was composed for the Leeds Festival. Humperdinck was born in Siegburg, Rhineland, studied at the Köln Conservatory, also in Munich and in Italy. He taught for a time in Barcelona, Spain, and in Frankfurt, Hoch Conservatory, and in 1900 became head of a master school of composition in Berlin with the title of Royal Professor and member of the Senate of the Academy of Arts. A worthy companion to Hansel and Gretel is A Lobertanz, 1898, of Ludwig Teuler, 1861-1907. Teuler's touch is lighter than Humperdinck's. Teuler was a highly esteemed artist, especially among the Munich circle of musicians. He was the only one of the group of important composers settled there since Weinberger's demise that may be said to have founded a school. He is the heir and successor of Weinberger, and by virtue of his pedagogic talent, the master of all the younger South German moderns. The Lobertanz, which was preceded by Teuerdank, 1897, and Gugeliner, 1901, is the best known of his works. The chamber music of his later period has probably the most permanent value. Teuler was born in Bozen, Tyrol, and died in Munich, where he was professor at the Royal Academy of Music. Some success had been won by the Donna Anna, 1895, of Ian von Reznicek, born 1860, a showy work compact of many styles. Grand opera, operetta, the early Verdi, Tannhäuser, and the Spanish national idiom all jostling each other's elbows. There is little real differentiation of character. Such differentiation as there is only in musical externals, in costume rather than in psychology. In Germany, a certain following is much devoted to Hans Pfitzner, whose opera Der arme Heinrich was produced in 1895, and his Die Rose vom Liebesgarten in 1901. Pfitzner is a musician of more earnestness than inspiration. He is technically well equipped, and all that he does indicates refinement and intelligence, but he lacks the imagination that fuses into new life whatever material it touches. He has also written some fairly expressive songs and a small amount of chamber music. Pfitzner, like Alex Ritter, is of Russian birth, being born of German parents in Moscow in 1869. His father and the Hoch Conservatory in Frankfurt were the sources of his musical education. Since 1892, he has taught and conducted in various places, Koblenz, Mainz, Berlin, Munich. In 1908, he became municipal musical director and director of the conservatory at Strasbourg. Besides the 2 operas, he has written music for Ibsen's play, The Festival of Solhaug, 1889, also known for Kleist's Käthchen von Heilbronn, 1908, and Ilse von Stach's Crystalfline, an orchestral scherzo, 1888, several choral works and vocal works with orchestra complete the list of his works besides those mentioned above. For the sake of completeness, brief mention must here be made of the German Volksoper, a comparatively unambitious genre in which much good work has been done. Among its best products in recent years are the quick-witted Versigeld, 1908, of Leo Blech, born 1871, and the Barberina of Otto Nietzel, born 1852. 3. The biggest figure in modern German operatic music, as in instrumental music, is Richard Strauss. It was perhaps inevitable that this should be so. The more massive German opera after Wagner was almost bound to find what further development was possible to it in the Wagnerian semi-symphonic form. The difficulty was to find a composer capable of handling it. This form was simply the expression of a spirit that had come down to German music from Beethoven, and that had to work itself out to the full before the next great development, whatever that might prove to be, could be possible. It is the same spirit that is visible in different but still related shapes in the symphonic tissue of the Wagnerian orchestra, the symphonic poems of Liszt, the symphonies of Brahms, the pianoforte accompaniments of Wolf and Marx and their fellows, and the copious and vivid orchestral speech of Strauss. It is a method that is perhaps only thoroughly efficacious for composers whose heredity and environment make the further working out of the German tradition their most natural form of musical thinking. It is a method that is perhaps only thoroughly efficacious for composers whose heredity and environment make the further working out of the German tradition their most natural form of musical thinking. That it is not the form best suited to peoples to whom this tradition is not part of their blood and being is shown by the dramatic poignancy attained by such widely different dramatic methods as those of Mussorgsky, Puccini, and Debussy. But when a race has, in the course of generations, made for itself an instrument so magnificent in its power and scope, and one so peculiarly its own as the German quasi-symphonic form, it is the most natural thing in the world that virtually all the best of its thinking should be done by its aid. It was therefore perhaps not an accident, but the logical outcome of the whole previous development of German music, that the mind that was to dominate the German opera of our own day should be the mind that had already proved itself to be the most fertile, original, and audacious in the field of instrumental music. But it was a law for Strauss, no less than for smaller contemporaries, that if he was to be something more than a mere Nach-Wagnerianer, he must do his work outside not only the ground Wagner had occupied, but outside the ground still covered by his gigantic shadow. It was well within that shadow, however, that Strauss's first dramatic attempt was made. It was not so much that the musical style of Guntram, 1892-93, is now and then reminiscent of Tannhäuser, of Lohengrin, or of Parsifal, while one of the themes has actually stepped straight out of the pages of Tristan. A composer can often indicate unmistakably his musical paternity, and yet give us the clear impression that he has a genuine personality and style of his own. As a matter of fact, the general style of Guntram is unquestionably Strauss, and no one else. Where the Wagnerian influence is most evident is in the mental world in which the opera is set. The story, it is true, the text, by the way, is Strauss's own, is not drawn from the world of saga, but from the general conception of an order of knights, the object of whose brotherhood is to bind all humanity in bonds of love. It is obviously a last watering down of that doctrine of redemption by love that played so large a part in the intellectual life of Wagner. It is possible that this peculiar mentality of Guntram was the aftermath of a breakdown in Strauss's health in 1892. The work has a high-mindedness, a spiritual fervour, an ethos that has never been particularly prominent in Strauss's work as a whole, and that has become more and more infrequent in it as he has grown older. Guntram is a convalescence work, written in the mood of exalted idealism, that convalescence so often brings with it in men of complex nature. But whatever be the physical or psychological explanation of the origin of Guntram, there is no doubt that the music lives in a finer, purer atmosphere than that of Strauss's work as a whole, and for this reason alone it will perhaps inspire respect, even when its purely musical qualities may have become outmoded. The musical method of it contains an embryo of all the later Strauss. The orchestral tissue has not, of course, the extraordinary exuberance of diction and of colour of his subsequent operas, but the affiliation with Wagner is quite evident. There is a certain melodic angularity here and there, and a tendency to get harmonic point by mere audaciousness and self-conscious singularity, both defects being characteristic of a powerful and eager young brain possessed with ideals of expression that it is not yet capable of realizing. The general idiom is in the main that of Todd and Verkläring and Don Juan. It is worth noting that already in Strauss's first opera, We perceive that failure to vivify all the characters equally that is so pronounced in the later works. It is one of the signs that, great as he is not of the same great breed as Wagner. By the time he came to write his second opera, Feuersnot, 1900-01, Strauss had passed through all the main stages of his development as an orchestral composer. In Till Eulenspiegel, also Sprach Zarathustra, Don Quixote, and Ein Heldenleben, he had come to thorough consciousness of himself, and attained an extraordinary facility of technique. Under these circumstances, one would have expected Feuersnot to be a rather better work than it actually is. One's early enthusiasm for it becomes dissipated somewhat in the course of years, no doubt because, as we look back upon it, each of its faults has to bear not only its own burden, but the burden of all the faults of the same kind that have been piled up by Strauss in his later works. The passion of the love music, for instance, has more than a touch of commonplace in it now, as of a Teutonic Leoncavallo. Our eyes have been opened by Electra and the Legend of Joseph to the pit of banality that always yawns at Strauss's elbow, and into which he finds it harder and harder to keep from slipping. We see Strauss experimenting here with the dance rhythms that he has so successfully exploited in Der Rosenkavalier. But to some of these, also, time has given a slightly vulgar air. But a great deal of the opera still retains its charm. Some portions of it are a very happy distillation from the spirit of German popular music, and the music of the children will probably never lose its freshness. On the whole, the opera is the least significant of all Strauss's work of this class. It is clear that his long association with the concert room had made an instrumental rather than a vocal composer of him. Much of the writing for the voice is awkward and inexpressive. In the Symphonia Domestica in 1903 were to be distinguished the first unmistakable signs of a certain falling off in Strauss's inspiration, a certain coarsening of the thought, and a tendency to be too easily satisfied with the first idea that came into his head. These symptoms have become more and more evident in all the operas that have followed this last of the big instrumental works, though it has to be admitted that Strauss shows an extraordinary dexterity in covering up his weak places. Wagner's enemies, adapting an old jibe to him, used to say that his music consisted of some fine moments and some bad quarters of an hour. That was not true of Wagner, but it is becoming increasingly true of the later Strauss. For a while, the quality of the really inspired moments was so superb as to more than compensate us for the disappointment of the moments that were obviously less inspired. But as time has gone on, the inspired moments have become extremely rare, and the others regrettably plentiful. We are probably not yet in a position to estimate justly the ultimate place of Strauss in the history of the opera. No composer has ever presented us with a problem precisely like his. The magnificent things in his work are of a kind that make us at first believe they will succeed in saving the weaker portions from the shipwreck that, on the merits of those alone, would seem to be their fate. Then, as each new work deepens a conviction that Strauss is the most sadly flawed genius in the history of music, as he passes from banality to banality, each of them worse than any of its predecessors, we find ourselves, when we turn back to the earlier works, less disposed than before to look tolerantly on what is weakest in them. What will be the final outcome of it all? Whether the halo round his head will ultimately blind us to the mud about his feet, or whether the mud will end by submerging the halo, no one can at present say. The Richard Strauss of today is an insoluble mystery. Something excessive or unruly appears to be inseparable from everything he does. A consistent development is impossible for him. He oscillates violently like some sensitive electrical instrument in a storm. But while only partisanship could blind anyone to the too palpable evidences of degeneration that his genius shows at many points, it is beyond question that in the best of his later stage works he dwarfs every other composer of his day. We may like or dislike the subject of Salome, according to our temperament. How far the question of ethics ought to be allowed to determine our attitude to an artwork is a point in which it is perhaps hopeless to expect agreement. For the present writer, the point is one of no importance, because the whole discussion seems to him to arise out of a confusion of the distinctive spheres of life and art. A Salome in life would be a dangerous and objectionable person, but then so would an Iago, and as no one calls Shakespeare a monster of iniquity because he has drawn Iago with zest, One can see no particular justice in calling Strauss's mind a morbid one, because it has been interested in the psychology of a pervert like Salome. One is driven to the conclusion that the root of the whole outcry is to be found in the prejudice many people have against too close an analysis of the psychology of sex, especially in its more perverted manifestations. One can respect that prejudice without sharing it, but one is bound to say it unfits the victim of it for appreciation of Salome as a work of art. The opera as a whole is not a masterpiece. It lives only in virtue of its great moments, and Strauss has not been more successful here than elsewhere in breathing life into every one of his characters. Herod and Herodias have no real musical physiognomy. We could not, that is to say, visualize them from the music alone, as we can visualize a Hagen, a Mime, or even a David. But Salome is characterized with extraordinary subtlety. Music is here put to psychological uses undreamt of even by Wagner. The strange thing is that in spite of himself, the artist in Strauss has risen above the subject. Wilde's Salome is a lifeless thing, a mere figure in some stiffly woven tapestry. Strauss pours so full a flood of emotion over her that the music leaves us a final sensation not of cold horror, but of sadness and pity. He similarly humanizes the central character of his next opera, Electra, 1907, making of her one of the great tragic figures of the stage, and he throws an antique dignity around the gloomy figure of the fate-bearing Orestes. But as with Salome, the opera as a whole is not a great work. It contains a good deal of merely sham music, such as that of the opening scene, music in which Strauss simply talks volubly and noisily to hide the fact that he has nothing to say. There is much commonplace music, such as that of the outburst of Chrysothemis to Electra, and most of that of the final duet of the pair. One is left in the end with a feeling of blank amazement that the mind that could produce such great music as that of the opening invocation of Agamemnon by Electra, that of the entry of Orestes, and that of the recognition of brother and sister, could be so lacking in self-criticism as to place side by side with these such banalities as are to be met with elsewhere in the opera. The only conclusion the close student of Strauss could come to after Electra was that the commonplace that was not far from some of his finest conceptions from the first was now becoming fatally easy to him. De Rosenkavalier, 1913, confirmed this impression. Its waltzes have earned for it a worldwide popularity. They are charming enough, but there are no doubt 100 men in Europe who could have written these. What no other living composer could have written is the music, so wise, so human, of the scene between Octavian and the Marschallin at the end of the first act. The music of the entry of the Rosenkavalier in the second act, and the great trio in the third, that can look the Meistersinger quintet in the face and not be ashamed. But again and again in the Rosenkavalier, we meet with music that is the merest mechanical product of an energetic brain working without inspiration. The bulk of the music of the third act, for instance, as far as the trio, and once more Strauss shows by his quite indefinite portraiture of Faninal and Sophia that his powers of musical characterization are limited to the leading personages of his works. Since De Rosenkavalier, the general quality of his thinking has obviously deteriorated. There are very few pages of Ariadne auf Naxos that are above the level of the ordinary German Kapellmeister. For that of the melodrama The Legend of Joseph is the most pretentiously commonplace that Strauss has ever produced. If his career were to end now, the best epitaph we could find for him would be Bühlau's remark apropos of Mendelssohn. He began as a genius and ended as a talent. Strauss's 10 years in the theatre have undoubtedly done him much harm. They have especially made him careless as to the quality of much of his music, knowing as he does that the excitement of the action and the general illusion of the theatre may be trusted to keep the spectator occupied. But one may perhaps venture to predict that unless he returns to the concert room for a while, and forgets there a great deal of what he has learned in the theatre, he will not easily recover the position he has latterly lost. Less well-known composers in contemporary German opera, some of which, however, are too important to be omitted, are Ignaz Brühl, 1846 to 1907, a Viennese whose dialogue opera Das Goldene Kreuz, 1875, is still in the German repertoire, Edmund Kreutzmer, born 1830, with De Fulkinger, 1874, on a Scandinavian subject treated in the earlier Wagnerian style, and Heinrich de Loewe, 1877, and Franz von Holstein, born 1826, with De Heideschacht, etc. Karl Rheintaler, 1822-96, and Karl Granam, 1847-97, also wrote operas successful in their time, as did also Hiller, Wurst, Reinecke, Dietrich, Aber, Weinberger, and H. Hoffmann, who are mentioned elsewhere. Siegfried Wagner, born 1869, son of the great master and a pupil of Humperdinck, should not be overlooked. His talent is unpretentious, with a decided bent for folkish melody and an excellent technical equipment. In De Bärenhäuter, 1899, he follows the fashion for fairy opera. His 4 other operas, from De Kobold to Sternegebot, 1904, lean toward the popular Spieloper, with a tinge of romanticism. Closer's dramatic symphony, Ilsebill, 1903, really belongs to the genus fairy opera, while Karl von Kaskel's, born 1860, 2 charming works, Die Bettlerin von Pontessaar and Düssel und Babel, are to be classified as Spielopern.
End of track 12. Track 13. The Art of Music, Volume 3, Modern Music, written by the National Society of Music. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. German Opera after Wagner, with Modern German Song. Part 2. 4. As in the case of most other musical genres, Germany in the second half of the 19th century seemed to have made the province of the song peculiarly its own. For well over 100 years it has never been without a great lyrist. Schubert gave the German lyric wings. Schumann poured it into the full, rich flood of German Romanticism in its sincerest days. Robert Franz cultivated a relatively simple song form, the texture of which is not always as elastic as one could wish it to be. But he too was a man of pure and honest spirit, who sang of nothing that he had not deeply felt. Liszt first brought the song into some sort of relation with the new ideals of operatic and instrumental music associated with his name and that of Wagner, and in spite of his effusiveness of sentiment and his diffusiveness of style, he produced some notable lyrics. In a song like Es war ein König in Thule, for example, a new principle of unification can be seen at work. One germinal theme being used for the construction of the whole song, which might almost be an excerpt from a later Wagnerian opera. But the lyrical history of the latter half of the 19th century is really summed up in the achievements of 2 men, Brahms and Hugo Wolf. Hugo Wolf, the foremost master of modern song, was born in Windischgrätz, Lower Styria, Austria, March 13, 1860, and died in an insane asylum in Vienna, February 22, 1903, the victim of a fatal brain disease, which afflicted him during the last 6 years of his tragic existence. Thus his effective life was practically reduced to 37 years, not much longer a span than that other great lyricist, Franz Schubert. Little can be said of this brief career, impeded as it was by untoward circumstances and jealous opposition. To these conditions Wolf opposed a heroic fortitude and a passionate devotion to his art, which he practiced with uncompromising sincerity and religious assiduity. During long periods of work he remained in seclusion, maintaining a feverish activity and shutting himself off from outside influences. From 1875 on he lived almost continually in Vienna, where he studied for a short time in the conservatory. His only considerable absence he spent as conductor in Salzburg, 1881. In Vienna he taught, and for some years, till 1887, wrote criticisms for the Salonblatt. These articles have recently been collected and published. They reflect the writer's high idealism, his intolerance of all artistic inferiority and mediocrity, show him to have been as valiant as an upholder of standards as he was discriminating in the judgment of aesthetic values, though his attack upon Brahms placed him into a somewhat ridiculous light with a large part of the musical public. Thus he eked out an existence. Any considerable recognition as a composer he did not achieve during his lifetime, None of his works was published till 1888, when his 53 America songs, written within 3 months, appeared. The Eichendorff cycle, 20 songs, came next, and then the Spanish Liederbuch, consisting of 34 secular and 10 sacred songs, all written during 1889–90. 6 songs for female voice after poems by Gottfried Keller. The Italienische Liederbuch, 46 poems by Paul Heiser, published in 2 parts, were composed during 1890–91 and in 1896, and the 3 poems by Michelangelo were set in 1897. Meantime there also came from his pen a hymn, Christnacht, for soli, chorus and orchestra, 1891, incidental music for Ibsen's Festival of Solhaug, 1892, and in 1895 he wrote his Corregidor, already mentioned, within a few months. Other songs, some dating from his youth, were also published, as well as several choruses and chorus arrangements of songs. A string quartet in D minor, 1879–80, a symphonic poem for full orchestra, Penthesilea, 1883, and the charming Italian Serenade for small orchestra, also arranged for string quartet by the composer, constitute his instrumental works, a small but choice aggregation. Wolf was to the smaller field of the song what Wagner was to the larger field of opera. That characterization of him must not be misunderstood, as is often done, to mean that he simply took over the methods of Wagnerian musical drama, especially the principle of the leitmotif, and applied them to the song. He benefited by those methods, as virtually every modern composer has done, but he never applied them in the merely conscious and imitative way that the post-Wagnerians did, for instance in the opera. Wolf would have been a great lyrist had he been born in the 18th century, the 16th or the 12th, but it was his rare good fortune, the fortune that was denied to Schubert, to live in an epoch that could provide him with a lyrical instrument capable of responding to every impulse of his imagination. His was a truly exceptional brain that could probably never have come to its full fruition in any age but the one that he happened to be born into. He had not only the vision of new things to be done in music, as Liszt and Berlioz and others have had before and since, but the power, which Liszt and Berlioz had not, to make for himself a vocabulary that was copious enough, and a technique that was strong and elastic enough to permit the easy expression of everything he felt. It is another of the many points in which he resembles Wagner. With a minimum of school training in his earliest days, he made for himself a technical instrument that was purely his own, one that, when he had thoroughly mastered it, never failed him, and that was capable of steady growth and infinitely delicate adaptation to the work of the moment. He draws, as Wagner did, a line of demarcation between an old world of feeling and a new one. As Wagner peopled the stage with more types than Weber and saw more profoundly into the psychology of characters of every kind, so Wolf enlarged the world of previous and contemporary lyrists and intensified the whole mental and emotional life of the lyrical form. Too much stress need not be laid on the mere fact that he insisted on better declamation than was generally regarded as sufficient in the song, on a shaping of the melody that would permit the just accentuation of every word and syllable. This in itself could be done, and indeed has been done, by many composers who have not thereby succeeded in persuading the world that they are of the breed of Wolf. The extraordinary thing with him was that this respect for verbal values was consistent with the unimpeded flow of an expressive vocal line and an equally expressive pianoforte tissue. The basis of his manner is the utilizing of quasi-symphonic form for the song. He marks the end of monody in the lyric as Wagner marks the end of monody in the opera. With Wagner, the orchestra was not a mere accompanying instrument, a big guitar, but a many-voiced protagonist in the drama itself. When the simple-minded hearer of half a century ago complained that there was no melody in Wagner, he only meant that the melody was not where he could distinguish it most easily, at the top. As a matter of fact, Wagner was giving him at least 3 times as much melody as the best of the Italian opera writers, for in the Meistersinger or Tristan it is not only the actors who are singing, but the orchestra, and not only the orchestra as a whole, but the separate instruments of it. When the average man complained that Wagner was starving him of melody, it was like a man drowning in a pond 50 feet deep, crying out that there was not water enough in the neighborhood for him to wash in. Wolf, too, fills the instrumental part of his songs with as rich a life as the vocal part. But he does even more amazing feats in the way of cooperation between the 2 factors than Wagner did. independent as the piano part seemingly is, developing as if it had nothing to think of but its own symphonic course. It never distracts Wolf's attention from the vocal melody, which is handled with astonishing ease and freedom. Not only does each phase of the poem enter just where the most point can be given to it both poetically and declamatorily, without any regard for the mere four-square of the ordinary line or bar divisions, but each significant word receives its appropriate accent, melodic rise or fall, or fleck of colour. In the Die ihr schwebet und diese Palmen, for example, the expressive minor sixth of the voice part on the word Kal seems to be there by special dispensation of Providence. We know that the interval is one that is characteristic of the main accompaniment figure of the song. It has appeared indeed as early as the second bar, and has been frequently repeated since, that it is almost inevitable that now and then it should occur in the voice, and as a matter of fact, it has already occurred more than once there, at the Schwebet and Palmen of the first line, for example, and later at the first syllable of Himmel in the line Der Himmelsknabe duldet Beschwerde. Yet we know very well that it is not a musical accident, but a stroke of psychological genius that brings just the interval into the word Kerl in the lines Auch nur im Schlaf ihm diese gesänfigte Kerl zerrinnt, the interval indeed being in essence just what it has been all along, but receiving now a new and more poignant meaning by the way it is approached. We know very well that no other songwriter but Wolf would have had the instinct to perceive, in the midst of the flow of the accompaniment to which seems its own predestined goal, the expressive psychological possibilities of that particular note, at that particular moment, in that particular line. His songs teem with facilities of this kind. They represent the employment of one of Wagner's most characteristic instruments for uses more subtle even than he ever dreamt of. Yet, and the point needs insisting upon, as it is still the subject of some misunderstanding, this quick and delicate adaptation of melodic and harmonic and rhythmic values to the necessities of the poem are not the result of a mere calculated policy of follow the words. The song has not been shaped simply to permit of this coincidence of verbal and musical values, nor have these been consciously worked into the general tissue of the song after this has been developed on other lines. They represent the spontaneous utterance of a mind to which all the factors of the song were present in equal proportions from the first bar to the last. Wolf made no sketches for his songs. The great majority of them were written at a single sitting. The subject possessed him and made its own language. His independence, his originality, his seminal force for the future of music, are all best shown by comparing him with Brahms. No one, of course, will question the greatness of Brahms as a lyrist, but a comparison with Wolf at once throws the former's limitations into a very strong light. Wolf was much more the man of the new time than his great contemporary. Brahms was the continuer and completer of Schumann, the last voice that the older Romantic movement found for itself. By nature, training, and personal associations, he was ill-fitted to assimilate the new life that Wagner was pouring into the music of his day. Wolf, from the first, made a clean departure from both the matter and the manner of Brahms, a cleaner departure indeed than Wagner had first made from the romanticism of his contemporaries. For the kinship between the early Wagner and the Schumann of the songs is unmistakable. Wolf's thinking left the mental world of Brahms completely on one side. His music is free, for instance, from those touches of sugariness and the larmoyant that can be so frequently detected even in the rugged Brahms, as in all the lyrists who took their stimulus from Romanticism. Brahms' lyric types, his maidens, his students, his philosophers, his nature lovers, are those of Germany in a particular historical phase of her art, literature, and life. With Wolf, the lyric steps into a wider field. His psychological range is much broader than that of Brahms. He creates more types of character and sets them in a more varied milieu. With Brahms, the same personages recur time after time in his songs, expressing themselves in much the same way. Even an unsympathetic student of Wolf would have to admit that no two of the personages he draws are the same. The characters of Brahms are mostly of the same household, with the same heredity, the same physical appearance, the same mental characteristics, even the same gait. The man who lies brooding in the summer fields in Feldine Samkeit is brother of the man who loves the maiden of Ver Vandelten, and first cousin of the girl who dies to the strains
of Immer Lisa werden mein Schlummer. They all feel deeply, but a little sentimentally. They are all extremely introspective, all speak with a certain slow seriousness, and move about with a certain cumbersomeness. Wolf's men and women are infinitely varied, both in the mass and in detail. That is to say, not only is his crowd made up of many diverse types, but each type, the lovers, the thinkers, the penitents, and so on, is full of an inner diversity. Wolf surpasses Brahms again in everything that pertains to the technical handling of the songs. Without wishing to make out that Brahms was anything but the great singer he undoubtedly was, it must be said frankly that he is too content to work within a frame that he has found to be of convenient size, shape, and colour, instead of letting his picture determine the frame. The quaint accusation is something brought against Wolf that he is more of an instrumental writer than a singer, the pianoforte parts of his songs being self-subsistent compositions. A devil's advocate might argue with much more force that it was Brahms who, in his songs, thought primarily in terms of instrumental phrases, even for his voices. It is his intentness upon the beauty of an abstract melodic line that makes his pause illogically as he does after Meine Königin in the first line of Wie bist du, meine Königin, this making a bad break in the poetical sense of the words, which is not really complete until the second line is heard. The Wie bist du, not referring, as many thousands of people imagined, to the Königin, but the Durch sanfte Goethe Wundervoll in the next line. In other songs, such as An die Nachtigall, Brahms yields at the very beginning to the fascination of what is unquestionably in itself a beautiful phrase, without regard to the fact that it will get him into difficulties both of psychology and of declamation as the song goes on, owing to his applying the same kind of musical line ending to poetical line endings that vary in meaning each time. Wolf never makes a primitive blunder of this kind. He sees the poem as a whole before he begins to set it. If he adopts at the commencement a figure that is to run through the whole song, it is a figure that can readily be applied to each phase of it without doing psychological violence to any. If at any point its application involves a falsity, it would be temporarily discarded. Brahms again is almost as much addicted to clichés as Schubert, and with less excuse. The cliché of syncopation for syncopation's sake, for example. The cliché of a harmonic darkening of the second or third stanza of a poem, and so on. From limitations of this sort, Wolf is free. His harmonic and rhythmic idioms are as varied as his melodic. The great variety of his songs makes it almost impossible to cite a few of them as representative of the whole. 5. For Wolf, the song was the supreme form of expression. In the case of Strauss, the song is only an overflow from the concert and operatic works. In spite of the great beauty of some of his songs, such as the Sternchen and Seitdem dein Aug, we are probably justified in saying that it is not a lyrist per sang. A large number of his songs have obviously been turned out for pot-boiling purposes. Certain undoubted successes in the smaller forms notwithstanding, it remains true that he is at his best when he has plenty of space to work in, and above all, when he can rely on the backing of the orchestra, as in the splendid Pilger's Morgenlied and the Hymnus. As a rule, he fails to achieve Wolf's happy balance between the vocal part and the accompaniment. Very often his songs are simply piano pieces with a voice part added, as skillfully as may be, which means sometimes not skillfully at all. Among Max Reger's numerous songs are some of great beauty. He is sometimes rather too copious to be a thoroughly successful lyrist. Both the piano and the vocal ideas are now and then in danger of being drowned in the flood of notes he pours about them. But when he has seen his picture clearly, and expressed it simply and directly, his songs, the Vegan Lied and A Line, for example, to mention two of the widely differing genres, are among the richest and most beautiful of our time. Mahler poured some of the very best, because the simplest and truest of himself, into such songs as the Kindertotenlieder, the Vorlieder eines verrennten Gesellen, Ich atmet einen Lindenduft and Mitternacht, from the 4 Rückert lyrics, and certain of the settings of the songs from Des Knaben Wunderhorn. But the list of good and even very good song composers in the Germany of the latter half of the 19th century is almost endless. It seems indeed as if there were at least one good song in the blood of every modern German, just as there was at least one good lyric or sonnet in the blood of every Elizabethan poet. From Cornelius to Erich Wolf, the stream has never stopped.
In virtually all these men, except Erich Wolff, however, the stream has been, as with Strauss, a side branch of their main activity. It was only to be expected that the next powerful impulse after Hugo Wolff would come from a composer who, like him, gave to the songs the best of his mental energies. Joseph Marx resembles Wolff superficially in just the way that Wolff superficially resembles Wagner, in the elaboration and expressiveness of what must still be called, for convenience sake, the accompaniment to his voice parts. But while it would be premature as yet to see in Marx another Wolff, it is certain that we have in him a lyrist of considerable individuality. He has managed to utilize the Wolffian technique and the Wolffian heritage of emotion as Wolff utilized those of Wagner, without copying them. They have become new things in his hands. He has also drawn, as Wolff did, upon quite a new range of poetic theme. He is not so keenly interested as Wolff in the outer world. Wolff, like Goethe, had the eye of a painter as well as the intuition of a poet, and his music is peculiarly rich not only in more or less avowed pictorialism, but a sort of veiled pictorialism, a pictorialism at one remove, as it were, that conveys a subtle suggestion of the movement or colour of some concrete thing without forcing the symbol for it too obtrusively upon our ear. Excellent examples of the suggestion of gently drooping boughs and softly falling leaves in Anna Kroon's Grab, and in another style the unbroken thirds from first to last of Nun Vandre Maria, so charmingly suggestive of the side-by-side journeying of Joseph and Mary. Marx's music offers us hardly a recognizable example of this pictorialism. His most ambitious effort has been in the Reagan, a German version of Verlaine's Il pleut dans mon cœur, which is one of the least successful of his lyrics. Like Wolff, he has called in a new harmonic idiom to express new poetic conceptions or new shades of the old ones. But he is apt to become the slave of his own manner, which Wolff never did. His intellectual range, though not equal to that of his great predecessor, is still a fairly wide one, from the luxuriance of the splendid barcarolle to the philosophical warmth of De Rauch, from the bizarrerie of the Valse de Chopin to the humour of Warnung, from the earnest introspection of Wie einst hat dich die Liebe berührt, the Japanische Regenlied and Ein junger Dichter, to the sunny vigour of the Sommerlied. Among the rest of the numerous composers, Humperdinck, Henning von Koss, Hans Sommer, a personality of much charm and some power, Eugen d'Albert, Weingartner, Bungert, Jean-Louis Nicode, born 1853, and others, each of whom has enriched German music with some delightful songs. A special word may be said with regard to two of them, Theodor Streicher, born 1814, and Erich W. Wolff, died 1913. Streicher follows too faithfully at times in the footprints of the poet, which is only another way of saying that the musician in him is not always strong enough to assert his rights. His work varies greatly in quality. Some of it is finely imaginative and organically shaped. The rest of it is a rather formless and expressionless series of quasi-illustrations of a poetic idea line by line. He frequently aims at the humorous, the realistic, or the sententious in a way that a composer with more of the real root of music in him would see to be a mere temptation to the art to overstrain itself. But though he is perhaps not more than half a musician, the other half being poet, prosist, moralist, or what we will, that half has produced some good songs, such as the Fontes des Amours, Ein Fichtenbaum steht einsam, the Lied des jungen Reiters, Maria saß am Wege, the Nachtlied des Zarathustra, and the Weinschwärterlied. Erich Wolff was never more than a minor composer, but that he had the genuine lyrical gift is shown by such songs as Du bist so jung, Sie wo du bist die Frühling, Einen Sommer lang, and others. He is particularly charming when, as in Fitzebue, Frisch vom Stoch, and Christkindlein's Wiegenlied, he exploits the childlike vein that comes so easily to most Germans, and that has found its most delightful modern expression in Hansel and Gretel. 6. A survey of German music of the present day leads to the conclusion that, for the moment at any rate, it has come to the end of its resources. All the great traditions have exhausted themselves. Strauss has apparently said all he has to say of value, though of course he may yet recover himself. Of this he himself seems uneasily conscious. His later works exhibit both a tendency to revert to a Mozartian simplicity, as in the final stages of Ariadne auf Naxos. The duet Ist ein Traum, kann nicht wirklich sein in Der Rosenkavalier and elsewhere, and here and there, as in The Legend of Joseph, a desire to coquette with the exoticisms of France and the East. All these later works suggest that Strauss has partly lost faith in the German tradition, without having yet found a new faith to take its place. Max Reger is content to sit in the centre of his own web, spinning forever the same music out of the depths of his Teutonic consciousness. In opera, in the song, in the symphony, in program music, in chamber music, Germany is apparently doing little more at present than mark time. Nevertheless, there are undoubtedly germinating forces which will come to fruition before long. Perhaps the men now creating will be the instruments of the new voice, perhaps their pupils. One or two of the younger generation, at any rate, have done things that may justly claim our attention. One fact may be noticed in this connection, that the supremacy seems to have shifted definitely from the north to the south. Munich and Vienna, indeed, the new centres in place of Leipzig and Berlin. Teuler's successor as teacher of composition in the Munich Academy of Tonal Art, Friedrich Klose, born 1862, is, as a pupil of Bruckner, particularly qualified to represent the South German branch of the new German school. His single dramatic work, Ilsebill, did not succeed in establishing him among the successful post-Wagnerians. Walter Niemann speaks of it as showing that his real strength lies in the direction of symphonic composition and music for the Catholic Church, and continues his three-movement symphonic poem Das Leben ein Traum, 1899, with organ, women's chorus, declamation, and wind instruments, and in a less degree his Elfenreigen already proved this. Through him Hector Berlioz enters modern Munich by the hand of Liszt, Wagner, and Bruckner, and particularly Berlioz, the forest romanticist of the Dance of the Sylphs and Queen Mab. Again and again Klose returns to church music, with the D minor Mass, the prelude and double fugue for organ, lastly with Die Wallfahrt nach Kevlar. If his striving after new forms, the searching in other directions after the dramatic element which was denied him in the ordinary sense, savours of a strongly experimental character, his music itself is all the less problematic. It is honest through and through, warm-blooded, felt and natural. The quiet breath of his themes, the deep glow of his colour, reveals the pupil of Bruckner. His manner of development in sequences, approaching the endless melody, betrays the disciple of Wagner. A Festzug for orchestra, Vidi Aquam for chorus, orchestra and organ, and an elegy for violin and piano are also among his works. Siegmund von Halsiger, born 1872, son of the distinguished critic and conductor Friedrich von Halsiger, though he began his creative activity in the dramatic field with Helfried, performed in 1893 in Graz, and Zinnober, 1888 in Munich, has earned his chief distinction with the symphonic poems Barbarossa, 1902, and Wieland der Schmied, 1904. In these he remains true to the Wagnerian formula, while in his songs he upholds the gospel of Hugo Wolf. A youthful Dionysia fantasy, 1899, which preceded these works, is characterized by Niemann as showing the lines of development in the direction of a cappella music in Strauss's style. Since then have come from his pen a number of fine choruses with orchestra, some for men's voices, others mixed. Halsiger was a pupil of his father, of Degner and of Polig in piano, and has achieved a high standing as conductor, first at the Graz Opera, 1896-97, then of the Keim concerts in Munich from 1899, and the museum concerts in Frankfurt. A new impulse may one day be given to German music by the remarkable boy Erich Kornhold, born 1897, who, while quite a child, showed an amazing mastery of harmonic expression and of general technique, and a not less amazing depth of thought. It remains to be seen whether, as he grows to manhood, he will develop a personality wholly his own. There are many signs of this already, or whether he will merely relapse into a skilled manipulator of the great traditions of his race. But it is vain to try to forecast the future of music in Germany, or in any other country. Much music will continue to be written that owes whatever virtues it may possess merely to a competent exploitation of the racial heritage. Of this type, a fair sample is the Deutsche Messe of Otto Taubman, born 1859. On the other hand, something may come of the revolt against tradition that is now being led
by Arnold Schoenberg, born 1874. The composer seemed destined in his early works to carry still a stage further the great line of German music. The mind that could produce the beautiful sextet Verklärte and the splendid Gurlieder at the age of 25 or so seemed certain of a harmonious development, bringing more and more of its own to build with upon the permanent German foundation. Thanks to this complete change of manner, he has become one of the sensations of modern music, and it is still an open question whether these later works have a real musical value, or whether they are only fruitless experiments with the impossible. There are many who say that this later Schoenberg is a deliberate freak. He found himself overwhelmed, they say, with the competition in modern music, unable to make his name known outside of Vienna among the mass of first and second-rate talents that were flooding the concert halls. He found also a public somewhat weary with surplus music, and ready to respond to novelty in any form. What more natural, then, that he should devise works different from anything existing, and gain preeminence by the ugliness of his music, when he could not by its beauty? This theory might be more tenable if Schoenberg were a third-rate talent, but there can be no question of his great ability as shown in his early manner. This manner, based on Wagner and Strauss, was one of great energy and complexity. It combined the resounding crash of great Wagnerian harmonies with the sensuous beauty that has always been associated with the music of Vienna. The score of the Gurlieder is one of the most complex in existence, but the complexity does not extend to the harmonic idiom. In this Schoenberg was traditional, though by no means conventional. But there came a time in his development when he began restlessly searching for new forms of expression. This he found in a type of writing which completely rejects the old harmonic system consecrated by Bach. The composer concentrates his attention on the interweaving of the polyphonic voices, unconcerned apparently whether or not they make harmony. Considered purely as a polyphonic writer in this manner, he must be allowed to be masterly. His power of logical theme development in a purely abstract way is second only to that of Rieger among the moderns. But when this mode of writing is turned to impressionistic purposes, the result is far more questionable. Up to the present time, the musical world has by no means decided whether or not this is music at all. It is at least probable that its value lies chiefly in its experimental fruitfulness. Music since Wagner has been tending steadily towards a negation of the harmonic principles of the classics, and there was apparently needed someone who, for the sake of experiment at least, would overturn these principles altogether and see what could be developed out of a purely empirical system. The music of the early Schoenberg, the Schoenberg who literally lived and starved in a Viennese cellar, is stimulating in the highest degree. The early songs strike a heroic note. They sing with declamatory melody, sometimes rising into inspired lyricism, which seems to say that Olympus is speaking. The accompaniment is invariably pregnant with the energetic comment, but the Gurlieder is the work in which Schoenberg spent most of his early years. These songs are in reality a long cantata for soli, chorus, and orchestra. The text, taken from the Danish, tells of King Valdemar, who journeyed to Gura and there found his bride Tove. They lived in bliss for a time, but then Tove died, and Valdemar cursed God. Tove's voice called to him from his song of a bird, and he gathered his warriors together, and as armed skeletons they dashed every night among the woods of Gura, pursuing their deathly accursed chase. Tired out with his immense labour and despairing of ever securing production for his work, Schoenberg laid aside the Gurlieder before it was finished. Some years later, when he had begun to make a little reputation by his later compositions, his publisher urged him to finish the work, promising a public performance with all the paraphernalia required by the score. This included a huge chorus and an orchestra probably larger than any other that a musician has ever demanded. The performance was given in Vienna and established Schoenberg's European fame. The unity of the work is marred by the fact that the last quarter of it is written in the composer's second manner, but the great portions of the Gurlieder must certainly rank among the noblest products of modern music. The end of the first part, in which Valdemar chides God for being a bad king, and that he takes the last penny from a poor subject, this scene throbs with a Shakespearean dignity and power. Tove's funeral march, and the scene in which the dead queen speaks from the song of the bird, are no less inspired. Finally, the work has a text as beautiful as any which a modern composer has found. The other great work of the early period is the Sextet Verklärte Nacht, performed in America by the Kniesel Quartet. This takes as a scenario a poem by Richard Damel, telling how the night was transfigured by the sacrifice of a husband in allowing his wife freedom in her love. The spiritual story of the poem is closely followed by the music, though there is no pretense of a close argument or program. The voices of the various characters are represented by the various solo instruments. Yet this is no mere program music. Judged for itself alone, it proves a work of the highest beauty, one of the finest things in modern chamber music. Pelléas and Mélisande is one of the transition works, but partakes rather of the character of the second manner. The greatest work of this period, however, is the first string quartet, performed in America by the Flonzerley Quartet in the winter of 1913-14. This is absolute music of the purest kind. It does not follow the sonata form, and its various movements are intermingled, split up, as it were, and shaken together. But it shows a strict cogency of structure and firm sustaining of the mood. The second manner is marked by a mingling, but not a fusing, of the early and later styles. In the first quartet, the first 50 bars or so are in the severe later style, in which the polyphony is complexly carried out without regard to the harmonic implications. In these measures, Schoenberg shows his great technical skill in the interweaving of voices and the economic development of themes. The Largo, which comes towards the end of the work, is a passage of magical beauty. In the last period come the Kammersymphony, the second quartet, the 2 sets of short piano pieces, the 5 orchestral pieces, and the Pierrot melodrama. The Kammersymphony is in one movement. The music is lively, and the counterpoint complex but clear. The quartet carries out consistently the absolute non-harmonic polyphony attempted in the first, but, lacking the poetical passages of the early work, it has found a stony road to recognition. Pierrot has been heard in 2 or 3 European cities and has been voted incomprehensible. The 5 orchestral pieces, performed in America by the Chicago Orchestra, carry to the extreme Schoenberg's unamiable impressionism. In them one seeks in vain for any unity or meaning, beauty in the old sense being here quite out of the question. They have, however, a certain unity in the type of materials used and developed in each, though their architecture remains a mystery. The short piano pieces, the earlier ones come in point of time in the middle period, have been much admired by the pianist Busoni, who has made a concert arrangement of them and published them with a preface of his own. Busoni claims that they have discovered new timbres of the piano, and evoke in the ear a subtle response of a sort too delicate to have been called forth by the old type of harmony. In general, they are like the orchestral pieces in character, seeming always to seek the outre at the expense of the beautiful. Many profess to find a deep and simple beauty in these pieces. But if the empirical harmony which they cultivate has any validity, it must attain that validity by empirical means. It is certain that our ears do not enjoy this music, as they are at present constituted. But it is possible that as they hear more of it, they may discover in it new values not to be explained by the old principles. But this leads us into the physics of musical aesthetics, which is beyond the scope of this chapter. It should be noted, however, that one of the byproducts of such a crisis as this, in which Schoenberg is playing such an important part, is the stimulation it gives to musical theory. If Schoenberg succeeds in gaining a permanent place in music with his third manner, it is certain that all our musical aesthetics hitherto must be reconstructed. In closing our cursory review, we may admit that German music can afford to shed, may indeed be compelled in its own interest to shed, many of the mental characteristics and the technical processes that have made it what it is. There is an end to all things, and there comes a time in the history of an art when it is the part of wisdom to recognize that, as Nietzsche says, only where there are graves are there resurrections. The time is ripe for the next great man. End of Track 13. Track 14. The Art of Music, Volume 3, Modern Music, written by the National Society of Music. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9.
The Followers of César Franck, Part 1. 1. Ultra-modern French music constitutes a movement whose significance it may be still too early to estimate judiciously, whose causes are relatively obscure and unprophetic, but whose attainments are exceedingly concrete from the historical viewpoint, aside from the aesthetic controversies involved. Emerging from a generation hampered by over-regard for convention, vacillating and tentative in technical method, in almost all respects save the theatre, and too often artificial there, a renaissance of French music has been assured comparably in lucidity of style and markedly racial qualities to the golden days of a Couperin or a Rameau, while fearing no contemporary rival in emotional discrimination and delicate psychological analysis, and not infrequently attaining a masterly and fundamental vigour. The French composers of today have virtually freed dramatic procedures from Italian traditions, and even gradually distanced the Wagnerian incubus. They have reasserted a nationalistic spirit in music, with or without dependence on folk song material, with a potent individuality of idiom which has not been so persistent since the 17th and 18th centuries. Finally, French critical activity, scholarship, research, educational institutions, standards of performance have risen to a pitch of excellence formerly denied to all save the Germans. While the roots of this attainment go back half a century and more, the flower of achievement is still so recent as to pique inquiry. It must be acknowledged that on the surface no causes are discoverable which are proportionate to the results attained, but closer examination discloses an unmistakable drift. During almost 3/4 of the 19th century, despite the epoch-making work of Berlioz, the efforts of French composers were centered in one or another of the forms of opera. Auber, Boieldieu, Meyerbeer, and others were succeeded by Gounod, Thomas, and Delibes, leading insensibly to Massenet and Bizet. Gounod's Faust, 1859, and Roméo et Juliette, 1867, Thomas's Mignon, 1866, Delibes' ballet Coppelia, 1870, Massenet's early work, Don César de Bazin, 1872, and Bizet's Carmen, 1875, unjustly pilloried as Wagnerian, were typical of the characteristic tendencies of the period. Yet it was precisely at a time when Parisians were seemingly engrossed in the theatre that signs of radical departure were apparent, and these may be fittingly considered the forerunners of the later standpoint. Up to nearly the middle of the 19th century, the Concerts du Conservatoire, themselves the successors to somewhat anomalous organizations, were the only regular orchestral concerts in Paris. In 1849, Antoine Séguer reorganized the Société de Saint-Cécile, at which works by Gounod, Govy, and Saint-Saëns were occasionally in evidence. In 1851, Jules Pasdeloup founded the Société des Jeunes Artistes du Conservatoire, merged 10 years later into the Concert Populaire, which afforded a definite opportunity, if somewhat grudgingly accorded, to young French composers. In 1855, Jules Armingaud formed a string quartet, later augmented by wind instruments, for the popularization of chamber music. He persisted against the obstacles of popular indifference, and ultimately became even fashionable. About this time also came an awakening in the study of plain chant and the religious music of the 16th and preceding centuries. In 1853, Niedermeyer founded the École de Musique Religieuse, a significant institution which eventually broadened its educative scope into a fairly wide survey of musical literature. Other instrumental organizations of later date, and one particularly significant attempt at educational enfranchisement, will receive mention at the proper place. The foregoing instances serve to point out the seeming paradox of the rise of instrumental music at an apparently unpropitious time. Without minimizing the genuine impetus given to instrumental music by the establishment of the foregoing organizations, the trend of ultra-modern French tendencies would have been dubious were it not for the preparatory foundation laid by Camille Saint-Saëns, Edouard Lalo, and César Franck. Since the works of these men has already been estimated in previous chapters, it will suffice to indicate the precise nature of the influence exerted by each. Saint-Saëns, possessing marvellous assimilative ingenuity, as well as intellectual virtuosity, brought the contrapuntal manner of Bach, the forms of Beethoven, and the romanticism of Mendelssohn and Schumann into skilled combination with his own somewhat elusive and paradoxical individuality. To this he added a wayward fancy for exotic material, not treated, however, in its native spirit, but often in a scholastic manner, that nevertheless often had a charm of its own. From the preparatory standpoint, his conspicuous virtue lay in the incredible fertility with which he produced a long series of chamber music works, concertos and symphonies, possessing such salient qualities of invention and workmanship as to force their acknowledgment from the Parisian public. If his music at its worst is little better than sterile virtuosity, in which individual conviction seems in abeyance, such works as the Fifth Piano Concerto, Third Violin Concerto, and Third Symphony, to name a few only, bear a well-nigh classic stamp in balance between expression and formal mastery. Saint-Saëns then popularized the sonata form, in its various manifestations, by means of a judicious mixture of conventional form and Gallic piquancy, so that a hitherto indifferent public was forced to applaud spontaneously at last. If to a later generation Saint-Saëns seems over-conventional and at times sententious rather than eloquent, we must remember that in its day his music was thought subversive of true progress and unduly Teutonic in its artistic predilections. Today we ask why he was not more unhesitatingly subjective, but possibly that would be expecting too much of a pioneer. Any estimate of Saint-Saëns would be incomplete without mention of his effective championing of the symphonic poem at a period when it was still under suspicion. His 4 specimens of this type show impeccable workmanship, piquant grace, true Gallic economy in the disposition of his material. They undoubtedly paved the way for works of later composers, manifesting alike greater profundity of thought and high qualities of the imagination. Edouard Lalo stands in sharp contrast to Saint-Saëns. He was of an impressionable, dramatic temperament, drawn spontaneously toward the exotic and the coloristic. His Spanish origin betrays itself in the vivacity of his rhythms and the picturesque quality of his melodies. If indeed the crowning success of a career full of reverses was the opera Le Roi X, sketched 1875-6, revised 1886-7, produced in 1888 when the composer was 65, his services to instrumental music are none the less palpable. If Saint-Saëns turns to the exotic as a refreshment from a species of intellectual ennui, with Lalo it is the result of a fundamental instinct. Lalo's ultimately characteristic vein is to be found in concertos, of lax if not incoherent form, implying Spanish, Russian, and Norwegian themes, a Norwegian rhapsody for orchestra, and scintillant suites of nationalistic dances from a ballet Namuna. He became a deliberate advocate of local colour, treated with a voracious and not a conventional atmosphere, in which the brilliant orchestral style was more than a casual medium. His salient qualities were romantic conviction and emotional ardour, in which he provided a sincere and positive example whose influence is tangible in later composers. Herein lies his historical import. It may seem unnecessary to refer again to the unselfish, laborious, yet exalted personality of César Franck, or needless to rehearse the humble and patient obscurity of his life for almost 30 years, the gradual assembling of his devoted pupils, the unfolding of his superb later works, and their posthumous general recognition. But it is only through such reiteration that the causes of his position become manifest. For it is precisely through such vicissitudes that convictions are forged, and that the composer's idiom becomes forcefully eloquent. Franck was not content with superficial assimilation of technical procedures, nor with a facile eclecticism. Hence it is the moral character of the artist which has affected his disciples to a degree even overshadowing his technical instruction. Like Saint-Saëns, Franck went directly to Bach, for the essence of canonic and fugal style, to Beethoven for the cardinal principles of the variation and sonata forms. But unlike Saint-Saëns, he did not detach external characteristics and apply them half-heartedly. He grasped the basic qualities of the music he studied, yet expressed himself freely and elastically in his own speech. He taught and practiced not the letter, but the spirit of style. As regards historic import, Franck's harmonic idiom, while remotely related to that of Liszt, perfectly commensurate with his seraphic ideality, has become infiltrated more or less into the individuality of all his pupils. Less imitated, but of great intrinsic significance, is Franck's virtual reincarnation of the canon, chorale prelude, fugue and variation forms in terms of modern mystical expressiveness. His crowning historical feat was the fusion of hints from Beethoven, Fifth and Ninth Symphonies, Berlioz's somewhat artificial but suggestive manipulation of themes, Liszt's plausible transformation of musical ideas for a programmistic purpose into an independent solution of thematic unity, employing a generative theme to supply all or nearly all the thematic material. It may be suggested that Saint-Saëns had anticipated Franck in this respect, Third Symphony in C minor, but the latter had already worked out the idea in his Quintet, 1878-79, and there are germs of a similar treatment in his first trio, 1841. If Franck's pupils have adopted this idea of thematic variety based upon unity, in differing degrees of fidelity, this device remains a favourite procedure with the Franckist school, and Vincent d'Indy has employed its resources with conspicuous success. But the secret of Franck's enduring influence does not consist solely in the genuine creative aspect of his technical mastery, despite its ineffaceable example. It lies equally in the pervading morality of his aesthetic principles, and in the intrinsic message of his musical thought. In place of vivacious, piquant but often artificial and conventionalized emotion of a recognizably Gallic type, he brought to music a serenely mystical Flemish, or to be more exact, Walloon temperament, a nature naively pure and lofty, a character of placid aspiration and consummate trust. His faith moved technical and expressive mountains. Through the steadfastly permeating quality of his artistic convictions, he counteracted the superficial and meretricious elements in French music, and substituted the calm but radiant ideals of a gospel of beauty which he not only preached but lived in his own works. Understood only by the few almost to the hour of his death, he preceded his epoch so far in fearless self-expression that it seems almost inaccurate to characterize him as a preparatory figure. He is not only the greatest of these, a forerunner in many respects of a later period, but also a prophet to whom one wing of French composers look for their inspiration and solace. The foregoing names are not alone in their contributory effect upon modern French composers. Among many, a few names may be selected as worthy of mention. Georges Bizet, essentially of the theatre, in his overtures Roma, 1861, Patrie, 1875, the suite Jeux d'Enfants, 1872, a charming set of miniatures, as well as the classic suites from the incidental music to Dordel's La Lésion, disclose a remarkable and specific gift for instrumental music, whose continuance was only limited by his untimely death. Benjamin Godard, who presumably may have also died before attaining the summit of his powers, was an over-fertile composer of indisputable melodic gift and spontaneity of mood, whose most conspicuous defect was an almost total lack of critical discrimination. In consequence, few of his works have survived, and then chiefly for the practical usefulness of a few pieces for violin or piano. Jules Massenet, even more emphatically destined for the theatre than Bizet, showed in his early works, such as the overtures Pompeia, 1865, Phèdre, 1873, Les Araignées, suite from incidental music to the drama by Le Comte de Lille, 1873, as well as in numerous orchestral suites and shorter pieces, an unusual instinct for concise precision of form, clarity of style, and an extraordinarily dexterous, if at times coarse, manipulation of the orchestra. But his sympathies were never with the advanced school, and his influence, a considerable force despite the sneers of critics, has been exerted almost entirely in the field of opera. As a further preliminary to the evolution of ultra-modern French music, several important manifestations of progress must be discussed. The Franco-Prussian War of 1870, an irretrievable misfortune to the French people politically, acted as a direct and far-reaching stimulus toward a nationalistic tendency in music. It led to the rejection of extra French influences, that of Wagner among them, although the current of imitation became ultimately too strong to be resisted. It brought about a conscious striving toward individuality in technical methods, and the deliberate attainment of racial traits in expression. The strength and unity of this sentiment among French musicians was strikingly exemplified in the founding as early as 1871 of the National Society of French Music by Romain Boussine and Camille Saint-Saëns. Its purpose, as indicated in the device Ars Gallica, was to provide for and encourage the performance of works by French composers, whether printed or in manuscript. From the beginning, the Society has striven amazingly, and it is not too much to assert that its programs constitute a literal epitome of French musical evolution and progress. Saint-Saëns, the first president of the Society, resigned owing to disagreement over a policy adopted. César Franck then acted virtually as president until his death in 1890. Since then, Vincent d'Indy has been at its head. The pioneer efforts of Padeloup in establishing orchestral concerts were ably continued by Edouard Colonne in connection with different organizations beginning in 1873, and by Charles Lamoureux in 1881. Colonne's great memorial was the efficient popularization of Berlioz, while Lamoureux achieved a like service, not without surmounting almost insuperable obstacles, for the music of Wagner. Both cooperated in encouraging the work of native composers, if less ardently than the National Society, still to a sufficient extent to prove to the Parisian public the existence of French music of worth. In other respects, the educational achievement of both orchestras has been admirable, and both are active today, the Colonne concerts being directed by Gabriel Pienne, the Lamoureux concerts by Camille Chevillard. In 1892, Charles Bode, 1863 to 1905, founded a choral society, Les Chanteurs de Saint-Gervais, to spread a knowledge of the choral music of Palestrina and his epoch, as well as the study of plain chant. 4 years later, this society was merged into the Schola Cantorum and École Supérieure de Musique, with Charles Borde, Alexandre Guillemot, and Vincent d'Indy as founders, to perpetuate the spirit and teachings of César Franck. Intended originally as an active protest against the superficial standpoint of the Conservatoire before the administration of Gabriel Fauré, the Schola aims to have the pupil pass through the entire course of musical evolution with a curriculum of exhaustive thoroughness. Aside from the practicability or the aesthetic soundness of this theory, the Schola attempts to furnish a comprehensive education that is praiseworthy in its aims. Further than this, the attitude of the Schola possesses an historical import in that it embodies a deliberate reaction against the revolutionary tendencies of Debussy and Ravel, and aims to conserve the outlook of Franck. To complete the preparatory influences bearing upon ultra-modern French music, one should mention more than tentatively the palpable stimulation of the so-called Neo-Russian school, comprising Balakirev, Borodin, Rimsky-Korsakov, Cui, and more particularly Mussorgsky. While these men have reacted more noticeably upon individuals rather than upon modern French composers as a group, their example has been none the less tangible. Russian sensitiveness as to orchestral timbre, their use of folk song, their predilection for novel rhythms, exotic atmosphere, have all appealed to the receptive sensibilities of the ultra-modern French composer. 2. The pioneers of ultra-modern French music are Emmanuel Chabrier and Gabriel Fauré, men of strikingly dissimilar temperaments and equally remote style and achievement. Each is, however, equally significant in his own province. Alexis Emmanuel Chabrier, 1841–94, was born at Humbert, Puy-de-Dôme, in the south of France. One can at once infer his temperament from his birthplace, for Chabrier combined seemingly irreconcilable elements: robust vigor, ardent sincerity, and intense impressionability. With an inexpressible sense of humor, he possessed a delicate and distinguished poetic instinct side by side with deeply human sentiments. His early bent toward music was only permitted with the understanding that it remained an avocation. Accordingly, Chabrier came to Paris to be educated at the age of 15, obtained his lawyer's certificate when he was 21, and forthwith entered the office of the Ministry of the Interior. In the meantime, he had acquired astonishing skill as a pianist, studied harmony and counterpoint, made friends with many poets, painters, and musicians, among them Paul Verlaine, Edouard Manet, Dupac, Dandy, Fauré, and Messager. Considered up to them as an amateur, Chabrier surprised professional Paris with an opera comique in 3 acts, La Tuile, 1877, played throughout this country without authorization and with interpolated music by Francis Wilson as the Merry Monarch, and a 1-act operetta, L'Éducation Manquée, 1879, both of which were described as exceeding in musical interest the type of piece represented. A visit to Germany with Henri Dupac, where he heard Tristan und Isolde, affected his impressionable nature so deeply that he resolved to give himself entirely to music, and in 1880 resigned from his position at the ministry. His paradoxical character was never more succinctly illustrated than by the fact that he later composed humorous quadrilles on motifs from Tristan. In 1881, Chabrier became secretary and chorus master for the newly founded Lamoureux concerts and helped to produce portions of Lohengrin and Tristan. During this year, he composed the 10 picturesque pieces for piano, from which he made a suite pastorale in which the orchestral idiom was not always skillful. From his position in the Lamoureux orchestra, he soon learned the secrets of orchestral effect from their source. In 1882, he went to Spain, notebook in hand, and in the following year burst upon the Parisian public with a brilliant rhapsody for orchestra on Spanish themes entitled España. This highly coloristic, poetic, and impassioned piece at once placed him in the front rank of contemporary French composers, and remains a landmark in a new epoch for its conviction, spontaneous inspiration, rhythmic vitality, and individual treatment of the orchestra. If Lalo had shown the way, Chabrier at once surpassed the older musician on his own ground. During the next few years, Chabrier produced some of his most characteristic works, the 3 romantic waltzes for 2 pianos, one of which evoked enthusiasm from a Parisian wit for its exquisite bad taste, a remarkable idyllic scena for solo, chorus, and orchestra, La Sulamite, a habanera transcribed for piano and also for orchestra, but by far the most ambitious work of these years was a serious opera, Gwendolen, on a text by Catulle Mendès, produced at the Théâtre de la Monnaie in Brussels in 1886. Unfortunately, the artistic success of this opera was abruptly closed by the bankruptcy of the management, but Germany received Gwendolen with marked favour, and it was performed at Karlsruhe, Leipzig, Dresden, Munich, and Düsseldorf. Gwendolen, despite some obvious defects, is a work of unusual historical import, since it constitutes the first thoroughgoing attempt, aside from the tentative efforts of Roya, Bizet, Massenet, and others, to incorporate the dramatic reforms of Wagner in an opera of distinctively French character. Mendels's poem on a legendary subject is frankly imitative of scenes and characters from Wagner's music dramas. Chabrier as frankly uses leading motives, yet he does not conform slavishly to the Wagnerian symphonic treatment of them. Moreover, Chabrier is under an equal obligation to Wagner in the use of the orchestra, if indeed there are many pages and scenes which are unmistakably Gallic in their delicacy of conception and in individual colour effects. Indeed, there was nothing in Chabrier's previous career to presuppose such genuine dramatic gifts, such fanciful poetry, or such depths of sentiment as are to be discovered in this work, even though Mendels's text is commonplace and his drama too ill-proportioned to form the basis of a satisfactory opera. It cannot be denied that the apotheosis of the dying lovers at the end of Act 2 is somewhat tawdry and mock-heroic in the persistent use of a banal theme. On the other hand, the opening chorus of Act 1, Gwendolen's ballad in the same act, the delicate sensibility of the prelude to Act 2, the charming bridal music, including the tender epithalame in the same act, all go to establish the intrinsic value and the pioneer force of the work. Gwendolen is and remains a magnificent experiment, which still preserves much of its vitality intact. Justifiably discouraged, if not overmastered, by the misfortunes attending the production of Gwendolen, Chabrier nevertheless brought out in the following year, 1887, an opera comique, Le Roi malgré lui, in which the lyric charm, vivacity, and humour of the music achieved an instant success. Within a few days, however, the opera comique burned to the ground. Despite this crushing blow, Chabrier continued to persist in composition. He published many songs, fantastic, grotesque, and sentimental, among them the inimitable Villanelle of the Little Ducks, a poignant and exquisitely lyric chorus for women's voices and orchestra, to music, 1890, a rollicking bourrée fantasque, 1891, for piano, one of the boldest and most paradoxical instances of his combining of humour and poetic atmosphere. In addition, he was working feverishly at another opera, Brusset, which he hoped to make his masterpiece, when his health gave way. When, after appalling struggles, Chabrier had induced the opera to give Gwendolen late in 1893, he was too ill to realize or to participate in his success, and in the following year he died. The most striking feature in Chabrier's art was his uncompromising sincerity and directness. He expressed himself in his music with undeviating fidelity, despite the shattering of conventions involved. Herein lies the intrinsic value of his music and the potency of his example. Whether his medium were a humorous song, a fantastic piano piece, a pastoral idyll, or a tragic drama, he followed his creative impulse with an outspoken daring not to be equalled since that stormy revolutionary Berlioz. Chabrier possessed a positive genius for dance rhythms and humorous marches, which he redeemed from coarseness by surprising turns of melodic and harmonic inventiveness. Thus the Cour dansée and the second act of Le Roi malgré lui, the first of the three romantic waltzes, the witty Joyeuse Marche, and finally Espagne are genuinely classics, despite their lack of seriousness. But Chabrier was equally epoch-making in the sincerity and glamour with which he painted lyric moods of poetic intensity and extremely personal sentiment. Gwendolen's ballad, the bridal music, and epithalame from the same opera, La Sulamite and À la musique, display an astonishing variety and scope of sentiment for the robust and almost over-exuberant composer of Espagne and the Bourrée Fantasque. In sensuous and poignant imaginativeness again, Chabrier is the forerunner to a considerable extent of the later group whose essential purpose was truthfulness of atmosphere. While as a dramatic composer, Chabrier followed deliberately in the footsteps of Wagner, his own expressive individuality maintained itself as persistently as could be expected from the force of the spell to which it was subjected. Also, Chabrier was in this respect but one of many, and not until the fusion of Wagnerian method and French individuality had been tried out could the native composer at last enfranchise himself. Harmonically, Chabrier was bold and defiant in a generation which was submissive to convention. With an idiom essentially his own, he foreshadowed many so-called innovations in sequences of seventh chords, the use of ninths, startling modulations, and even a preparing of the whole tone scale. In short, Chabrier's legacy to French music was that of a self-confident personality, daring to express himself with total unreserve in an assimilative age which referred to public taste and superficialities of style. Between Chabrier and Gabriel Fauré there can be no comparison and no parallel save that both have exerted a constructive influence on modern French music. Where Chabrier was high-spirited almost to boisterousness, Fauré is suave, urbane, polished, a man of society who nevertheless preserves curiously poetic and mystical instincts. Born in 1845 at Pamiers, in that district known as the Midi, he is of the reflective rather than the spontaneous type. meeting with a relatively slight opposition from his father in cultivating his early manifested gift for music. He came to Paris when only 9 years of age, and studied for 11 years at Niedermeyer's École de Musique Religieuse. He studied first with Pierre Dietsch, who is remembered chiefly for his purchase of Wagner's text to the Flying Dutchman, and for the inconspicuous success of his music, then with Saint-Saëns, who drilled him thoroughly in Bach and the German Romanticists. After 4 years in congenial work at Rennes as organist and teacher, in the latter capacity watchful mothers were loath to confide their daughters' education to the attractive youth. He served in the Franco-Prussian War. Then returning to Paris, he occupied various positions in Parisian churches, before settling finally at the Madeleine. From 1877 to 1889 he made several trips to Germany to see Liszt and to hear Wagner's music. During these journeys he won glowing comments from such diverse personalities as von Bülow, César and Tchaikovsky. In 1896 he became teacher of composition at the Paris Conservatory. In 1905 he became director and still holds this position. He has thoroughly reorganized the conservatory, enlarged the scope of its curriculum, especially as regards composition, and has accomplished significant results as a teacher. Fauré has not been equally successful in every field of composition. His development has been inward. He is first and foremost a composer of songs, and his attainment in this direction alone would maintain his position. He has been a fertile writer of piano pieces. Many of them are disfigured by a light salon style, a considerable number, however, of intrinsically poetic expression. Despite respectable achievements in chamber music, he has been awarded prizes. The Quintet for Piano and Strings, Opus 89, 1906, is the one outstanding work which is conspicuous in modern French music, although the early violin sonata, Opus 13, 1876, had its day of popularity. He has written some agreeable choral music, of which the cantata The Birth of Venus is notable, if unequal. There is noble music in the Requiem, Opus 48, 1887, and the final number in Paradisum is an exceptionally fine instance of mystical expression. Fauré's orchestral music is relatively insignificant, and his incidental music to various dramas has not left a permanent mark, save for the thoroughly charming suite arranged from the music to Pelléas et Mélisande, Opus 80, 1898. Not until the performance of Penelope, 1913, at Monte Carlo in Paris, has Fauré accomplished a successful opera. In songwriting, however, Fauré has achieved a remarkable distinction, not exceeded by any of his countrymen. Some of the early songs, dating from the years spent at Rennes, as Les Papillons et les Fleurs and Maille, suggest, naturally enough, the influence of Saint-Saëns. Others in the first volume, Serenade Toscane, Après un rêve and Sylvie, show clearly a growing independence, while Lydia, in its delicate archaism, foreshadows Fauré's later achievements in the style. From 1880 onwards, Fauré at once launches into his own subtle and fascinating vein. If some of the songs in a second volume suggest the salon, as do many of the piano pieces, they have a peculiar elegance of mood and a finesse of workmanship which elevate them above any hint of vulgarity. Such are the songs Nell, Rencontre and Chanson d'amour. But there are many songs in the same volume which bespeak eloquently Fauré's higher gifts for lyrical interpretation and imaginative delineation of mood. Among these, the most salient are Les Secrets, 1882, remarkable for its intimate sentiment, En Prière, delicately mystical though slightly sentimental, Nocturne, 1886, which is original in its harmonic idiom, Clair de Lune, 1887, adroitly suggestive of Verlaine's Watteauesque text, Les Berceaux, 1882, expansive in its human emotion, and Les Roses d'Ispahan, replete with an impassioned exoticism. In the third volume are two songs which show Fauré's individuality in a significantly broader scope. These are Au Cimetière, 1889, a profound elegy typical of the outspoken lamentation of the Latin temperament, and Prison, in which the tragic emotion is heightened by an intensely declamatory style. Fauré has published other sets of songs, among them La Bonne Chanson, 1891-2, texts by Verlaine, and La Chanson d'Ève, 1907-10, texts by Charles Vin Le Begley, which contain many striking specimens of his delicate lyricism, but none more significant, except possibly from the virtue of added maturity, than those already mentioned. As a whole, the imaginative and expressive traits of Fauré's songs are partially due to his unerring instinct in the choice of texts by the most distinguished French poets, including Le Comte de Lille, Villiers de l'Isle Adam, Paul Verlaine, Jean Rechepin, Sully Prudhomme, Armand Silvestre, Charles Gromugin, Charles Baudelaire, and others. It is not too much to say that Fauré has vitalized the song as no French composer had done hitherto, and that his influence has been paramount among his younger contemporaries despite divergences of individuality. Furthermore, weighing the differences of race and temperament, they can be successfully compared with the German Romanticists. If they do not scale the same heights, sound the same depths, or approach the artless simplicity of German lyricism, their poetry is far more subtle, imaginative, and varied in its infinite differentiation of mood. And these songs are the manifestations of suave elegance, individual perfume, sometimes sensuous, sometimes mystical, a singularly poetic essence expressed in music that delights alike by its refined workmanship, melodic and harmonic ingenuity. In his songs, Fauré is at once transitory and definitive. He begins experimentally, but soon attains ultramodern significance. Pénélope, text by René Fauchois, is a lyric drama presenting the legend of Ulysses' return with a few unessential variants. It does not attempt, therefore, a drama of large outlines, but is content to remain within the scope prescribed by its frame. Fauré also has wisely followed within similar lines as being the more compatible with his lyric talent. Nevertheless, we find in many episodes the distinguished invention which marks his songs, a style which, if somewhat too restrained, is nevertheless adequate. The first act contains many passages of lyrical and emotional charm, but not until the climax of the third act, the slaying of the suitors, does Fauré arrive at genuine intensity. If Pénélope cannot be classed with Pelléas et Mélisande or Louise, if it does not convince one that Fauré is a born dramatist, it contains too much that is poignantly beautiful to be dismissed hastily. Furthermore, it possesses distinct historical import as owing virtually nothing to the thraldom of Wagnerism. From this standpoint, it marks a conscious path of effort which has engaged French composers for 30 years or so. If some critical attention should rightfully be given Fauré's Elegy for Violin, Cello, and Piano, Opus 24, 1883, the Quintet, one of his noblest and most individual works, the Requiem, the incidental music to Pelléas et Mélisande, these emissions are purposely made to concentrate appreciation on Fauré as a songwriter. If he is a significant figure among French musicians of today on the intrinsic merits of his creative fancy, he deserves nonetheless to be recorded as an important innovator from the technical standpoint. He has adapted, either literally or freely, modal harmony to lyrical or dramatic suggestion. If Saint-Saëns had already done this in his Third Symphony finale, Fauré has employed this medium with greater fluidity and poetic connotation. Moreover, this device has been partially imitated by Debussy. In his use of secondary sevenths in conventional sequence, the use of altered chords suggesting the whole tune scale, of ninths, elevenths, and thirteenths, he has gone beyond Cherpier and furnished many a hint to later composers. He is also original and evolutionary in his ingeniously transitory modulations, adding a spice of surprise to his music. A conspicuous defect, on the other hand, is his abuse of the sequence, melodic or harmonic, a shortcoming which has been transmitted in some degree to his pupil, Maurice Ravel. But after all critical cavilling and analysis of his harmonic originality, his enduring charm and sincerity of sentiment defy analysis or reconstruction. End of track 14. Track 15. The Art of Music, Volume 3, Modern Music, written by the National Society of Music. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Followers of César Franck. Part 2. 3. If the pupils of César Franck are regarded today as constituting a definitely reactionary wing in French music, they had in their youth to contend with bitter and unspoken criticism for their propagation of dangerously modern tendencies. On the one hand, they were under suspicion for their uncompromising fidelity to their master's technical and aesthetic tenets. On the other, they were abused for their eager receptivity to Wagnerian principles in dramatic reform and use of the orchestra. In addition, they had to justify the innovating features, both harmonically and melodically, of their own definite individualities. Today we can look back at the struggle and see that in reality they were contending for principles essentially moderate and even classical in drift, especially when viewed in the light of more revolutionary younger contemporaries. We realize that in the main the influence of Wagner was enormously salutary, even if it postponed considerably the final achievement of a positively nationalistic dramatic idiom. The lesson of an opera which should genuinely unite music and drama, of an orchestral style at once of greater scope and of finesse and illustrative detail, was sadly needed. Moreover, it became at least an honor to have been a pupil of Franck, and many claimed this distinction who were not genuine disciples in reality. In addition, there were some, like Augusta Holmes, who studied under Franck, but who were never materially influenced by him, just as there were others, like Paul Dukas, who showed the imprint of Franck's methods without actually having been his pupil. Vincent d'Indy thus enumerates the real pupils of Franck: Camille Benoit, Pierre de Breville, Albert Cahen, Charles Baud, Alexis de Castillon, Ernest Chausson, Arthur Coquart, Henri Dupac, Augusta Holmes, Vincent d'Indy, Henri Kinkelman, Guillaume Lecoux, Guy Roparts, Louis Dessert, Gaston Valin, and Paul de Wailly. Of these, de Castillon, Chausson, Dupac, d'Indy, Lecoux, and Ropart may be considered as representative, and d'Indy, by virtue of the totality of his activities, entitled to first consideration. Vincent d'Indy, born in Paris, March 27, 1851, of a family of ancient nobility coming from Ardèche in the Cevennes, has steadily maintained an attitude of intellectual aristocracy toward his art, although, like his master Franck, he has labored most democratically for the advancement of musical education. Left motherless when an infant, d'Indy was brought up by his grandmother, Mademoiselle Théodore d'Indy, of whom he likes to record that she had known Croix and Monsigny and shown a keen appreciation of Beethoven in 1825. It was owing to her that d'Indy came early in contact with the music of Bach and Beethoven. Piano lessons under Diemer occupied him from the age of 10 onwards, and after 1865 he studied piano and harmony at the Paris Conservatoire with Marmontel and Lavignac. But d'Indy was also genuinely interested in composition, and by 1870 he finished and published some piano pieces, a short work for baritone and chorus, and projected others of varying dimensions. When the Franco-Prussian War broke out, d'Indy enlisted and served throughout. After the war, he took up the study of law in a half-hearted manner, but his introduction by Henri Dupac to César Franck in 1872 settled his musical career definitely. While Franck criticized severely the piano quartet that d'Indy brought him, he was quick to perceive the latent qualities of the young composer. Forthwith, d'Indy studied the organ with Franck at the Conservatoire, but recognizing the inadequate opportunity of obtaining any technical drill in composition at this institution, he became Franck's private pupil. With him he worked faithfully and pertinaciously, and received not only an exhaustive technical grounding, but an illuminating aesthetic comradeship, rich in comprehensive discussions of art principles. d'Indy soon joined the Société Nationale de Musique Française, and became an energetic worker in its behalf, being secretary for nearly 10 years and becoming president after the death of Franck in 1890. Under his leadership, the Society has wonderfully extended its activity. In 1873, he spent a fruitful month with Liszt at Weimar. In 1876, he had a performance of The Ring of the Nibelungs at Bayreuth, and in 1881 he heard Parsifal. From 1873 to 1878, he was kettle drummer and chorus master in Cologne orchestra, and in 1887 chorus master for Lamoureux, both exceedingly valuable practical experiences. In 1885, the city of Paris awarded d'Indy the first prize for his choral work Les Chants de la Cloche, whose reception in the following year placed him in the front rank of French composers. In 1896, Dundee, with Charles Baud and Alexandre Guillemot, founded the Schola Cantorum as an École Supérieure de Musique to perpetuate the spirit and practical essence of Franck's teachings, to restore the study of plain chant and the music of the Palestrinian epoch to its proper dignity, and to include in its curriculum masterpieces from the 15th to the 19th centuries. With the death of Baud in 1909, compelled by reason of ill health to live in the south of France, where he founded a branch of the Schola at Montpellier in 1905, and of Guillemot in 1911, Dundee became sole director of the Schola. In this position he has been prodigal of thought and strength. To comprehend the nature of Dundee's evolution, it is essential to detail some of the more significant influences reacting upon him. Brought up in a cultivated milieu, Dundee absorbed Goethe, Schiller, Herder, and Lessing, while not a few of his works are founded on their writings. The German Romantic musicians, Mendelssohn, Schumann, and Weber, affected him fairly acutely for a while, but in a transitory fashion. While the spell exercised by Franck on Dundee is both deep and permanent, it could not prevent his instant recognition of the import of Wagner's dramatic procedures, including the magical euphony of his orchestration. While there remains of this Wagnerism only the normal residue that comes with the acceptance of a great historical figure, Dundee's music continued to show in method or suggestion his admiration and close study of Wagner. That this is no longer the case is due partly to the natural ripening of individuality consequent upon maturity, and also to the Schola. With a profound study of liturgic music and the literature of the 16th century, Dundee has reverted to ecclesiastic counterpoint as a logical foundation for technique, despite his adaptation of its principles to a free and modernistic expression. Moreover, he has used plain chant melodies to an increasing extent in instrumental or dramatic works. Thus his music has taken on a spiritual and humanitarian character, analogous in inward motive, if markedly different in outward sentiment from that of his master. Apart from a relatively small amount of miscellaneous works for chorus, piano, etc., the greater portion of Dundee's productivity can be divided into two general classes: instrumental, orchestral or chamber music, and dramatic, choral works or operas. Moreover, he turns, seemingly with deliberate purpose, from one pole to another of the musical field. If the examination of Dundee's chief works in chronological order would give the best clue to his evolutionary progress, the consideration of each type by itself has perhaps greater clarity. Dundee's earliest published instrumental work, the Piano Quartet, Opus 7, 1878-88, and the symphonic ballad La Forêt Enchantée after Uhland, 1878, show him to be too concerned in mastering the techniques of his art to be preoccupied as to individuality. Of this the quartet contains more, although not of an assertive order, together with a sedulous attention to detail. La Forêt Enchantée is well planned and effectively carried out in a spontaneous adolescent manner, with distinct Teutonic reflections in the general atmosphere. This is all changed with the Wallenstein trilogy, 1873-81, 3 symphonic poems after Schiller's drama. The subject has struck fire in Dundee's imagination. Le Comte de Wallenstein is a kaleidoscope of passing scenes, hit off with apt characterization, dramatic touches, and no little orchestral brilliancy. Max et Tecla, the earliest of Dundee's orchestral works, performed as Overture de Piccolomini in 1874, remodeled to form the second part of the trilogy, contains all too obvious traces of ineptitude, side by side with pages of genuine romantic sensibility. La Mort de Wallenstein is musically the strongest of the 3, and the ablest in technical and expressive mastery, despite echoes of the Tarnhelm motif in the introduction and the palpably Franckian canonic treatment of the chief theme. In inventiveness, dramatic force, and markedly skillful orchestration, the trilogy is prophetic of later attainments. The Poème des Montagnes, Opus 15, 1881, for piano, deserves mention because it is one of a number of works concerned with aspects of nature, a source of evocatory stimulus upon Dundee in a number of instances. There are romantic qualities of some grandeur to these pieces, as well as dramatic vitality in one idea which Dundee appropriately used in a later work, but as a whole they do not rank with his best music. If a poetic mood is apparent in Sauge Fleurie, Opus 21, 1884, and a vein of piquant fancy is to be found in the suite Opus 24 for trumpet, flutes, and strings, both are not unjustly to be ranked chiefly as steps leading to works of larger significance. After Les Chants de la Cloche, whose performance brought instant recognition to Dondi, the Symphony on a Mountain Air, Opus 25, 1886, for piano and orchestra, is the first instance of Dondi's deliberate resolve to follow in the footsteps of Franck as regards formal and thematic treatment. The basis of the work is a true folk song, which furnishes through rhythmic and melodic modification the principal themes of the symphony. Here we find more assertive individuality than in any instrumental work since the Wallenstein trilogy, a genuine capacity for logical developments, thoughtful sentiment in the slow movement, and great animation in the vivid kermesse which forms the finale. Similarly, the trio, Opus 29, 1887, for clarinet, violoncello, and piano adopts the Franckian method, while permitting an equal freedom of personal idiom. Again, passing over minor works for the piano, a few choral or vocal pieces which have a contributory rather than a capital import, and leaving momentarily the opera favale, Dondi's next striking contribution to instrumental music is the set of symphonic variations Istar, Opus 42, 1896. The program of the work, taken from the Epic of Isdubar, is concerned with the descent of Istar into the Assyrian abode of the dead to rescue her lover, leaving a garment or ornament with the guardian of each of 7 gates, until naked she has fulfilled the test and restores her lover. Accordingly, Dondi has adroitly reversed the variations from the complex to the simple, to describe the gradual spoliation of the heroine, until the theme at last emerges in a triumphal unison depicting the nudity of Istar. The variations are in themselves of great ingenuity of picturesque detail and gorgeous orchestral colour, but the descriptive purpose is somewhat marred by the artificialities of technical manipulation. Heard as absolute music, the intrinsic qualities of the piece delight the listener, and its uncompromising individuality shows the progressive maturity of the composer. In a second string quartet, Opus 45, 1897, Dondi's inventive fertility in evolving not only the chief themes but accompaniment figures from a motto of 4 notes gives further evidence of his skill along the lines suggested by Franck. Certain episodes and even entire movements give cause for suspicion that the composer was drawn to the realization of technical problems rather than that of concrete expression. The contrapuntal texture of the quartet undoubtedly proceeds from a source anterior to Franck, that of the counterpoint of the 16th century, to which Dondi has reverted more and more since his connection with the schola. But it is combined with a superstructure of personal and modernistic expression upon classical and Franckian models in such a way as to achieve a notable beauty. If the Chanson et Danse, Opus 50, 1898, for wind instruments, is laid out in small forms, its singular purity of style and its spontaneous mastery of a difficult medium make it of greater weight than its scope would indicate. Dondi's instrumental masterpiece, the Symphony in B-flat, Opus 57, 1902-3, easily marks the summit of his achievement in this field. If, from a technical standpoint, it surpasses anything hitherto attained by its composer in logic and elasticity of form, subtle and compelling development of themes from its generative phrases, clarity of style despite its external complexity, its creative inventiveness, richness of detail, profundity of sentiment, and genial orchestration are of equal magnitude. With the climax of the finale, a chorale derived from a theme in the introduction to the first movement, Dondi attains a comprehensive sublimity that is not only unique in modern French music, but which is difficult to find surpassed in the contemporary symphonic literature of any nation. While the piano and violin sonata, Opus 59, 1903-4, by reason of its smaller dimensions, can scarcely be compared with the symphony, the diversity and elasticity of its thematic development on 3 generative phrases, as well as the concrete beauty of its substance, make it one of the most distinguished examples of its class since that by César Franck. Jour d'Ete à la Montagne, Opus 61, 1905, 3 movements for orchestra, with an underlying thematic unification of introduction and conclusion after prose poems by Roger de Pampillon, displays a balance of greater homogeneity between constructive and descriptive elements than any of Dondi's programmatic works. The use of plain chant themes in the movement Jour, with the subtitle Après-midi sur l'épine, and again in Soir, manifests not only a felicitous emotional connotation, but an increasing desire to correlate even the music of externals to spiritual sources. The poem Souvenirs for Orchestra, Opus 62, 1906, an elegy on the death of his wife, is not only profoundly elegiac in sentiment, but attains an unusual poignancy through the quotation of the theme of the beloved from the earlier Poème de Montagne. Both in Jodette à la Montagne and in Souvenirs, Dandy employs orchestral effects ranging from delicate subtlety to extreme force, in a manner so entirely his own as to dispel forever the question of imitative features. Dandy's latest instrumental work, a piano sonata, Opus 63, 1907, is more happy in its formal constructive unity than in a euphonious or natively idiomatic piano style. Its variations are hardly convincing music despite their technical skill. The scherzo has brilliant pages, but too much of its thematic material is indifferent. The finale suffers from the same reason up to the climax and close, where the theme of the variations, first movement, and that of the finale are brought together with consummate contrapuntal perception. To summarize, Dandy, as an instrumental composer, has, with sure and increasing power, fused the methods of Franck with earlier contrapuntal elements, and his own individualistic sentiment into music, which presents the strongest achievement in this direction since that of his master. If Dandy is sometimes dry or overcomplex, his best works show a blending of the intellectual with the emotional, which constitutes a persuasive bid for their durability. From a conservative standpoint, it is impossible to imagine an abler unification of elements that tend to be disparate or antagonistic. As a master of the orchestra, he can still hold his own against ultra-modern developments, although he is relatively conservative in the forces he employs. If his piano music, including the Helvetia Waltzes, 1882, the Schumanniana, 1887, the Tableau de Voyage, 1889, and other pieces are, by comparison with others of his works, insignificant, the cantata Somme Marie Magdalene, 1885, the chorus for women's voices Sur la Mer, 1888, the imaginative Lied Maritime, 1896, are conspicuous instances in a somewhat neglected field. Dandy's development as a dramatic composer follows a natural path of evolution. Despite the success of the Wallenstein trilogy, the largeness of conception and the pregnant details of Le Chant de la Cloche, Opus 18, 1879-83, for solos, chorus, and orchestra, text by the composer after Schiller's poem, although preceded by the dramatic experiments of Le Chevaucheur de Cid, Opus 11, 1879, scene for baritone, chorus, and orchestra, Clair de Lune, Opus 13, 1872-81, dramatic study for soprano and orchestra, and Attendez-moi sur l'homme, Opus 14, 1882, opera comique in one act, came as a complete surprise. Even if Dandy had obviously applied Wagner's dramatic procedures, with modifications, to a choral work, the variety and power of expression, the firm treatment of the whole, and the superb use of a large orchestra astounded musicians and public alike. If the influence of both Franck and Wagner could be discerned in the scenes of baptism and love, the assertive personality evident in the scenes Vision and Conflagration was entirely original, and the dramatic strokes in Death, especially the telling use of portions of the Catholic service for the dead in vigorous modal harmonization, bespoke a composer of tragic intensity of imagination. Another surprise came several years later, in 1897, when for Waal, Opus 40, 1889-95, an opera in 3 acts, text by the composer, had its premiere at the Théâtre de la Monnaie in Brussels. For a time, the numerous and comprehensive Wagnerian obligations obscured the real qualities of the work and prevented judicial opinion. Resemblances were too many, a legendary subject, a hero who combined characteristics of Siegfried and Parsifal, a heroine partly compounded of Brünnhilde and Kundry, the renunciation of love, as in The Ring and many others. Dandy furthermore boldly adopted the systematic use of leading motifs, and system of orchestration frankly modelled on Wagner. But though for Waal was assimilative in underlying treatment, it was far less experimental than Chebret's Gwendoline. It greatly surpassed the older work not only in thorough absorption of technical method, in continuity and flexibility of style, but in appropriate dramatic characterization and in adroit manipulation of the orchestral forces. Furthermore, in the essence of the subject, dealing with the passing of pagan mythology, with redemption through suffering, and the outcome a new religious faith whose keynote was the love of humanity, Dondi achieved a dramatic elevation whose moral force indicated an innovation in French operatic subjects. Its source was ultimately Teutonic, but its realization was concretely Gallic. Despite the manifest obligations, Faval not only shows a technical and dramatic skill of a high order, but a tragic note of distinctive individuality. The symbolic use of the ancient hymn Pango Lingua as typifying the Christian religion was not only a genuine dramatic inspiration, but a salient instance of effective connotation. With the revival in 1912 at the Paris Opera, when Wagnerianism was no longer an issue, the intrinsic qualities of Faval were appreciated more on their own merits. The incidental music to Catulle Mendes' drama Médée, Opus 47, 1898, showed afresh Dondi's ability in dramatic characterization, as well as his faculty for realizing noble and tragic conceptions. With the opera L'Étranger, Opus 53, 1898 to 1901, Dondi made a notable progress in dramatic independence at the cost of unequal musical invention. In the drama, text again by Dondi, is to be found a conflict between the realistic and the symbolical, which was confusing and prejudicial to the success of the opera. In addition, the symbolism was not always intelligible or convincing. If there were moral nobility in the drama and the personality of the unselfish stranger whose devotion to humanity was misunderstood or sneered at, until he gave his life in an attempt to relieve shipwrecked sailors, many of the scenes were somewhat obscure in import. Dondi also resorted to musical symbolism in the use of a liturgic melody from the Office of Holy Thursday, with the text Ubi Caritas et Amor, Ibi Deus Est, as a thematic basis for the entire work. While this induces an atmosphere of indubitable spiritual and moral elevation in the opera, there are many scenes, especially in the first act, in which Dondi's dramatic perceptions seem to have deserted him. At the end of the first act, and in the final scene more especially, Dondi has written music of unparalleled dramatic intensity. In his orchestral style, he has virtually renounced Wagner, and its personal eloquence is exceedingly powerful. The evolution of Dondi as a dramatic composer forms an epitome of the development of French music along dramatic lines. First slightly irresolute, then acknowledging almost too sweepingly the glamour and originality of Wagner, a nationalistic sentiment has led to the repudiation of his potent influence and the gradual attainment of dramatic freedom. In a movement whose most characteristic works are Gwendolen, Esclarmonde, Faval, and L'Étranger, we are compelled to pause at the moment of genuine transition and defer the completion of this list until later. Report has it that Dondi has finished the composition of another dramatic work, La Légende de Saint Christophe, 1907-14, which should prove the strongest instance of his unification of the dramatic and spiritual. Dondi's art has tended more and more to concern itself with religious life and sentiment, and in his unselfish character he is peculiarly qualified to treat such subjects. With the consideration of Dondi as an instrumental and dramatic composer, one has traversed the most significant of his works. In addition, one must reiterate his services to the Société Nationale, the years of laborious devotion at the Schola, and his not infrequent appearances as conductor of programs of French music, including a visit to the United States in 1905. Besides, his work as editor and author completes roughly the sum total of his influence. With the reconstitutions of Monteverdi's Orfeo and L'Incorazione di Poppea, revisions of Rameau's Dardanu, Hippolyte et Aïssé and Zaïs, and many other arrangements, the authorship, with the collaboration of Auguste Sarry, of the Cours de Composition in 2 volumes, incomplete as yet, compiled from Schola lectures and showing an extraordinarily comprehensive erudition, the biographies of César, Franck, and Beethoven, not to mention a host of articles on addresses or lectures, one is able to sense the versatility and the solidity of Dondi's achievements. It is easy to visualize the debt owed him by French music. In the first place, he has steadily been a conserver from the technical standpoint. Using the 16th century counterpoint as a point of departure, he has been innovative harmonically, even to the point of prefiguring the whole tone scale. Using with fluent adaptability the time-honored canon, fugue, passacaglia, chorale, variation, and sonata forms, he has been faithful fundamentally to their classic essence, while clothing them in a musical idiom which is definitely modern. While Dondi is out of sympathy with atmospheric or futuristic tendencies in the music of today, he is not of an invital arch-conservative type. As a disciple of Franck, he believes in the liberty that comes from perfect obedience to the law, though his speech is permeated with individual eloquence. No more comprehensively eminent figure exists in French music today. Others may have shown fresh paths, but they lack the totality of attainment which is eminently characteristic of Dondi. 4. After Dondi, the other representative pupils of Franck have, with the exception of Guy Ropart, had their careers cut short by premature death or illness. Nevertheless, their accomplishment is far from being negligible, and adds lustre not only to the fame of their master, but a very specific credit to French music. Of these, the most gifted was Ernest Chausson, born in Paris in 1855, who did not begin the serious study of music until after obtaining his bachelor's degree at law. Entering Massenet's composition class at the Paris Conservatoire in 1880, he tried for the Prix de Rome in the following year and failed. He accordingly left the conservatory and worked arduously with César Franck until 1883. Chausson was a man of considerable property who could thus afford to compose. A man of cultivation and polish, a gracious host, and an amiable comrade in society, he was in secret almost obsessed by melancholy, lack of self-confidence, despite his affectionate, lovable, and gentle nature. He was retiring where his own interests were concerned, made no effort to push his works, and in consequence was not sought by managers. Possessing unusual discernment in literature and painting, he had a fine library, and a distinguished collection of paintings by Delacroix, Degas, Leroll, Bernard, and Carrière. Thus, like Chabrier before him and Debussy after him, Chausson's sympathies were keen in more than one branch of art. Chausson was eager to advance the cause of the Société Nationale and laboured as its secretary for nearly a dozen years. His music was played at its concerts and elsewhere, and began to make its way. Chausson was just entering a new creative phase with greater self-confidence, assertion, and technical preparedness. At work on a string quartet at his summer place, Chimay, he went to refresh himself one afternoon with a bicycle ride, and was found by the roadside, his head crushed against a wall. Chausson's music reflects his temperament with mirror-like responsiveness. With perhaps more native gifts than Dondi, he lacked the latter's force of character, and his passionate ambition for self-development. For long tormented by indecision as to whether to make music his profession or not, his technical facility was uncertain, and not always equal to the tasks he imposed upon it. Like Dondi, he was influenced both by Franck and Wagner, but he had a melodic vein that was his own, a personal harmonic idiom expressed in music of poetic and delicately coloured romanticism. Perhaps the most prominent trait in his music is the indefinably affectionate sensibility of its emotion. Chausson began as a composer of chamber music and songs. He soon entered the orchestral field with a prelude, The Death of Coelho, the symphonic poem Viviane, Opus 5, 1882, and Solitude dans les Bois, 1886, later destroyed. If Viviane shows the insecure hand of the apprentice, its technical insecurity is more than counterbalanced by the exquisite poetry and romance which breathe from its pages. Chausson's orchestral masterpiece is his Symphony in B-flat, Opus 20, 1890, whose conception is noble and dignified, whose themes are mature and full of sentiment, and which has many eloquent pages. Though the work is deficient in rhythmic variety and flexibility of phrase, its underlying substance is too elevated to permit depreciation. Its orchestral style, despite Wagnerian obligations, shows a distinguished coloristic sense, even in comparison with the unusual orchestral style of Dondi. Despite certain defects, a concert for piano, violin, and string quartet, Opus 21, 1890-91, a poème, Opus 25, 1896, for violin and orchestra, frequently played by Isaïe, a piano quartet, Opus 30, 1897, and the unfinished string quartet, bespeak the talent and promise of achievement which was never to be fulfilled. In the dramatic field, Chausson composed incidental music for performances of Bouchot's marionette theatre of Shakespeare's Tempest, and Bouchard's Legend of St. Cecilia, a lyric drama, Hélène, unpublished, and an opera, Le Roi Arthus, text by himself, performed at Brussels in the Théâtre de la Monnaie in 1903. That Chausson had dramatic instinct is especially evident in Le Roi Arthus, but there is immaturity in dramatic technique, as well as a too lyrical treatment which detracts from the romantic atmosphere and imaginative conception of the whole. Among the songs, the Caravan, a poem of love, and the Sea, and the well-nigh perfect Chanson perpétuelle for voice and orchestra show Chausson's lyric gift at its best. Chausson remains a figure of importance, even if much of his work suggests the possibilities of the future rather than claims a final judgment on its own account. Viviane, the poem for violin, the piano quartet, the Chanson perpétuelle, and above all the symphony, will survive their technical flaws on account of their individualistic expression of noble thoughts and fastidiously poetic emotion. Henri Duparc, born at Paris in 1848, studied law, as did Dundee and Chausson. One of the earliest pupils of César Franck, he was also one of the first Frenchmen to recognize Wagner, and made journeys with Chabré and Dundee to hear his works in Germany. From 1869, Duparc composed piano pieces, songs, chamber music, and works for orchestra. A merciless critic of his own music, he has destroyed several works, including a sonata for violin, cello, and piano, and 2 orchestral studies. Since 1885, Duparc's career as a composer has been closed, owing to persistent ill health. He is known by a symphonic poem, Le Nord, 1875, after the ballad by Berger, and something more than a dozen songs. The symphonic poem is interesting, if not remarkable, but the songs reveal the born lyricist. Through 30 years of silence, the vitality of some of these persists, especially L'Invitation au Voyage, Extase, Lamento, and Fidèle, as possessing distinctive qualities which place him in the front rank of French lyrics. Guillaume Lecault, 1870-94, another tragically unfulfilled artist of Belgian descent, played the violin at 14, studied the music of Bach, Beethoven, and Wagner by himself, and at the age of 19 had an orchestral piece, Le Chant de Triomphale de Délivrance, performed at Verviers without having had a single lesson in composition. From 1888 he lived in Paris, where he obtained his bachelor's degree in philosophy. He became a friend of the poet Mallarmé, at whose gatherings of poets, painters, and philosophers Claude Debussy found such illuminating inspiration. Lecault completed the study of harmony with Gaston Valin, a pupil of Franck, and soon came under the influence of Franck himself. After Franck's death, he continued composition lessons with Dundee. Dundee urged Lecault, as a native Belgian, to compete for the Belgian Prix de Rome. In 1891 he obtained the second prize with the cantata Andromede. Its performance later was so successful as to question the decision of the judges. In 1892 Lecault wrote the sonata for piano and violin, which was frequently played by Isaïe. In the same year he finished a Fantaisie symphonique and 2 folk tunes of Angers. While working at a piano quartet, Lecault died suddenly in 1894 from a relapse after typhoid fever. Despite this contrary indications in his music, Lecault was of a gay, outgoing nature, full of spontaneity and exuberance. Besides the works mentioned, he left songs, a piano sonata, chamber music, and orchestral pieces, among them symphonic studies of Hamlet and Faust, second part. It is perhaps inevitable that much of his music should be immature, but the sonata for piano and violin and the piano quartet show indisputable gifts of a very high order, in which melodic inspiration, frank harmonic experiments, some of them more felicitous than others, an original and thoughtful kind of beauty, and strong delineation of tragic moods are the most salient qualities. Alexis de Castillon, 1838-73, showed early aptitude for music, but was educated for the army in deference to the wishes of his family. After leaving the military school of Saint-Cyr, he became a cavalry officer, but the impulse toward music was too strong, and after several years he resigned from the army. He had studied music in a desultory fashion before, and now turned to Victor Massé, the composer of a popular operetta, Les Noces de Jeannette. From him he learned little or nothing. In 1868, Duparc introduced de Castillon to César Franck, who gladly received him as a pupil. De Castillon served valiantly during the Franco-Prussian War, and returned to his chosen profession only to die 2 years later, leaving piano pieces songs, some half a dozen chamber works, including the piano and violin sonata opus 6, a concerto for piano, orchestral pieces, and a setting of the 84th Psalm. By reason of the vicissitudes of his life, de Castillon was never able to do justice to his gifts. The sonata, a string quartet, and a piano quartet, opus 7, show a native predisposition for chamber music, which assuredly would have ripened had the composer's life been spared. At his funeral were assembled Bizet, Franck, Lalo, Dupac, Dundee, Massenet, Saint-Saëns, and others who had loved the artist and the man. Impressed by this assemblage, one of de Castillon's relatives remarked, "Then he really had talent." Charles Borde, 1865 to 1905, should receive some mention, not only for his piano pieces, songs, sacred music, and orchestral works, but for innumerable transcriptions and arrangements of folk songs, cantatas, vocal pieces by various French composers, and his anthology of religious music of the 15th to the 17th centuries. Furthermore, his organization of the Chanteurs de Saint-Gervais gave a decided impulse toward the revival of sacred music, and his labors at the Schola in Paris and the branch established at Montpellier give evidence of his untiring devotion to the cause of art. In contrast to the pathetic incompleteness of the careers of Chausson, Lecaut, de Castillon, and Borde, Guy Ropart has been enabled by reason of his long activity to round out his talent. Joseph Guy Marie Ropart was born at Guingamp in the north of France in 1864. After completing his general education, he graduated from the law school at Rennes and was admitted to the bar. Then, like Dundee and Chausson, he gave up law for music, entered the Paris Conservatoire, where he studied with Dubois and Massenet. In 1887, he left the Conservatoire to be a pupil of Franck. In 1894, he became director of the Conservatory at Nancy, a position which he still holds. Ropart has been an industrious composer, and among his works are incidental music for 4 dramas, including Pierre Loti's and Louis Tiercielis's drama Pêcheur d'Îlande, a music drama, Le Pays, 4 symphonies, a fantasia, a symphonic study, La Chasse du Prince Arthur, several suites for orchestra, 2 string quartets, a sonata for violin, cello, and piano, and 1 for violin and piano, many songs and vocal pieces, including a setting of the 137th Psalm. Following the principles of Franck, he tends towards cyclical forms and generative themes, and in addition employs Breton folk songs in orchestral and dramatic works. The symphony in C major, by its treatment of a generative phrase, emphasizes his fidelity to his master, but despite effective and transparent orchestration, the work is lacking in strong individuality and in inherent logic and continuity in development. The sonatas for violin and for violoncello with piano display adequate workmanship and conception of style, but do not possess concrete musical persuasiveness. Ropart appears in the most favorable light when his music gives free utterance to nationalistic sentiment and local color. His Breton suite and the fantasia have a rustic piquancy and rhythmic verve which give evidence of sincere conviction. Le Pays is said by no less an authority than Professor Henri Lichtenberger to belong to the little group of works which, like Pelléas et Mélisande of Debussy, Ariane et Barbe Bleue of Dukas, Le Queue de Melun of Déodat de Séverac, L'Heure Espagnole of Ravel, have distinct value and significance in the evolution of our French art. But a study of the music does not entirely bear this out. Ropart shows in this music drama an obvious gift for the stage, and his music clearly heightens the dramatic situations. In its freedom from outside influence, it undoubtedly possesses historical significance, but in compelling originality, it does not maintain the level of the works mentioned above. The foregoing pupils of Franck are those who have best illustrated the didactic standpoint of their revered master, both as regards technical treatment and uncompromising self-expression. Of these, Dundee is incomparably the most distinguished by virtue of the continuity of his development, the intrinsic message of his music, and his remarkable faculty for organization in educative propaganda. If Chausson, Lecaut, and Borde were prevented from reaping the just rewards to which their gifts entitled them, they attained not only enough for self-justification, but have left a definite imprint on the course of modern French music. In conclusion, though Franck's pupils are not iconoclastic, though they seem ultra-reactionary in some respects, Their united efforts have preserved intact the traditions of one of the noblest figures in French music, and in their works is to be found music of such lofty conception, admirable technical execution, and fearless expression of personality as to make the task of disparagement futile and ungrateful. Moreover, this influence has not ceased with the actual pupils of Franck. The names and works of Manat, Auxel, de Séverac, and Samazur attest to the fact that the Franckian tradition is still a living force. While Emmanuel Chabrier and Gabriel Fauré showed the way for new vitality in musical expression, and the pupils of Franck demonstrated that the resources of conservatism were not yet exhausted, new movements were also on foot, which may be classified as belonging to the impressionistic or atmospheric school. A consideration of this movement, together with some unclassifiable figures and an indication of the work of some younger men, will follow in the next chapter. End of track 15. Track 16. The Art of Music, Volume 3, Modern Music, written by the National Society of Music. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Debussy and the Ultra-Modernists, Part 1. The trend of ultra-modern French music has been so swift in its development that the significant episodes crowd upon one another's heels when they do not stride along side by side. Within a year or two after the death of César Franck and Edouard Lalo, while Saint-Saëns was in the full tide of his ceaseless productivity, while Massenet, then famed as a composer of Manon, was shortly to meditate his Thais and La Navarre, while the irrepressible Chabrier was beginning to pay the toll of his strenuous activity, while Fauré's songs had already won recognition for their subtle mixtures of sensuousness and mysticism, while Dandy and Chausson were evolving their individuality on the lines laid down by their revered master, there arose strikingly new principles of musical expression, involving a new aesthetic standpoint, an enlargement of harmonic resource, supplying a new and vital idiom, which is perhaps the most characteristically Gallic of the ultramodern movements centered in Paris. These principles have crystallized into the impressionistic or atmospheric school, whose rise during the past 15 or 20 years has been little short of meteoric. The subject of parallelism between the arts with a definite interacting influence is a fertile one for discussion. While but little space can be devoted here to enlargement upon this topic, it may be observed that with the advance of culture the intervening time before one art reacts upon another becomes shorter. If the Renaissance was relatively slow in affecting music, the revolutionary outbreaks of 1830 and 1848 were more nearly synchronous, while in the case of realism and impressionism, the resulting confluence of principles was nearly simultaneous. Fortunately, the basic methods of impressionism in painting and poetry are so well understood that no definition of their purposes is needful beyond a reminder that they aim to subordinate detail in favor of the effect as a whole. In music, impressionism is obtained by procedures analogous, if markedly dissimilar, from those employed in painting. The results are alike in that both arts have gained enormously in scope of subject as well as in greater brilliancy, elusive poetry and human significance in their treatment. 1. It is not too much to say that Claude Debussy may be considered as the real originator of impressionism in music, although he did not begin to compose in this manner. But Debussy's success has brought forth a host of imitators in France, Russia, England, and even the United States, while so essentially Teutonic a composer as Max Reger has passed through a Debussyan phase. Another composer who has contributed to the development of impressionistic method is Maurice Ravel, and he undoubtedly has derived much from Debussy. At the same time, he displays many original characteristics which have nothing in common with Debussy, and hence he cannot be dismissed as a mere echo of the older composer. Impressionism has become so essentially a part of ultra-modern French musical evolution as to merit a clear exposition of its claims and the achievements of its founders. Claude Achille Debussy was born at Saint-Germain-en-Laye, not far from Paris, August 22, 1862. His father was ambitious to make a sailor of his son, but a certain Mademoiselle Mottet, whose son was a brother-in-law of Paul Verlaine, herself a pupil of Chopin, was so impressed by the boy's piano playing that she prepared him for entrance into the Paris Conservatory. He obtained medals in solfeggio and piano playing, but was less fortunate in the harmony class. In the class of Émile Durand, the study of harmony resolved itself into an effort to discover the author's harmony for a given bass or soprano, hampered by rules as arbitrary as those of bridge. Debussy also entered Franck's organ class at the conservatory, but here also he was at odds with the master, whose urgings modulate, modulate during the pupil's improvisations seemed too often without point. In 1879, Debussy journeyed to Russia with Mademoiselle Metsch, the wife of a Russian railway constructor, in the capacity of domestic pianist. He made slight acquaintance with Balakirev, Borodin, and Rimsky-Korsakov, but never came across Mussorgsky, who was destined later to exercise so marked an influence upon his dramatic methods. The dominant expression which he brought back from Russia was that of the fantastic gypsy music, whose rhapsodic and improvisatory character addressed itself readily to his fancy. At last Debussy entered the composition class of Ernest Gouraud, and here his ability quickly asserted itself. After a mention in counterpoint and fugue in 1882, he obtained a second Prix de Rome in 1885, and the first prize in the year following with a cantata, The Prodigal Son, entitling him to study in Rome at governmental expense. From Rome, Debussy sent back to the Institute as required a portion of a setting of Heine's lyrical drama Almanzor, a suite for women's voices and orchestra, Spring, recently published in a revision for orchestra alone, a setting of Rossetti's The Blessed Damoiselle for voices and orchestra, finished after his return to Paris, and a fantasy for piano and orchestra, which has never been published or performed. On his return to Paris, Debussy made the acquaintance of Mussorgsky's Boris Godunov in the first edition, before the revisions and alterations made by Rimsky-Korsakov. This work was an immense revelation of the possibilities of a simple yet poignant dramatic style, and undoubtedly was fraught with suggestion to the future composer of Pelléas. A visit to Bayreuth in 1889, where he heard Tristan, Parsifal, and the Meistersinger, showed Wagner in a new light to Debussy. But on repeating the trip in the following year, he returned disillusioned, and henceforth Wagner ceased to exert any influence whatever upon him. For some time at this period, Debussy was generously aided by the publisher Georges Hartmann, who had likewise encouraged de Castillon and Massenet. During these years, Debussy composed many piano pieces and songs, among them the Arabesques, 1888, the Ballade, Danse, Mazurka, Reverie, Nocturne, and the Suite Bergamasque, all dating from 1890. These piano pieces exhibit Debussy as a frankly melodic composer of indubitable refinement and imagination, in a vein not far removed from that of Massenet, although possessing more distinction and poetic sentiment. Among their songs, the early Nuit d'Étoile, 1876, Fleur de Blé, 1878, and Beau Soir, 1878, are experimental, the last of the three being the most interesting. The three melodies, 1880, containing the songs La Belle au Bois dormant, Voici que le printemps, and Passage sentimental, the Ariette oubliée, 1888, but revised later, show a marked progress in concreteness of mood and harmonic subtlety. Three songs, 1890, on text by Verlaine, L'échelonnement des haies, La mer est plus belle, and Le son du corps s'afflige, and the Cinq Poèmes de Baudelaire, 1890, show a further evolution of lyric delineation. If the latter are unequal, Le Balson and Le Jet d'eau are the most vital, they at least demonstrate an aesthetic ferment towards the later Debussy. Mandoline, also 1890, is also a direct premonition of a maturer style. In confirmation of this steady evolution, one must recall that side by side with the palpable influence of Massenet in the cantata The Prodigal Son, especially in the prelude, and in the second movement of the Suite Spring, there were likewise harmonic individualities and expressive sentiments in the first movement of the suite, and in the delicately pre-Raphaelitic Blessed Damoiselle, which presaged the developments to come.
However, the direct stimulus which guided Debussy in his search for personal enfranchisement did not come from musical sources, but from association with poets, literary critics, and painters. From 1885 onwards, the symbolist poets Gustave Kahn, Pierre Loy, Francis Viel-Griffin, Stuart Merrill, Paul Verlaine, Henri de Renier, the painter Whistler, and many others were in the habit of meeting at the house of Stéphane Mallarmé, the symbolist poet, for discussion on a variety of aesthetic topics. The Salon de la Rose-Croix, formed by French painters as an outcome of pre-Raphaelite influence, grew out of these meetings. Verlaine and Mallarmé had founded the Wagnerian Review as a medium for exposition of the essential unity of all the arts. As a result of these critical inquiries and debates, Debussy was struck with the possibility of attempting to transfer impressionistic and symbolistic theories into the domain of music. The first concrete instance of a deliberate embodiment of impressionistic method is to be found in the exquisite Prelude to the Afternoon of a Faun, 1882, founded on the poem by Mallarmé. Here Debussy succeeded admirably in translating the vague symbolism of the poem into music of languorous mood and ineffably delicate poetry. This brief piece, novel and striking in both harmonic and expressive idiom, marks a departure into a field of fertile consequence and far-reaching import both intrinsically and historically. It was in the summer of 1892 also that Debussy quite by chance came across Maeterlinck's play Pelléas et Mélisande. Both the intensely human elements in the drama and its sensitive symbolism made a strong appeal to Debussy's newly awakened aesthetic instincts, and after obtaining permission to utilize the play as an opera text, he at once set to work upon it. For 10 years, Debussy labored upon Pelléas, with a patient striving to realize in music its humanitarian sentiment, its creative poetry, and its tragedy. During these years of gradual distillation of thought, he attained slowly but surely the inimitable style of his maturity. But in the meantime he composed also in various other fields. Already the songs Fête Galante, 1892, on Verlaine's poems, showed in their delicately impressionistic introspection that the Afternoon of a Faun was no casual experiment. Similarly, the Prose Lyrique, 1893, though unequal, exhibit clearly, especially in the songs De Rêve and De Grève, a formulation of the whole tone idiom, which was later to become a characteristic feature of Debussy's style. A string quartet, also 1893, was, by virtue of its inevitable restriction, a momentary abandonment of the impressionistic ideal. But within these limitations, Debussy achieved an astonishing individuality, charm of mood, and clear-cut workmanship, particularly in the thoughtful slow movement and the piquant scherzo. In 1898 he returned to the impressionistic vein with 3 chansons de Bility from the like-named volume of poems by Pierre Loy. The naivete, humor, and penetrating poetry of these lyrics were akin to the imaginative vein of the Fête Galante. In the following year Debussy gave a larger affirmation of his impressionistic creed with the nocturnes for orchestra entitled Clouds, Festivals, and Sirens, the latter with a chorus of women's voices. These pieces, although avowedly programmatic, do not attempt realistic tone painting, but aim rather to suggest impressionistic moods growing out of their titles. The slow procession of clouds, the dazzling intermingling of groups of revelers, the elusive seduction of imaginary sirens, are pictured with an atmospheric verity that far transcends the possibilities of realistic standpoint. Musically, the nocturnes are distinguished by their intrinsic potency of expression, their basic formal coherence and logic of development, their concreteness of mood, and their picturesqueness of detail. The use of a chorus of women's voices, vocalizing without text, a feature already employed in Spring, was not original to Debussy, for Berlioz had already employed it in his highly dramatic but little-known funeral march for the last scene of Hamlet, 1848. But Debussy's highly characteristic and ingenious application of the medium greatly enhances the pervasive poetry of this nocturne, and transforms it into a virtual novelty.
Not the least interesting harmonic consideration of this piece is the use, with some definite system, of the whole tone scale, which Debussy later exploited so remarkably, and of which up to this time only transient suggestions had appeared. During his long contemplative absorption in Pelléas, Debussy had not entirely neglected composition for the piano. A marche écossais on a popular theme, the Earl of Ross's March, for 4 hands, 1891, orchestrated in 1908, is piquant and vivacious, without being particularly characteristic. A little suite for the same combination, 1894, if somewhat slight musically, is pleasing for its clarity and simple directness. In 1901, however, Debussy showed a far more definite originality, both pianistically and harmonically, in a set of 3 pieces entitled Pour le piano, with the subtitles Prelude, Sarabande, and Toccata. If the prelude suggests something of the style of Bach, if the Sarabande is to a certain extent a modernization of the gravity of Rameau, and the Toccata bears a resemblance in its fiery impulsiveness to Domenico Scarlatti, these pieces are nonetheless positively characteristic of Debussy in their fundamentals. The frank use of the whole tone scale in the prelude, the harmonic boldness of the Sarabande with its sequences of sevenths, and the ingenious piano figures in the toccata are the external evidences of a basically individual conception. If these pieces do not display the impressionism that is indigenous to the later Debussy, they represent a transition stage of far from negligible interest. With the performances in 1902 of Pelléas and Mélisande at the Opéra Comique, Debussy attained an immediate and definite renown. There was abundance of opposition, disparagement, and ill-natured criticism, but the work was too obviously significant to be downed by it. To begin with, it was epoch-making in the annals of French dramatic art, in that it marked a complete enfranchisement from the influence of Wagner. Debussy had been censured for saying that melody in the voice parts, that is, formal melody, was anti-dramatic. But his by no means unmelodic recitative, with its fastidious attention to finesse of declamation, justified the restriction of the melodic element to the orchestra. If the dramatic style of Pelléas and its economy of musical emphasis was directly modelled upon Mussorgsky's Boris, the evolution of this idea, in which the orchestra throughout, with the exception of a few climaxes, maintained a transparent delicacy of sonority, established a new conception of dramatic style, as well as new resources and sensibility of timbre. Harmonically, Pelléas shows both a surprising unity, considering that it occupied Debussy for 10 years at a transitional phase of his career, and a remarkable extension of devices scarcely more than hinted at in his earlier works. It is difficult to formulate these innovations briefly, but they may be grouped under 3 general headings. First, an aesthetic abrogation of certain conventional harmonic procedures, the free use of consecutive fifths and octaves, sequences of 7th chords, in which Fauré definitely anticipated Debussy, and of ninths. In these seemingly anarchistic overrulings of tradition, Debussy was guided by a sure and hypersensitive instinct. Second, the employment of modal harmonization, sometimes strict, but more often free, with a singularly felicitous dramatic connotation. Third, the development of a logical manner founded on the whole tone scale. Debussy cannot claim that he originated the whole tone scale, since it was used by Dostoevsky in the 3rd act of The Stone Guest, 1869, by various Neo-Russians, notably Rimsky-Korsakov, by Chabré, Fauré, and Dandy in the 2nd act of Ferval. Nevertheless, he can be said to have made this idiom his own by his flexible and discriminating manipulation of its resources. Debussy does not employ the whole tone scale as monotonously as is often supposed. On the contrary, one of the marked features of his harmonic style is its resourceful variety. Debussy's use of motifs constitutes the very antipodes of Wagner's somewhat cumbrous symphonic development of them. If at first Debussy's treatment seems too fluid and lacking in continuity, a closer study of the score, especially in the orchestral version, will reveal not only a flexible adaptation of motifs to the dramatic situations, but a logical and constructive development, often with considerable contrapuntal dexterity. Furthermore, a formal coherence is maintained,
without the artifices of symphonic development. But the import of Pelléas does not consist merely in historical or technical value of its innovating features, although this is patent. It resides primarily in the basic poignancy with which the music illustrates and reinforces the touching drama by Maeterlinck, as well as its intrinsic surpassing beauty and poetic thrall. It is because Debussy has characterized the innocent, gentle Melisande, the ardent Pelléas, Golot haggard with jealousy, the childlike carelessness of Ignaude during a questioning of such import to his father, with such searching fidelity to the creations of the poet, that we find music and drama in accord to an extent seldom witnessed in the history of opera. It is because Debussy has brought such freshness of musical invention and profound aptness of interpretation in such scenes as the discovery of Melisande by Golot, the questioning end of Act I, the animated scene between Pelléas and Melisande in Act II, their long love scene in Act III, the dramatic duet at the end of Act IV, and the death scene of Melisande in Act V, that this opera occupies a unique position. The characterization of the forest, of the subterranean vaults of the chateau, of the remorse of Golot after his deed of vengeance, and the purifying majesty of death, show Debussy as a poet and dramatist of indisputable mastery. Indeed, it is not too much to say that Pelléas et Melisande occupies a position in modern French music akin to that of Tristan und Isolde in German dramatic literature. After Pelléas, Debussy turned again to the impressionistic style in piano pieces and orchestral works of progressive evolution. With the Engravings for Piano, 1903, containing pagodas, Evening in Granada, Gardens in the Rain, he continued the impressionistic method of the Afternoon of a Faun, with an amplified harmonic and expressive idiom. Pagodas, founded on the Cambodian scale, and the Spanish suggestions in Evening in Granada, are characteristic instances of the French taste for exoticism. Gardens in the Rain is founded upon an old French folk song, which Debussy used later in the orchestral Image, Ronde de Printemps. All three are markedly individual and display the poetic insight of Debussy, tempered by discretion. Masques and The Joyous Isle, both 1904, contain alike fantastic exuberance and an increasingly personal pianistic and harmonic style. The latter in particular contains a homogeneity of thematic development supposedly incompatible with an impressionistic method. Two sets of Images, 1905 and 1907, make still greater demands upon the impressionistic capacity of the listener, sometimes at the expense of concrete musical inventiveness. But those entitled Reflections in the Water and Goldfishes offer no diminution of imaginative vitality. The Children's Corner, 1908, a collection of miniatures, are sketches of poetic appeal, though relatively slight. The final number, Golliwogg's Cakewalk, is a fascinating French version of ragtime style. Mr. André Caplet has orchestrated these pieces with sensitive taste. Two series of preludes, 1911 and 1913, exhibit both the virtues and defects of Debussy's piano music. In some, the piano is scarcely equal to the impressionistic demands made upon it. Others touch the high watermark of Debussy's versatile invention. In the first set, Veils, The Wind in the Plain, The Enveloped Cathedral are felicitously impressionistic. The sounds and perfumes turn in the evening air, The Girl with Flaxen Hair are lyrically atmospheric, while in Minstrels is to be found another inimitably humorous transcription of ragtime idiom. In the second set, La Puerta del Vino is an imaginatively exotic habanera. La Terrasse des Audiences de Clair de Lune is of rarefied emotional atmosphere. The fairies are exquisite dancers, and Ondine are brilliant bits of delicate fancy. General Levine, eccentric, is another witty adaptation of ragtime in the Debussyan manner. Fireworks, a brilliantly impressionistic study, ending with a distant refrain of the Marseillaise in a key other than that of the bass, approaches realism, a final climax, before the above-mentioned refrain, consisting of a double glissando on the black and white keys simultaneously.
Fireworks is also notable for a cadenza, which is not in Debussy's harmonic style, and which closely resembles cadenzas characteristic of Maurice Ravel. But with the historic precedent of Haydn in his old age learning of Mozart in orchestral procedure, one must not deny the same privilege to Debussy. This detail is not without its piquant side, because Ravel has been unjustly reproached for too many obligations to Debussy. In the meantime, Debussy has published several sets of songs entitled To Mention. A second collection of Fête Galante, 1904, shows a slight falling off in spontaneity, but Le Faune is imaginative and felicitously inventive, and in the Colloque Sentimental an ingenious quotation is made from an accompaniment figure of On Sourdine in the first collection, justifiable not only on account of the sentiments of the text in the second song, but for the reminiscent alteration of the original harmonies. A charming song, Les Jardins, presumably 1905, from a collection of settings by various French composers, of poems by Paul Gravelet, having a delightful running accompaniment over a measured declamation of the text, must be regarded as one of Debussy's best. With some departure from his usual choice of texts, Debussy has successfully set 3 ballades, 1910, by François Villon, reproducing with uncommon picturesqueness the archaic flavour of the poem. The same year witnessed the publication of Les Promenoirs d'Amont on poems by Tristan L'Hermite, whose delicate poetic style is more characteristic of his established individuality. Of the 3 poems by Mallarmé, 1913, one must admit an exquisite but somewhat tenuous musical sentiment, not entirely free from the polyharmonic influence now current in Paris. Among Debussy's vocal works, especial stress should be laid on the spontaneous and spirited settings for unaccompanied mixed chorus of the Trois Chansons of Charles d'Orléans, 1908. Here Debussy has caught the spirit of these 15th century poems most aptly, and yet has not departed essentially from his own individuality. It is incredible that these choruses are not better known, and that they are not in the repertory of more choral societies. In the meantime, it is not to be supposed that Debussy had relinquished orchestral composition since his success with Pelléas et Mélisande. In 1904 he wrote 2 dances, Danse Profane and Danse Sacrée, for the newly invented chromatic harp, with accompaniment of string orchestra. These pieces are pleasingly archaic in character, and yet not unduly so, illustrating an unusual capacity in Debussy's inventive imagination. The Sea, 3 symphonic sketches for orchestra, 1903 to 1905, produced in 1905, cannot be considered entirely successful, in spite of many remarkable qualities. Here Debussy has attempted a subject which has proved disillusioning for many composers, and one which is perhaps beyond the scope of his imagination. There are picturesque and beautiful episodes in the first movement, particularly the last pages, but the effect of the movement as a whole is disjointed. The second movement, Jeu de Vague, is thoroughly charming in its fanciful delineation of its title, and possesses more continuity of development. The third movement again is less satisfactory, although the climax is stirringly triumphant. In 1909, Debussy published 3 images for orchestra, Gigue, not published until 1913, although announced with the others, Iberia and Ronde de Printemps. Gigue is a slight, if charming piece, with vivacious rhythms and no little originality of orchestral effect. Ronde de Printemps is a fantastic and sensitive impressionistic sketch, founded upon the same folk song which Debussy employed in Gardens in the Rain from the engravings, here treated with the contrapuntal resources of imagination and augmentation. If an episode in the middle of the piece is less vital both in invention and treatment, the effect of the whole is full of poetry, especially at the climax, where the strings divided have a sequence of inverted chords of the 11th, descending diatonically with magical effect. But the most significant by far of these images is Iberia, the ancient name for Spain, in which Debussy has given free play to his exotic imagination and his faculty for impressionistic treatment. Like Chabrier's Espagne, Debussy's Iberia is still Spain seen through a Frenchman's eyes,
but with an enormous temperamental difference in vision. In the first section, Through the Streets and Byways, Debussy has never shown more fantastic brilliance and vivid, almost garish interplay of colour. In the second portion, The Perfumes of Night, he has never exceeded its poignant atmosphere of surcharged sensibility. A theme for divided violas and violoncellos recalls the emotional heights of Pelléas. The last movement, Morning on a Fête Day, shows an impressionism intensified almost to realism. As a whole, Iberia is perhaps the most satisfying example of Debussy's mature method, in which we find an undiminished vitality of imagination combined with irreproachable workmanship. Debussy's orchestral style, while difficult to adjust satisfactorily, is full of delicate and brilliant coloristic effects side by side. In 1911, Debussy wrote incidental music for Gabriele D'Annunzio's drama The Martyrdom of Saint Sebastian. It is a thankless task to appraise dramatic music apart from its intended adjuncts, especially when it is somewhat fragmentary in character. There is an abundant use of the quasi-archaic idiom already employed in the first of the dances for harp and strings, which found its justification in the mystical character of the drama. Also, there seems a little straining of impressionistic resources and harmony, and not a little effective choral writing. An orchestra of unusual constituents gave opportunity for effects of a striking character, but the fact remains that the music loses much of its appeal apart from the conditions for which it was written. Of late, Debussy has taken to the ballet, influenced no doubt by the example of his contemporaries, and the magnificent opportunities for performance offered by the annual visits of Diaghilev's Russian ballet. Florent Schmitt was one of the first of ultra-modern Frenchmen to try this form with his lurid and masterly Tragédie de Salome, 1907, then followed Paul Dukas with La Paris, 1910, Maurice Ravel with Daphnis et Chloé, 1911, and other works to be mentioned later. In 1912, Debussy published Jeux, ballet in one act, on a scenario by Nijinsky, and Camma of the same dimensions by W. L. Courtney and Maud Allen. Finally, in 1913, he composed the miniature ballet pantomime La Boîte aux Joujoux by André Heller. In these works he has shown a natural theatrical and scenic instinct which is extraordinary, a sensitive adaptation of music to dramatic situations, and a surprising versatility in spite of his previous vindications of this quality. The plot of Jeux is slight and fantastically unreal and improbable, but it has afforded a basis for impalpable music of great subtlety and distinction, in which the appeal to Debussy's imagination was obvious. Camma, admirably contrived from the dramatic point of view for the logical introduction of dancing, exhibits a breadth of conception and a heroic quality which is rare in Debussy. Unfortunately, incidents have prevented this ballet from being performed, as far as may be ascertained, but this assuredly has not been on account of the inadequacy of the music. La Boîte aux Joujoux differs totally from the two preceding in being, as its title page asserts, a ballet for children. It is not an unalloyed surprise from the pen of the composer of the Children's Corner, but it combines genuine poetry, humour, mock realism, and a judicious miniature medium that is entirely original. If musically, at least, La Boîte aux Joujoux presupposes a very sophisticated child, that does not prevent it from making an instant appeal to mature listeners. For many years it has been announced that Debussy has been at work on operas taken from Poe's stories The Devil in the Belfry and The Fall of the House of Usher. There have also been rumours that he was at work on a version of the story of Tristan. It is a foregone conclusion that these works will not appear until their scrupulous composer is satisfied with every detail. Like other modern French musicians, Debussy has a ready pen and exceedingly interesting critical opinions. He has served as critic for the Revue Blanche and for Gil Blas, and many articles on a wide range of subjects have appeared in these periodicals. His conversations with M. Croche have served as an amiable disguise for the expression of his personal views on music. When we come to survey as a whole the personality and achievement of Debussy,
and we discover that he has been influenced by a fair number of composers, but their effect has been, for the most part, superficial and transitory. Such was the contributory share of Chopin and Grieg. Mussorgsky is prominently influential alike for his dramatic style and his fidelity to nature. Other Neo-Russians have, by their orchestral idiom, helped to cultivate his sense of timbre. Fauré and Chabrier both guided him harmonically. Massenet, with his sure craftsmanship, had more than a casual admiration from Debussy. Even the fantastic figure of Erik Satie, an exaggerated symbolistic musician of grotesque ideas but inefficient technique, helped him to avoid the banal path. But the mainstay of Debussy's reputation is simply that of his concrete musical gifts, his inventiveness, his ability to characterize, and pervading aesthetic instinct. It is not by virtue of his determination to be impressionistic in music, nor by the extension of the possibilities of the whole tone scale, or free modal harmonization, nor by his original pianistic style, despite the intrinsic and historic significance of these. But he has come to be the leading representative of ultra-modern French composers of the revolutionary type, in opposition to the reactionary, if modernistic, dandy. It is because a certain creative field, which others had approached tentatively, has been made to yield a scope of subject, a variety of utterance, and an aesthetic import hitherto totally unsuspected. While the impressionistic or symbolistic style has, in Debussy's hand, become a flexible, fanciful, fantastic, or poignantly human idiom, its real weight can be appreciated only by neglecting the harmonic novelty, or the stylistic medium, and concentrating on the direct utterance of the music itself. It is through this basic eloquence of musical speech that Debussy is significant. It is for this reason that, with Strauss, he must be regarded as the chief creative figure of his generation. To realize the simple, almost primitive attitude of Debussy toward his art, it may be illuminating to quote from an article from his pen in response to inquiries on the present state of French music, put by Paul Landormy in the Revue Bleue, 1904, translated by Philip Howe. French music is clearness, elegance, simple and natural declamation. French music wishes, first of all, to give pleasure. Couperin, Rameau. These are true Frenchmen. Debussy has always admired Rameau. Witness his homage à Rameau in the first set of the Images for piano, and his obvious predilection for the 18th century qualities of lucidity and transparent outline of much of his music. It must not be forgotten that Debussy has joined Saint-Saëns, Dandy, and Dukas in the revision of Rameau's works for the complete edition. Later in the same article, we find Debussy reiterating the view expressed above as to the function of music, with an insistence that is both Latin and even pagan in the best sense. Music should be cleared of all scientific apparatus. Music should seek humbly to give pleasure. Great beauty is possible between these limits. Extreme complexity is the contrary of art. Beauty should be perceptible. It should impose itself on us, or insinuate itself, without any effort on our part to grasp it. Look at Leonardo da Vinci, Mozart. These are great artists. To sum up, Debussy has brought the impressionistic and symbolistic style into music. He has evolved a supple harmonic idiom, devoid of monotony, not chiefly characterized by the whole tone scale, as many believe, but comprising a simple style, a taking archaism, an application of modal style, and an extension of the uses of ninths and other chords. He has developed an incredibly simple and yet effective dramatic style, which makes Pelléas and Mélisande one of the significant works of the century. He has extended the nuances and the figures of piano style, and has increased the subdivision of the orchestra into delicate, almost opalescent timbres. But more than all, he has given to music a new type of poetry, a rarefied humanity, and new revelations of the imagination. It is too soon to judge the durability of his work, but his historical position is secure. A lineal descendant of French 18th century great musicians with the vision and the creative daring, of the 20th. If the widespread imitation of Debussy may be taken as an indication, no further proof of the vitality of his creative innovations is needed. Richard Strauss has not disdained to use the whole tone scale in Salome, The Entrance of Herod. Rieger has followed suit in the Romantic Suite. Puccini has drawn upon the same idiom in The Girl of the Golden West. Cyril Scott in England and Charles Martin Loeffler in the United States have gone to the same source, despite their indisputably individual attainments. In Paris itself, the followers of Debussy are rife, and his influence is as contagious as that of Wagner 30 years ago. A figure long misjudged as a mere echo of Debussy, who after an interval of 15 years has shown that he steadily followed his own path, in spite of some manifest obligations to the founder of Impressionism in music, is Maurice Ravel. Since he is easily second in importance among the members of the atmospheric group, he deserves therefore to be considered immediately after Debussy. 2. Joseph Maurice Ravel was born March 7, 1875, in the town of Ciboure, in the department of the Basses-Pyrénées, in the extreme southwest of France, close to the Spanish border. From early childhood, however, he lived in Paris. At the age of 12, his predisposition toward music asserted itself by his delight in the major seventh chord, which he employed with such insight later. He was accordingly given lessons in piano playing and composition. His earliest works were some variations in chorale by Schumann, and the first movement of a sonata. In 1889 he entered the Paris Conservatory, where he studied the piano with de Berriot, harmony with Pessard, counterpoint and fugue with Guedalge, and composition with Fauré. Despite his application, he did not meet with the success his efforts deserved. In 1901, however, he was awarded the second Prix de Rome for his cantata Mira, and it is said that some of the jury favoured him as a choice for the first prize. In the 2 following years he was unsuccessful, and in 1904 he did not attempt to compete. In 1905 he offered himself as candidate, but was refused permission. This exclusion, when he had already attracted much attention as a composer, which may have been partly due to his audacity in writing down ironically to the reactionary jury of 1901, aroused protests of so violent a nature as to start an inquiry into conditions at the conservatory, with the result that Théodore Dubois was forced to resign as director and Gabriel Fauré was appointed in his place. Since then, Ravel has devoted himself entirely to composition, and the record of his life is to be found most persuasively in his work. Ravel has served several times on the committee of the Société Nationale, and he is a charter member of the Société Musicale Indépendante. Before proceeding to a consideration of Ravel's music, it may be well to enumerate the various influences he has undergone. The first was Chabrier, whose Trois Valses Romantiques for 2 pianos aroused his admiration when scarcely more than a boy. Then, as in the case of Debussy, the fantastic personality and curious music of Erik Satie appealed to his imagination. Some of Fauré's harmonic procedures and some of his mannerisms, such as the abuse of sequence, have left their traces in the pupil. Some of Debussy's harmonic innovations have obviously affected Ravel, just as he has accepted his Impressionism, but a careful study of the latter's works will show a definite line of cleavage in both particulars, beginning at an early stage of his career. The exoticism of the Neo-Russians and their sense of orchestral timbre have undoubtedly exercised a powerful charm over Ravel. After some unpublished songs and a serenade grotesque for piano composed in 1894, Ravel published his first music in 1895, a Menuet Antique for piano, which Roland Manuel describes as a curious work in which are voluntarily opposed, so it seems, scholastic contrapuntal artifices and the most charming radicalism. Hardies says. Ravel's next work was 2 pieces for 2 pianos entitled Les Sites Oraculaires, Una Habanera, 1895, showing an astonishing harmonic independence for so young a composer, which was utilized later in the Spanish Rhapsody for orchestra. The other, Entrée Cloche, 1896, which is said to have been incorporated in La Vallée des Cloches, included in piano pieces entitled Miroir in 1896 also. Ravel composed the first of his published songs, Sonnet, on a poem by Mallarmé, for which the music is charmingly archaic, somewhat in Fauré's manner, but not devoid of independence. In 1898 followed the two epigrams for voice and piano on text by Clément Marot, 15th century, in which Ravel again appropriately employed an archaic idiom, curiously intermingled with ninth chords. In this same year Ravel composed his first orchestral work, the Overture Scheherazade, performed by the National Society in the following year, which has never been published. Two piano pieces, a Pavane pour un enfant défunt, 1899, whose poignantly elegiac mood shows its composer in a new light as regards sensibility, and brilliant tour de force, Jeu d'eau, 1901, full of harmonic novelty and strikingly original pianistic style, are both significant advances. It was the bold personality of the latter piece that served to expose and accentuate the ironic caricature of a sentimental style to be found in Mira, which prejudiced a reactionary jury against him. A string quartet, 1902-3, at once made a profound impression on account of the relative youth of its composer, for its command of a difficult medium, its polish and symmetry of form, its poetry and depth of sentiment. If the last two movements are inferior in substance and inspiration, the scherzo is piquant and novel, while the first movement, particularly in its poetic close, stands in the front rank of modern French chamber music literature. If the theme of the first movement, by its harmonization in a sequence of seventh chords, suggests Fauré, there is no denying the personality of the work as a whole. Three songs for voice and orchestra, Scheherazade, 1903, and poems by Tristan Klingsor, pseudonym for Tristan Leclerc, are unequal, but the first, Asie, reflects the varied exoticism of its text with sympathetic charm. 5 pieces for piano entitled Miroir, 1905, present Ravel's individuality in a clear light as regards his impressionistic method. Without the maturity of a later collection of piano pieces, they reflect, as their title indicates, various aspects of nature with the illusion demanded by impressionistic method, and at the same time exhibit profundity of insight and delineative poetry. The foundation of Ravel's thematic treatment, unusual pianistic idiom, his personal harmonic flavor, and his personal sentiment are all to be found therein. In these pieces no trace is to be found of external influence. The composer speaks in his own voice. Oiseau triste, a melancholy landscape with some realistic touches. Un bac sur le sillon, broadly impressionistic, sketch of large dimensions. Alborada del Graziosa, exhibiting that Spanish exoticism which has often tempted Ravel, and La Vallée des Cloches, of sombre yet highly poetic atmosphere, are the most striking. A sonatina for piano of the same year pleases by the polish of its form, its successful correlation of detail, and the individuality of its contents. A humorous song, The Toys' Christmas, also 1905, later provided with orchestral accompaniment, is an ingenious and vivacious trifle. In 1906, Ravel reasserted his gifts as the delicate realist with the songs entitled Natural Histories, on text by Jules Renard. With a musical imagery that is at once ironic and replete with sensitive observation, Ravel depicts the peacock, the cricket, the swan, and other birds. An Introduction and Allegro, 1906, for harp with accompaniment of string quartet, flute, and clarinet, is chiefly remarkable for the grateful virtuosity with which the harp is treated. In 1907, Ravel showed at once technical mastery of the orchestra and a skillful reproduction of Spanish atmosphere with a Spanish Rhapsody, which is both brilliant and poetic. This work must be considered with Chabrier's Espagne and Debussy's Iberia as one of the graphic pictures of exoticism in French musical literature. To this same year belongs the Spanish Hour, text by Franck, entitled A Musical Comedy, but not in our sense, in which Ravel attempted to revive the manner of the opera buffa. The comedy contains inherent improbabilities, and the text is often far from inspiring, but Ravel has written ingenious, humorous, and poetic music, which far exceeds the book in value. This opera presents a running commentary in the orchestra on a few motifs, leaving the voices to declaim with freedom, while the brilliant and picturesque orchestration adds greatly to vivacity and charm of the music. In 1908, Ravel composed a set of 4-hand pieces, Mother Goose, of ingenuity, humor, and poetic insight. These pieces have since been orchestrated with incomparable finesse and knowledge of instrumental resource, forming an orchestral suite, and with the addition of a prelude and various interludes, they have also been transformed into a ballet. In 1908, also, Ravel composed 3 poems for the piano, Gaspard de la Nuit, and prose fragments by Alois Bertrand, which in technical style and contents mark the acme of his achievements in literature for the piano. Undina and Scarbo, the first and third of these pieces, illustrate their programs with an illuminating poetry that is both brilliant and profound in insight. The second, Les Gibets, with a persistent pedal note in the right hand over extraordinarily ingenious harmonies, possesses a genuinely sinister and tragic depth. These poems contrast sharply with Debussy's Images of the same year. The latter are more obviously impressionistic, but Ravel has disposed his uncanny technical equipment with such expressive mastery and such interpretive vitality as to fare no comparison with the older composer. If by contrast the Valse Noble et Sentimentale, 1910 for piano, are agreeable jeux d'esprit, they nonetheless possess qualities that win our admiration. Frank boldness of style, fantastic irony, and sentimental poetry go hand in hand, united by grateful piano idiom. The epilogue in particular, with its reminiscences of various waltzes, gives a formal continuity which relieves the set as a whole from any charge of disjointedness. Ravel's masterpiece is his choreographic symphony, Daphnis et Chloé, 1906-11, first performed by Diaghilev's Russian ballet in 1912. In this work, Ravel disproves emphatically the possible charge that he is a composer of miniatures. Far from the formal aspects, it shows continuity and coordination of development in the symphonic manipulation of its motifs. Dramatically, it is in remarkable accord with the atmosphere, the action, and the development of the scenario by the famous ballet master and author of plots, Michel Fokine. The music not only possesses interpretive vitality on a far larger scale than Ravel has ever shown before, but, aside from its astonishing brilliancy and its coloristic poetry, it has a contrapuntal vigor of invention and treatment which are absolutely convincing. From the harmonic standpoint, Ravel has attained a new freedom and an elastic suppleness of idiom that is bewildering. His treatment of a large orchestra, augmented by the use of a mixed chorus behind the scenes, is vitally brilliant and marvellously poetic, even in the light of his previous achievements. All in all, Daphnis et Chloé is one of the most significant dramatic works of recent years, and can worthily be placed side by side with Debussy's Palais et Melisande, and Ducas's Ariane et Barbe Bleue for its intrinsic merits and historical attributes. For some years Ravel has been engaged upon a setting of Hauptmann's Versenkehne Glocke. It is also announced that he is at work upon a trio, a concerto for piano on Basque themes, and an oratorio, Saint-François d'Assisi. With his recent successes in mind, these projected works engage a lively expectation. In conclusion, it must be acknowledged that Ravel cannot, like Debussy, claim to be a pioneer. He was fortunate in being enabled to profit by the swift development of new idioms, to absorb the exuberance of Chapiret, the suave mysticism of Fauré, the illuminating impressionism of Debussy, and the scintillant exoticism of the Neo-Russians. But while he owes no more to his predecessors than Debussy, he has had the advantage of having matured his style at an age which was relatively in advance of Debussy. It must be recognized that, as a whole, Ravel's music lies nearer the surface of the human heart than Debussy's. It is not usual to find that depth of poetry or human sentiment which distinguishes so considerable a portion of Debussy's music. Ravel, on the other hand, is more expansive in his scope. He captivates us with his humor, his irony, his dappling brilliancy, and with an almost metallic grasp and execution of a preconceived plan. His harmonic transformations exert a literal fascination, though their technical facility obscures their purpose, but underneath there is seldom an inner deficiency of sentiment. If his impressionism is tinged with quasi-realistic effects, there is no lack of genuine homogeneity of style. In fact, his skillful blending of the two tendencies is one of the chief features of his originality. In such works as the Pavane, the first movement of the string quartet, in Asie from Scheherazade, in La Vallée des Cloches, in Undine and Les Gibets, and in many episodes of Daphnis et Chloe, Ravel offers a convincingly human sentiment which only emphasizes his essential versatility of expression. For in his characteristic vein of ironic brilliance and fantastic subtlety, he carries all before him. End of track 16. Track 17. The Art of Music, Volume 3, Modern Music, written by the National Society of Music. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Debussy and the Ultra-Modernists, Part 2. 3. If the work of Bruno and Charpentier does not follow in historic or chronological sequence that of Debussy and Ravel, their juxtaposition is defensible, since the former, in common with the latter, have received their individual stimulus from sources extraneous to music. In the case of Bruno, the vitalizing motif is the literary realism of Émile Zola. In that of Charpentier, the direct inspiration comes from socialism, or at least a socialistic outlook. Louis-Charles Bonaventure Alfred Bruno was born in Paris on March 1, 1857. His father played the violin. His mother was a painter. Thus, an aesthetic environment favored his artistic development. Alfred Bruno entered the Paris Conservatory at the age of 16. 3 years later, he was awarded the first prize for violoncello playing. He studied harmony for 3 years in Savar's class, became a pupil of Massenet, and was the first to win the second Prix de Rome in 1881 with the cantata Genevieve. For some years previously, Bruno had been a member of Padeloup's orchestra, and in 1884 an Overture Heroique 1885 was played by this organization. Other orchestral works, La Belle au Bois Dormant 1884 and Pont Thessaly, a symphonic poem with chorus 1888, belong to this period. Despite some 50 songs, choruses, a requiem, and some pieces for various wind instruments and piano, Bruno is essentially a dramatic composer, and it is chiefly as such that he deserves consideration. His first dramatic work, Kerim, the text by Millet and Lavardin, 1886, is an unpretentious opera of eminently lyric vein, in which a facile Orientalism plays a prominent part. It displays the technical fluidity which might be expected of a pupil of Massenet, and possesses a slight, though palpable, individuality. A ballet, Les Bachantes, 1887, not published until 1912 and recently performed, is in the old style of detached pieces without continuous music. Here Bruno has been successful in dramatic characterization, but the music is again largely a reflection of Massenet. It was not until 1891 that Bruno gave evidence of his characteristic style and individual dramatic method, which he has since pursued steadily. French musicians had awakened to the permanent significance of Wagner's dramatic principles, and it is not surprising, therefore, to find that Bruno accepted these in slight degree. His Wagnerian obligations are virtually limited to an attempt to unite music and text as intimately as possible, to employ leading motifs as symbols of persons or ideas, and to avoid formal melody in the voice parts, except at essentially lyric moments. His development of motifs, while to a certain extent symphonic, is in fact markedly different from that of Wagner, and his recitatives depart from the traditional accompanied recitatives in that they employ as nearly as possible the inflections of natural speech over single chords. The kernel of Bruno's dramatic method lies in his ardent championing of realism as a guiding principle in general, and his admiration for Émile Zola as a man and as a literary artist in particular. With the exception of Kerim, all his operas have been on subjects taken from Zola's works, or in texts by Zola himself. With the ideals of realism in mind, Bruno has avoided legendary subjects, although many of his works are symbolic, and he has preferred to treat dramas of everyday life animated by the passions of ordinary mortals. As Debussy reflected the impressionism or symbolism of poets, painters, and dramatists in his music, so Bruno's operas are a counterpart of the realistic movement. In place, therefore, of the stilted, unreal action, which defigures even the finest conceptions of Wagner, Bruno has sought to replace it with a lifelike, tense, and rapid simulation of life itself. His realism has even led to the discarding in his later operas of verse for prose from obvious realistic considerations. In spite of some Teutonic sources, Bruno is eminently Gallic in his musical and dramatic standpoint, and while certain formulas of his teacher, Massenet, persist for a time, in the main he is rigorously independent. For a time, Bruno was considered revolutionary in his harmonic standpoint, but musically at least he cannot be called iconoclastic or even progressive. The strength of his achievement lies entirely in his qualities as a dramatist, pure and simple. The first work which embodied Bruno's realistic attitude was Le Rêve, 1891, text by Gellé after Zola's novel. The essence of the work dramatically lies in the mystical temperament of the heroine, Angélique, who loves the son of a priest, born before his father, a widower, entered the priesthood, despite the opposition of his father. When she is apparently dying, the priest restores her by a miracle and consents to the marriage, only to have the bride fall lifeless as she leaves the church. While Bruno's musical treatment of Angélique's mystical hallucinations is in a sentimental manner that recalls Massenet, the opera as a whole shows dramatic power of an independent character. Bruno's second opera in his new style, L'Attaque des Moulins, 1893, the dramatization by Gellé of a story by Zola in Les Soirées de Médin, dealing with an episode of the Franco-Prussian War, is far more vital both in drama and music. The mill, the source of life to the miller Merlier and his daughter Françoise, is attacked by the enemy. Dominique, a foreigner who is betrothed to François, is found with powder marks on his hands and is condemned to be shot. The enemy retreat, leaving a sentinel at the mill. The sentinel is assassinated, and Merlier is to be shot for the deed. Although Dominique confesses that he did the deed, Merlier dies in his stead, so that his daughter may be happy. Bruno has been equally happy in delineating the peace which reigns at the mill before the arrival of the enemy, and the celebration of Françoise's betrothal, and in depicting the brutalities of war and the unselfish death of Merlier. L'Attaque du Moulin is a work of solid inspiration, clarity of style, and vivid dramatic force. The Institute of France awarded the Monbine Prize to its composer. Messidor, 1897, text by Zola himself, deals with the struggle between capital and labour and the love of the poor Guillaume for the capitalist's daughter Hélène. The capitalist is ruined, saner economic conditions are brought about, and the lovers are united. For a drama which is both sociological and symbolistic, Bruno has written music of broadly humanitarian character and a vitally descriptive vigour. His musical style is firmer, and his conceptions are realized with less crudeness than in previous works. L'Ouragan, 1901, whose action turns upon a devastating hurricane in a fishing village, and also the tempestuous passions of its inhabitants, has a primitive quality characteristic of both author and composer. There is conscious symbolism in this work, also in the distinction of types found in the three feminine characters. Of this opera, Debussy wrote, "He, Bruno, has among all musicians a fine contempt for formulas. He walks across his harmonies without troubling himself as to their grammatical sonorous virtue. He perceives melodic associations that some would qualify too quickly as monstrous, when they are simply unaccustomed." L'Enfant Roi, 1905, Naïs Miquelin, 1907, and Les Fautes de l'Abbé Mouret, 1907, display qualities similar to Bruno's other operas, in which close adjustment to the drama and consistent musical treatment are the notable features. Naïs Miquelin, text by Bruno himself after Zola's novel, is particularly admirable for its clarity of style, its absence of mannerism, and its vital depiction of two types of jealousy, and the faithful devotion of the hunchback, Toin. Beyond his activity as a dramatic composer, a special mention should be made of Bruno's work as a critic. He has contributed to many magazines, and he has acted as musical critic for the Gil Blas, Le Figaro, and Le Matin. He has collected 3 volumes of able criticism: Musique d'hier et de demain, 1900, La musique française, 1901, containing much valuable historical material, and Musique des récits et musiciens de France, 1903. In these volumes he has shown himself a vigorous and broad critic of catholicity of taste and striking discrimination. To sum up the dramatic work of Bruno as a whole, he must be considered as representing a sincere phase of French evolution at a critical time. While it is questionable whether realism can be a permanently successful basis for opera, a form in which aesthetic compromise and illusion are inherent, there is no denying the courageous independence of his position, and the plausible defence of his methods which his operas constitute. It must be confessed, however, that Bruno's dramatic instinct takes precedence over his concrete musical gifts, and the former carries off many scenes and episodes in which the latter lags behind. In short, Bruno's gift for the stage is unquestionable, and his dramatic innovations must remain identified with French progress in this medium. His most obvious defect lies in the inequality of his musical inspiration. If his melodic sense is frank and spontaneous, as in the prelude to Act 1 of L'Attaque du Moulin, the broad theme after the curtain rises in Act 1 of Messidor, the introduction and sowing song in Act 2 of the same opera, the Song of the Earth in Naïs Miquelin, the contour of Bruno's melodies is, on the other hand, too often awkward and devoid of distinction. Likewise, his thematic manipulation is lacking in flexibility or striking development, especially in the too obvious employment of the devices of augmentation and diminution, say l'ouragan, prelude to Act 1. Yet the allegorical ballet of gold in Act 3 of Messidor and the introduction to Act 4 of the same work show that Bruno has sensibility towards symphonic qualities. Bruno's harmonic idiom is rather monotonous and devoid of that subtle recognition of style that we find in the Impressionistic school. On the other side, its wholesome vigour has the sincerity which is the hallmark of realism. As a harmonist, Bruno is not advanced. Despite the flaws that one can find in Bruno the musician, they are perhaps, after all, the defects of his virtues. At a time of wavering and uncertainty, Bruno showed uncompromising sincerity, stuck to his guns, defied opinion with a resolution and reckless adherence to his aesthetic standpoint worthy of a friend of Zola. If his works have not the involuntary persuasion that we find in other ultra-modern French operas, one must acknowledge a preeminent dramatic gift, possessing in its presentation of sociological and humanistic problems vitality, high purpose, and moments of indubitable inspiration. If Bruno's musical defects hamper to a certain extent his wider recognition, his fearless independence, his utter contempt for imitation of others, and the remarkable dramatic affinity between his conceptions and those of Zola's, are too striking not to be considered an interesting episode in French dramatic evolution. While Bruno's operas, apart from a few performances in London, Germany, and New York, have received attention chiefly in France, Gustave Charpentier, despite his relatively small productivity, has won a universal recognition. Gustave Charpentier was born in the town of Dieuze in Lorraine, June 25, 1860. After the Franco-Prussian War, his parents came to live in Tourcoing, not far from Lille. As a boy, Charpentier showed natural aptitude for the violin, clarinet, and solfeggio, although he was obliged to work in a factory to support himself. His employer became so struck with his musical ability that he sent him to the conservatory at Lille, where he obtained numerous prizes. As a result of this, the municipality of Tourcoing granted him an annual pension of 1,200 francs to study at the Paris Conservatory. In 1881, he began his work there as a pupil of Massard, the violinist. He was not successful in competition, and moreover was obliged to leave to fulfill his military service. Returning to the conservatory, he took up the study of harmony, and later entered Massenet's class in composition. he was unsuccessful in a fugue competition, but in 1887 he received the first Prix de Rome for his cantata Dido, which showed distinct dramatic gift and a concise and logical continuity of musical development. From Rome he sent back as the required proofs of his industry an orchestral suite Impressions of Italy, permeated with Italian atmosphere and folk song, a symphony drama, The Life of a Poet, for solos, chorus, and orchestra, which may be regarded as a precursor of his later dramatic work and the first act of Louise. This last was, however, not presented to the Institute, as that institution considered that The Life of a Poet might count for 2 works. On returning to Paris, Charpentier went to live in Montmartre, the bohemian and artistic quarter, and entered passionately into the life about him. It presented the inspiration and material which he wished to embody in musical conceptions. He absorbed both the socialism of the quarter and its bohemian disparagement of artistic and moral convention. Thus he witnessed the aspiration of artists, their enthusiasm for a life of freedom, together with its inevitable degradation. He studied its types avidly and reproduced them with a verisimilitude that has made them well-nigh immortal. During these years, he composed many of the poèmes chantés published as a whole in 1894, the songs Les Fleurs du Mal, 1895, on poems by Baudelaire, the Impressions Faussées on poems by Verlaine, including La Vallée Rouge, 1894, symbolic variations for baritone and male chorus with orchestra, and La Ronde des Compagnons, 1895, for the same combination. In 1896, his Serenade à Watteau, the poem by Verlaine, for voices and orchestra, was performed in the Luxembourg Gardens. In 1898, a cantata, La Couronnement de la Muse, depicting an established Montmartre custom, later incorporated in Louise, was given in the square of the Hôtel de Ville. As a whole, these vocal works, with the exception of the cantata, are of interest merely as showing the early style of the composer and for the premonitions of his later idiom. Charpentier is not a born songwriter, and his settings of Baudelaire's Le Jet d'eau, La Mort d'Edmund, and L'Invitation au Voyage, of Verlaine's Chevaux de Bois and Serenade à Watteau have been easily surpassed by Debussy and Dupac. The most attractive are a setting of Mauclair's La Chanson de Chimine for solo voice, women's chorus and orchestra, and the Impressions Faussées by Verlaine, in which his dramatic and socialistic bent is more plausible. In the meantime, Charpentier had been working steadily at his musical novel, Louise, both text and music by himself, which he had begun at Rome. This work, perhaps the most characteristic of his style, was performed for the first time at the Opera Comique, February 3, 1900. It was an instant and prolonged success, and its composer was not only famous, but prosperous financially. Since the recognition of Louise, Charpentier has suffered from irregular health. The production of Julien, 1896 to 1904, at Paris, June 4, 1913, announced as a sequel to Louise, has added little to his reputation. It is founded largely on the music of The Life of a Poet, with added episodes which contrast incongruously with the idiom of the earlier work. It has been announced that Charpentier has finished a popular epic entitled a triptych. This, it is said, will contain 3 two-act operas, with the subtitles L'amour au faubourg, Comédiante, and Tragédiante. In 1900, Charpentier founded the Conservatoire Populaire de Mimi Pinson, the generic slang title for the shop girl, for encouraging the musical education of working girls. But despite its worthy sociological purpose, this institution has failed. Charpentier has occasionally written critical articles, among them sympathetic reviews of Pronau's L'Attaque du Moulin and L'Ouragan. In considering the music and personality of Charpentier, it must be recognized at the outset that he is far removed in emotional and intellectual makeup from other prominent figures in modern French music. A child of the people, absorbing socialistic tendencies from his boyhood, he is a musician of the instinctive type, averse to analysis or preconceived theory. As Bruneau drew his inspiration from the creed of realism and the works of Zola, so Charpentier is dominated by his ardent socialistic bent. His music attempts to embody his impressions of life from a democratic standpoint, in which realism and symbolism are sometimes felicitously and sometimes jarringly mingled. In his musical idiom, Charpentier stands close to Massenet, with that involuntary absorption of his teacher's principles which actuates most of the pupils of that facile but marvellously grounded composer. Charpentier is far more sincere, however, in his relations to his art, in that he has not courted popularity or lowered his artistic standard for the sake of success. Despite his obligations to Massenet, Charpentier has a vigorously independent idiom in which bohemianism and a poetic humanity are the chief ingredients. This asserts itself even if the ultimate source of his style is obvious. He is also indebted to his master for the transparent yet coloristic treatment of the orchestra, in which sonority is obtained without waste or effort. If at times it is evident that Charpentier has not listened to Wagner without profit, the main current of his orchestral procedures, like his basic musical qualities, is preeminently Gallic. In the early suite Impressions of Italy, 1890, Charpentier has depicted, in a pleasing and picturesque style, various aspects of nature, the serenades of young men on leaving the inns at midnight, with responses of mandolins and guitars, the balanced and stately walk of peasant maidens carrying water from the spring, the brisk trot of mules with jingling harnesses and their drivers' songs, the wide stretches of country seen from the heights near the desert of Sorrento, the cries of birds and the distant sounds of convent bells, and for finale, a realistic description of a fete night at Naples with the tarantella, folk songs, bands drowning each other out, and general and uproarious gaiety. While the musical substance of this suite is undeniably light, Charpentier has mingled Italian melodies, descriptions of nature, and a poetic undercurrent with an unusual atmospheric charm and glamour that outweigh concretely musical consideration. His instinctive and coloristic manipulation of orchestral timbres heightens greatly the programmatic illusion. Though The Life of a Poet, 1889-91, a scenario and text by Charpentier, is crude and immature, it possesses indubitable dramatic vitality notwithstanding. It tells the tragedy of a young and aspiring poet who would conquer the world of expression, confident in his ability. Gradually he is assailed by doubt, loses his faith, and ultimately recognizes that he cannot coordinate the vast problems confronting him into unity. Seeking oblivion in drunkenness, he acknowledges his defeat, and the drama of his life is over. In this work, Charpentier has placed symbolism and realism side by side in a way that is disconcerting. After an orchestral prelude entitled Enthusiasm, at once rough, forceful, and incoherent, a mysterious chorus with the title Preparation has dramatic power and human sentiment. The second and third scenes, respectively described as Incantation and In the Land of Dreams, are still occupied with the symbolic appeal of the poet to inspiration. Throughout this act, the music is effective dramatically, although often not far removed from tawdry. In the second act, Doubt, there is a luminous charm in the chorus sung by the voices of night, an appropriate interpretation of the poet's harassing uncertainty in the second scene, and an extremely poetic orchestral passage descriptive of his meditations, which ends the act. In the first tableau of the third act, entitled Impotence, an orchestral introduction of some length, again crudely dramatic, depicts graphically the losing struggle of the poet for his artistic soul. The chorus, voices of malediction, curse a divinity which permits the ruin of the artist's dreams. To this the poet, sombre and fantastic, adds his last plaint of despair and his curse. In the second picture, the poet is at a fete in Montmartre. The orchestra paints vividly the riot of cheap bands and the reckless jollity. The chorus echoes the curse of the preceding act and dies away in mysterious murmurs. A dance orchestra in the wings plays a vulgar polka,
A noisy military band chimes in while passing. To these a melody is dexterously added in the orchestra. A reminiscence of a chorus in the first act is ingeniously contrived with the polka and orchestral melody as accompaniment. The poet, now drunk, apostrophizes a wretched girl of the streets, who replies with mocking laughter. The orchestra suggests the aesthetic disintegration of the poet. The chorus recalls the aspirations of his earlier life, and finally the poet voices his defeat. The life of a poet is interesting because it presents in a somewhat primitive state the essential characteristics of the mature Charpentier, namely a palpable dramatic gift, the faculty of poetic and humanizing illumination and differentiation of scenes. In the scene at Montmartre, he has not only furnished a precursor of Bohemian realism in Louise, but he has displayed considerable contrapuntal facility. If the life of a poet has the clearly discernible defects of youth, it has also its vitality and a spontaneous conviction which was prophetic of the future. The universality of appeal to be found in Louise, finished in 1900, though begun at Rome, a musical novel in 4 acts, texts by the composer, lies chiefly in its simple dramatic poignancy. The story is that of an innocent girl trusting the instincts of her heart and returning the affection of the irresponsible Bohemian poet who lives nearby, her elopement with the poet, her enthralling happiness and brief triumph as Muse of Montmartre, shattered by the false report of her father's serious illness, her return to the parental dwelling, her impatient chafing at restraint, her intolerable longing to return to her lover and the facile Bohemian life, her father's anger and her brutal dismissal into the night by him, followed by his curse on Paris. All is basically human and typical of life under all conditions and places. But Louise contains other elements which make alike for retentive charm and for critical admiration. In the first place, it is pervaded by an insinuating glorification of Paris as a city of freedom and provocative attraction, a perpetual Bohemian paradise. Next, by the nature of the plot, it affords an opportunity for the librettist to voice a socialistic assertion of the individual's right to personal liberty, somewhat sententiously uttered, and a condemnation of restraint, symbolized by parental egotism. Louise also contains a plausible and graphic portrayal of artist's life in Montmartre, including the time-honored ceremony of crowning its muse, by which Charpentier has immortalized types doomed to disappear before the commercialization of the quarter in The Foreign Visitor. In addition, Charpentier may claim distinction for his services as a folklorist by introducing the street cries of various vendors to increase local colour, recalling the ingenious choruses by Janequin of the 16th century, such as Les Cris de Paris and Les Chants de Ruisseau. Thus, in time it may be recognized that he has fulfilled an ethnographic purpose of some import. As the dramatic attraction of Louise resides in its simplicity, so also its musical value resides in its continuous spontaneity, its limpidity of style, devoid of all pretentious scholasticism, in which, however, there is plenty of technical skill and unostentatious mastery of material. Charpentier's dramatic and musical idiom follows the conception of Massenet, in which the constituent elements are balanced, without superfluous insistence upon either. He employs formal lyricism, except when the situation demands it, uses a flowing and melodic declamation which gives free play to the enunciation of the text. He employs motifs freely, not in the Wagnerian fashion, however, but in their flexible manipulation, succeeds in giving the needful touches of detailed characterization. If his orchestral sonority verges occasionally upon coarseness, as a whole it enhances and colours the dramatic emotions with remarkable skill and poetic fancy. But aside from the question of dramatic method, it is the freshness of invention, the skill in characterization, and the ebullient musical imaginativeness of Louise which makes it so unusual among operas. It is more accurate and elusive in its picture of bohemianism than Puccini's La Bohème, and possesses far more human depth and emotional sincerity throughout.
In this respect also it is far above the generality of Massenet's operas, and may be compared, despite their essential difference in musical individuality, to the operas of Bruno. Charpentier is more of a poet, and his musical invention is far readier. While it may be needless to particularize the domestic scenes in the first act, the prelude to the second act, The City Awakens, with the scene before the dawn in which the rag-pickers, the coal gleaners, and other characters of the night world discuss of life as they have found it. The second scene in the same act, the dressmaker's workshop with an orchestral part for the sewing machine, in which the sewers converse idly and try to account for Louise's moodiness. The whole first tableau of the third act, in which Julienne and Louise sing of the lure of Paris. Louise's scene with her father in the fourth act. All these are concrete examples of the interpretive power of Charpentier, the dramatist and composer. It is difficult to be enthusiastic over Julienne. If the hero justifies the opposition of Louise's parents, for the story of the life of a poet forms its dramatic basis, the introduction of many allegorical or symbolical episodes not only mars the continuity of the drama, but the musical style offends by its difference from that of the music of the life of a poet, upon which Charpentier has drawn so freely for the later opera. While in many instances Charpentier has shown ingenuity in adapting his earlier music, the total result of his labours has not only been disappointing, but disillusionizing in the extreme. As a whole, Charpentier, the poet of Impressions of Italy, the crude but forceful dramatist of the poet's life, the mature artist of Louise, has accomplished certain unique aspects of realism with a symbolic or sociological undercurrent. Limited as he is to the quarter, he has been also universal, and his sincere and picturesque vision has something of permanence. As a pupil of Massenet, he does not belong to the vanguard, but his plausible synthesis of seemingly contradictory elements has left a permanent impress on the annals of modern French music. 4. While categorical classification is not always essential in criticism, it is somewhat discommoding to acknowledge that a composer cannot conveniently be placed under one logical and comprehensive heading. While assimilation of qualities peculiar in two opposing groups can be unified to a considerable extent, the work of such an artist is inevitably lacking in complete homogeneity. Such a figure is Decaux, who, nevertheless, must be considered a force of considerable vitality in present-day French music. Paul Decaux was born in Paris, October 1st, 1865. Toward his 14th year, his musical gifts asserted themselves. In 1881, after some preliminary study, he entered the Paris Conservatory, where he was a pupil of Mathias, piano, Dubois, harmony, and Guiraud, composition. In 1888, he was awarded the second Prix de Rome for his cantata Velléda. Since he was passed over entirely in the competition of the following year, he left the conservatory and fulfilled his military service. At this period, he had composed 3 overtures, of which the last, Polyot, alone has been published and performed. In his Cours de Composition, Dandy discloses that Decaux was ill-satisfied with the instruction he received at the conservatory, and he subsequently made a profound study of the classics and evolved his own technical idiom. Decaux, however, shows the effect of 2 schools, that of Franck in much of his instrumental music, and a sympathy with that of Debussy in the dramatic field. To acknowledge this does not mean to tax him with lack of individuality, but merely to recognize the confluence of opposing viewpoints. The overture Polyot, 1891, shows surprising command for so young a man of the technique of composition and orchestration, although unnecessarily elaborate in the former particular. It has the classic dignity of Corneille, and at the same time is sincerely dramatic. The Symphony in C, 1895-96, shows considerable progress in many respects, clearer part-writing, unpretentious yet logical construction, no apparent ambition other than to write sincerely within the limits of normal symphonic style. There is also marked advance in clarity and brilliance in the orchestral style.
In 1897, Dukas made a pronounced hit with his fantastic and imaginative scherzo L'Apprenti Sorcier, after Goethe's ballad, first performed at a concert of the National Society. This work is one of the landmarks of modern French music for its elastic fluency of style, the descriptive imagery of its music, and above all its personal note, in which the orchestra was treated with dazzling mastery. A sonata for piano, 1899 to 1900, forsakes the vein of programmistic tour de force entirely, and exhibits a dignified, almost classic style whose workmanship is admirable throughout. The theme of the first movement is distinguished, the second less interesting, until it appears in the recapitulation with a deft canonic imitation. The slow movement is somewhat cold and lacking in inner sentiment. The scherzo is individual, and the finale solid. Similarly, the variations, interlude, and finale on a theme by Rameau for piano, 1902, is not only composed with similar preoccupation for thorough workmanship, but its spirit, save for some ever-present harmonic boldness, seems to have proceeded from the epoch of the theme. As a matter of fact, these variations show a post-Beethovenian ingenuity and genuine skill in perceiving the gracious theme of Rameau in different and engaging lights that make this work conspicuous among piano literature and modern French music. But this music is strongly suggestive of Dandy and the Scola. A Villanelle for horn and piano in 1906 is a charming piece which achieves individuality despite the limitations of the horn. But when Dukas' music for Maeterlinck's Ariadne et Barbe Bleue 1907 was performed May 10th, 1907, after he had begun and rejected Horn and Riemenhild 1892 and The Tree of Science 1899, a greater surprise was in store than upon the occasion when L'Apprenti Sorcier was played for the first time. Instead of the shrinking figure of the fairy tale, Ariane is a representative of the feminist movement, if not almost a militant suffragette, who flatly disobeys Bluebeard, opens all her forbidden doors to deck herself with jewels, releases her captive sisters, helps them to free Bluebeard when the infuriated peasants have attacked and bound him, and then returns to her home, leaving her infatuated sisters who have too little imagination to make a decision. Dukas has treated this story in a style that at once admits a coherent and almost symphonic development of motifs. It employs a harmonic idiom that profits by all that Debussy has done to extend the whole tone scale. Dukas does not employ this scale as Debussy has done, but it is obvious that he never would have gone so far if it had not been for his pioneer contemporary. Instead of the translucent orchestra of Pelléas, Dukas has employed one that is appropriately far more robust, but which he has nevertheless used with discretion and reserve. He has taken advantage of the discovery of the jewels in the first act to employ coloristic resources lavishly. Despite the complex obligations in the matter of style, Dukas has produced music of a spontaneously decorative and dramatic type, which makes this opera significant among the works of recent years. While Ariane is unequal, the first scene, excellently worked out ensemble, the close of the first act, the introduction and first scene of the second, and the close of the work cannot be effaced from the records of modern French opera. In 1910, Dukas had another success with his poème dansant La Paris, on a scenario of his own, which has been exquisitely interpreted by Mademoiselle Tourhanova, to whom it was dedicated. Here is a work of the ballet type, which unites felicitously a sense of structure with a gift for atmospheric interpretation. In this respect, La Paris is one of the most satisfactory of Dukas' works, and one in which his encyclopedic knowledge and his imaginative gifts are best displayed. In addition to his gifts as a composer, Dukas is an editor and critic of distinction. He has retouched some concertos for violin and clavecin by Couperin. He has revised Les Indes Galantes, Les Princesses de Navarre, and Zéphyr by Rameau for the complete edition of that master's works. He made a four-hand arrangement of Saint-Saëns' Samson et Delilah, and together with that distinguished composer finished and orchestrated Frédégonde, an opera left incomplete by Courreau at his death.
in addition to Carr's articles for the Revue Hebdomadaire and the Gazette des Beaux-Arts, display erudition and the clairvoyant judgment of the born critic. Thus, although attaching himself to no one group exclusively, Degas has, by his capacity for architectural treatment of instrumental forms and his atmospheric gift in dramatic characterization, attained a position of dignity and individual expression. 5. It is not within the province of this chapter to be all-inclusive, but merely to recognize the achievement of the more notable figures. In consequence, a brief mention of some composers of lesser stature, and a slight enlargement upon two of the more distinguished, will suffice to account for present-day activity. There are, however, two precursors of modern French music, who from the circumstances of their lives and talent have not reached the fruition which they might have deserved. The first of these, Ernest Finelli, for 30 years lived the life of an obscure and impoverished musician, playing the triangle in a small orchestra, accompanying at cafes, labouring as a copyist. By mere chance, Gabriel Pienne discovered in 1912 an orchestral work, the first part Thèbes, a symphonic poem founded on Théophile Gautier's Roman de la Môme, composed 1883-87. The music was found to have anticipated many harmonic effects of a later idiom, including a fairly developed whole-tone system. Other works, like the Impression pastorale, 1890, some humoresques, and a quintet for strings entitled L'Âne, showed their composer to have poetic and descriptive gifts, whose late revelation is not without pathos. Finelli can exert no historical influence, but he remains an isolated and belated phenomenon, whose contemporary vogue is doubtless likely soon to suffer eclipse. Eric Satie, whose name has been mentioned in connection with Maurice Ravel, and who doubtless was not unsympathetic to Debussy since he orchestrated two of his Gymnopédies, was born in 1866 and studied for a time at the Paris Conservatory. But an examination of his music would prognosticate his distaste for that academic institution. He was influenced by the Pre-Raphaelites and by the Salon de la Rose-Croix, and by the mystical movement in literature generally. His music, chiefly for piano, wavers between an elevated and symbolic mysticism and an ironic and overstrained impressionism. Regarded for years as an eccentric poseur with some admixture of the charlatan, it must now be recognized that he had glimmerings of a modern harmonic idiom and subjective expression in some of his aspects before the generality of modern Parisian musicians. But these qualities were hampered in their development by the ultra-fantastic character of his ideas and an incapacity for a coherent development of them. He abhors the tyranny of the bar line, and many of his pieces have no rhythmical indication from one end to the other beyond the relative value of the notes. He is also loath to employ cadences, a prophetic glimpse of the future. Among his earlier works, the Sarabands, 1887, Gymnopédie, 1888, incidental music for a drama by Sir Paladin, Les Fils d'Étui, 1891, Sonneries de la Rose-Croix, 1892, The Spud, a Christian ballet with one character, 1892, Pièce Froide, 1897, and Morceau en forme de poire, 1903, by their titles alone indicate the character of the musical substance. The Gymnopédie and the Sonnerie de la Rose-Croix are interesting for their absence of the commonplace and for suggestions of a poetic vein. The later works, dating from 1912 and 1913, have fantastic titles which awake the curiosity only to disappoint it by the contents of the music. Aperçu désagréable, description automatique, chapitre tonné and toussant seem deliberately contrived to affront the unwary, and cannot lay claim to any influence beyond their perverse humour and occasional ironic caricature, as in Celle qui parlait trop, Danse maigre, and Espagnane. Among the many contributors toward the upbuilding of modern French music, one must recall the names of Gabriel Pienne for his piano concerto, a symphonic poem for chorus and orchestra, L'An 1000, the operas Vendée, La Fille de Tabarin, 1900, the choral works La Croisade des Enfants, 1903, and Les Enfants de Bethlehem, 1907, Déodat de Séverac for his piano suites Le Chant de la Terre, 1900, and En Languedoc, 1904, the operas Coeur de Moulin, 1909, and Heliogabal, 1910. Gustave Samazui for his string quartet, a sonata for violin and piano, the orchestral pieces Études symphoniques d'après la Nef and Les Sommets du Canop. Isaac Albéniz, although of Spanish birth, associated with French composers. Roger Ducart for orchestral works, a Mémodrame, Orphée, Louise Aubert for a fantasy for piano and orchestra, songs, a Suite Brève for orchestra, and the opera Les Forêts Bleues. In addition, the names of Chevillard, Bousser, Ladmirault, Henri Robot, Henri Massager, Labille, Casella, and others might be added. A figure of some solitary distinction is Albéric Magnard, died 1914, whose operas Yolande, Guécourt, and Berenice, 3 symphonies and other orchestral works, chamber music, piano pieces, and songs show him to be a serious musician who disdained popularity. Associated with the scholar, he partook of Dundee's artistic stimulus without losing his own individuality. 2 composers whose achievements are the strongest of the younger generation are Albert Roussel and Florent Schmitt. The former, born in 1869, entered the Navy and even visited Cochin China. In 1898, he entered the Schola, where he studied with Dundee for 9 years. Since 1902, he has taught counterpoint at the Schola. His principal works are the piano pieces Rustique, 1904-6, a Suite, 1909, a Trio, 1902, a Divertissement for wind instruments, 1906, a Sonata for piano and violin, 1907-8, the orchestral works A Prelude after Tolstoy's novel Resurrection, 1903, Les Poèmes de la Forêt, a symphony, 1904-6, and 3 symphonic sketches, Evolutions of 1910-11, the last with chorus, a ballet pantomime, Les Festins de la Renée, 1913. Of these, the best known are the orchestral works and the ballet. If the symphony suggests many traits of Dundee, there is in it no lack of individual ideas and treatment. The evolutions seem far more personal, and in both style and contents convinced that Roussel is a genuine creative force. The ballet, The Festival of the Spider, is an ingenious dramatic conception, in which the characters are the spider, flies, beetles, and worms. The music, in its delicate subtlety, is ingeniously adapted to the action, and in addition is picturesquely orchestrated, with a minimum of resource. Roussel has undergone a long and severe apprenticeship, and his later achievements have proved its efficacy. Florent Schmitt, born 1870, is of Lorrain origin. After some preliminary study, he entered the Paris Conservatory in 1889. Dubois and Lavignac were his first teachers. Subsequently, he joined the classes of Massenet and Gabriel Fauré. Leaving the conservatory to undergo his military service, he obtained a second Prix de Rome in 1897. In 1900, he was awarded the first prize with the cantata Semi-Rami. After his prescribed stay at the Villa Medicis in Rome, Schmitt travelled to Germany, Austria and Hungary, and even Turkey. Schmitt has been a prolific composer, and space will not permit a consideration of all his works. Those upon which his rising reputation rests are a quintet for piano and strings, 1905-8, the 47th Psalm for solo, chorus, orchestra, and organ, 1904, and 2 symphonic poems, Le Palais Hanté after Poe and La Tragédie de Salome, 1907, in its original form danced as a drame muet by Louis Fuller. In addition are many piano pieces for 2 and 4 hands, and for 2 pianos, songs, and choruses. In Florent Schmitt's music is to be found alike the solid contrapuntal workmanship of the conservatory and the atmospheric procedures of Debussy. These are combined with a striking homogeneity and a dominating force that makes Schmitt perhaps the most promising figure among French younger musicians of today. If this praise must be qualified, it must be acknowledged that he is overfluent, and that the triviality of many of his ideas is only saved by his extraordinary skill in treating them. In this respect, his resourcefulness is surprising and well-nigh infallible.
the massive architectural quality of the quintet, the barbaric splendor of the 47th Psalm, and the passionate and sinister mood of La Tragédie de Salome make these works significant of the future, even in the face of previous achievements by his older contemporaries. If this survey of modern French composers seem over-sanguine in its assertions, even the most conservative critic must admit that their work within the last 30 years has possessed a singularly unified continuity. Striving deliberately to attain racial independence, the various composers have attained their end with a unity of achievement which is not surpassed in modern times. Whether following the counsel of the naturalized Franck, or heeding the iconoclastic tendencies of Chabrier, Fauré, and Debussy, and the realistic aspirations of Pernod and Charpentier, the impressions of Ravel with its added graphic touches of realism, French music has had a distinctive style, a personal explanation of mood, and a racial individuality, such as it has not shown since the days of Rameau. The question as to its durability may be raised, as has been done in many epochs and countries, but its position in the immediate past and in certain aspects of the present leaves no doubt as to its conviction and its import. End of track 17. Track 18. The Art of Music, Volume 3, Modern Music, written by the National Society of Music. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The Operatic Sequel to Verdi. 1. For those to whom music is an entertainment rather than an art, the idea that Italy is the land of music will always exist. Almost an axiom has this popular notion become among such persons, and there is indeed little purpose in discouraging the belief. For what is to be gained by destroying an illusion which, in actual working, does no harm? Italy's musical development and that, for example, of Germany, are diametrically opposed to each other. Yet they both stand today for something particular and peculiar to their own natures. Man, in his evolution, has subconsciously wrought certain changes, certain innovations. He has been guided in doing so not so much by his desires as by his natural characteristics. Taking this into consideration, there is nothing that cannot be understood in Italy's musical line from Palestrina to Monte Mezzi. Perhaps the road has been travelled with fewer halts, with a view to an ideal that has that of other nations, but it has been in accordance with those things which not only shape a nation's fate, but also its art. The Italian race, descended as it is from the Roman, had traditions. The ideals of that group of men known as the Florentine monadists were high. It was their purpose to add such music to the spoken word as would intensify its meaning and make its effect upon an audience more pronounced. In short, as far back as 1600, when these men flourished, the ambition of Richard Wagner and the music drama, or, if you prefer, the Greek tragedy of Sophocles and Aeschylus, was known by Italian musicians, who, in a composing, tried to establish a union between text and music, such as the master of Bayreuth only accomplished late in the 19th century. With the beginnings of oratorio and opera, they differed little at first. The idea that personal success for the performer was necessary crept in. Had it not, Richard Wagner would not have been obliged to revolutionize the form of production given on the lyric stage. Handel, a German by birth and an Englishman by adoption, wrote florid Italian opera after 1700. He sacrificed the significance of the word to the effectiveness of his vocal writing, and produced some things thereby which we of today can look upon only as ludicrous. The musical world knows how opera was composed in Italy in the latter part of the 18th and the early part of the 19th century. The librettist was not a poet, but a potesta. A composer of eminence would call upon him to supply words for an aria already composed, and especially adapted to the voice of some great and popular singer. The result, naturally, was an art form which was neither sincere nor of real value, except from the standpoint of the singer.
The early Verdi followed the form which was known to him by attending the performances of opera given in his youth in Italy. But he saw the error of his ways, and his masterpieces, Aida, Otello, and Falstaff, more than atone for his early operas, which have little merit other than their facile melodic flow. Was it not to be expected that after him would come men who would emulate the manner of his last works? Was it unnatural to believe that Italy would interest itself in a more faithful setting of words to music? And the direct followers of the composer of Otello gave forth something that called the world's attention to their works. That it maintained Italian opera at a plane equal to the three final works of Verdi cannot be said. It was a passing phase, and opened the way for the men who are now raising Italian operatic composition to the highest point in its history. As such, it served its purpose. When Giuseppe Verdi died in 1901, there had already been inaugurated the realist movement in Italian opera. Italy's grand old man had seen Pietro Mascagni achieve world renown with his Cavaliere Rusticana, and Ruggiero Leoncavallo followed with the popular I Pagliacci. What he thought of the Veritists we are not favoured with knowing. It would seem safe to say that he could not have been deeply impressed by them, for the soul which gave musical expression to the emotions of the dying lovers Radames and Aida, to the grief-stricken Otello after his murder of the lovely Desdemona, could have had little sympathy with the productions of men who fairly grovelled in the dust and covered themselves with mire in their attempts to picture the primitive feelings of Sicilian peasantry. One man who is still alive and whose best work has a place in the repertoire of more than one opera house was a valued friend of Verdi. Arrigo Boito is his name. It was he who prepared for Verdi the libretti of Otello and Falstaff, and produced a highly creditable score himself in his Mephistopheles. Time was when this modern Italian's version of the Faust story was looked upon by cognoscenti as music of modern trend. In 1895, R.A. Streatfeild, the English critic, spoke of it as music of the head rather than of the heart. Hear it today, and you will wonder how he made such a statement, for we have gone far since Mephistopheles, and to us it sounds pretty much like old Italian opera in the accepted sense. But in its day it had potency. Boito is, however, a finer litterateur than he is a musician. Since his success with Mephistopheles, he has not given us anything else. He has, to be sure, been working for many years on a narrow opera, the second act of which, there ought to be 5, is now completed. But a few years ago he donned the senatorial toga, and matters of state have so occupied his attention that he is permitted now to turn his thoughts to music only at intervals. Further, he is already a man well along in years, and the impulse to create is no longer strong. Those who know Boito have reported that he will not complete Nero, and it will go down as a fragment. Alberto Franchetti, born in 1860 in Turin, has composed Azrael, Cristoforo, Colombo, and Germania, 3 long, unimportant works, tried and found wanting. It was Luigi Tocchi, the distinguished Italian critic, who, in discussing Azrael, called it the most fantastic, metaphysical humbug that was ever seen on the stage. Tocchi wrote this before Charpentier compelled himself to complete his Louise. Franchetti's leaning is toward the historical opera alla Meyerbeer. His method is Wagnerian. Originality he has none. Our realists are before us: Mascagni, Leoncavallo, Giordano, Puccini, and Wolf Ferrari. We have purposely omitted the names of men like Smarelia, Celia, Tasca, and Spinelli. Their music has long since been relegated to oblivion even in their own land. Little of it ever got beyond the Italian boundary. Spinelli's Abbasso Porto reached New York in 1900, and was thus described by Mr. W. J. Henderson, music critic of the New York Sun. The story is so repulsive, the personages so repellent, the motives so atrocious, and the whole atmosphere of the thing so foul with the smell of the scums and stews of life, that one is glad to escape to the outer air. As to the music, there is not a measure of it which proclaims inspiration. There is not an idea which carries with it conviction. Mr. Henderson does not even condemn our American operas so ruthlessly, from all of which the nature of Spinelli's opera may be understood. We in America have for a number of years looked upon Giacomo Puccini as the greatest of living Italian opera composers. His devotees call him the greatest living creator of operatic music. Already his position is becoming insecure, for younger, more inspired, and more learned men are appearing on the horizon of Italy's music. The Italians have never held Puccini in the same esteem as have Americans. Despite his many failures, Pietro Mascagni has been the pride of Italian musicians and music lovers. They will grant you that his L'Amico Fritz, Guglielmo Ratcliffe, and Iris have failed somewhat ignominiously. They will admit that the story of Iris is one of the most revolting subjects ever chosen for treatment upon the stage. Yet you will have difficulty in proving to the contrary when they challenge you to find them a more powerful piece of orchestral writing by an Italian up to 1910 than the Hymn to the Sun from that opera. We know of nothing in modern Italian music so moving as this marvelously conceived prelude, a piece of imaginative writing of the first rank. Mascagni found himself famous after his Cavaliere. The youthful vigor of that music, crude and immature, gripped his countrymen and the inhabitants of other lands, and made them believe that a new voice had appeared, whose musical message was to be noteworthy. Here was a composer who had the training, who possessed definite musical ideas, who understood the stage, by far the most important thing for a composer of opera, but who has failed to add one iota to his reputation, though he has worked laboriously since the early 90s to do so. His Isabeau, which we were promised a few years ago, has achieved perhaps more success in his native land than any of his operas since Cavaliere. Some call it a masterpiece, others decry its style as being unnatural to its composer. A hearing in America would do much to clarify the situation. Unfortunately, Mascagni is a man who has disputes with publishers, who disappoints impresarios who desire to produce his works, and whose domestic relations rise to turbulent climaxes from time to time. This has played a large part in his failure to receive hearings, and it is indeed lamentable to think that his chances for success have been spoiled by such matters. His musical style is realistic, but it is never extreme. It was Cavaliere and the success gained by it that gave men like Tasca and Spinelli the idea that they, by carrying verismo further, would be received as composers of note. Mascagni has melodic fluency. He writes well for the voice, and his management of the orchestra in Iris is proof positive that he has learned how to avoid that ill balance of instrumental departments which occurs constantly in Cavaliere. A smaller spirit is Leoncavallo, born 1858. I Pagliacci, to be sure, remains one of the most popular operas of the day, but that is no proof of greatness. It must be granted that in it he touched a responsive chord, that his music has warmth and emotional force. But what is there in this little tragedy that lifts one up? What is there of thematic distinction? Signor Leoncavallo, like Mascagni, has pursued the muse and written a dozen or two operas since the world approved of his I Pagliacci. He has written Chatterton, I Medici, Maya, La Bohème after Murger, I Zingari more recently, and he is now writing an opera called Ave Maria. They represent, in toto, a vast amount of work, but little of achievement. Those who have heard his recent operas agree unanimously that they lack the spark which Pagliacci possesses, that they are honest works by a man who has little to say, and who tries to say that little in an imposing manner. Perhaps the place of Giacomo Puccini will be determined alone by time. He is one of those creators to whom success in overwhelming measure comes, to whom the praise of the masses is granted during his lifetime. Signor Puccini has seen his operas made part and parcel of virtually every operatic institution, large and small, but pretends to have a respectably varied repertory. He has witnessed triumphs. He has the satisfaction of knowing that such a singer as Enrico Caruso, in one of his operas, can fill the vast auditorium of New York's Metropolitan Opera House. His work, now almost completed, if we are to believe those reports which are divulged as authentic, is the achievement of a successful composer. His early operas, Edgar and La Ville, are not in the reckoning. Let us pass them by. But he has given us a La Boheme, Manon Lescaut, Madama Butterfly, and La Fanciulla del West. All of them have been accepted, though there may be some dispute as to the place of the last named. Puccini is now 57 years old. He was born in 1858 at Lucca. He has enjoyed worldly possessions as the result of having written music. He is the idol of the public. Has he won the respect of discerning musicians? Has his music been accorded a place alongside that of the great living masters, such as Richard Strauss, Jean Sibelius, and Claude Debussy? Such a problem presents itself in the case of this popular composer for the stage. We would not deny Puccini a claim to respect. He deserves that, if for no other reason than for his having achieved international approval. But when one comes to a wholly serious investigation, one fears that he will not be among the elect of his time. And there is this to be considered in arriving at an evaluation of his achievement. He has written music in every case to stories that the world has taken to its heart. Witness Manon, La Boheme, Butterfly, Tosca, and The Girl. It mattered little to him whether there were dramas or novels. He waited until the public had judged, and then set himself to putting them into operatic form. Such a procedure is, of course, any composer's right, and it shows keen insight of, however, a very obvious kind. If the story of one's opera is already popular and admired by the world, half the battle for approval is already won. The big men were often less wise. Weber wrote music to stories that were not only unknown, but that had no especial appeal, and he wrote his inspired music to libretti that were shamefully constructed and amateurishly written. Men of the first rank, who are artists in everything they do not choose their subjects in the way Puccini has. For Wagner, the writing of a Tristan und Isolde was life. It was as necessary that he work on that particular drama as that he breathe. And to deal with the Parsifal legend when he did was likewise inevitable. Call Parsifal art or twaddle, it matters little which. You must admit that it reflects the master in his almost senile period, interested in just such an absurd conglomeration as Kundry, Amfortas, Klingsor, and its other dramatic materials compose. The greatest composers of opera have written because they had to express certain things, and because they found a drama which dealt with it. Puccini has been led by what the world approved. Puccini has been fortunate indeed. His La Boheme is artistically his best work. In it there is a finer sense of balance and proportion than in anything that he has done. He has done what few Italians are able to do. Namely, he has interpreted the French spirit. This little opera, whose libretto, effective as it is in no wise an adequate reduction of Murger's great novel, is replete with comic and tragic moments that amuse and thrill by turns. The fun-making of the jolly bohemians, Rodolphe, Marcel, Schono, and Colline, is capitally pictured in music that is as carefree as the souls of the inhabitants of the Quartier Latin. And the death of little Mimi makes a musical scene that has potency today. Yes, even though Puccini has since learned to handle his orchestral apparatus with a firmer grip and a mightier sweep. La Fanciulla del West, which had its world premiere in America in 1911, is Puccini's biggest, if not his best, production. We care not a farthing whether his music be typical of California in 1849. We do wish that the coppers who claim that it is not would enlighten us by telling just what kind of music is typical of it. Nor does it matter whether one hear echoes of his early operas in it. It suffices that in it he has written with a sweep and a command of his forces, such as he exhibits nowhere else, and that he has written gorgeously in more than one scene in the work. We have heard that there is not as much melody in it as in his other operas, but as a matter of fact, Puccini's melodies in The Girl are quite as good as those in his other operas. What is more, they have a pungency which he has attained nowhere else. But we fear that it is music of our time, and that only. We cannot bring ourselves to believe that audiences of 1975 will find in Puccini anything that will interest them. Works that depend, to a large extent, on the appearance of a certain singer in the cast, and Puccini's operas do, will scarcely exert a hold on the public of a day when those singers shall have passed from this world. Antonio Scotti has made Scarpia and Tosca so vital a histrionic figure. Mr. Caruso sings Cavaradossi so beautifully that only the most blasé opera-goer fails to get real enjoyment from their personations. And so it is to a large degree with his other operas. Puccini bids fair to become another Meyerbeer when 50 years shall have rolled away. He has enjoyed the same shouts of approval from a public no more discerning than was that of Paris in the early 19th century. He has been called the most popular operatic composer of his day. Meyerbeer was, too. Yet today we can only find him tiresome and boring. We can't but wonder how any public listened to his banalities, his deadly fustian, his woeful lack of inspiration, and express approval. Already the music of the future is dawning on the horizon. Those of us who have given it attention know that it is a very different thing from what music has been in the past. What we know of it now may only be a shadow of what is to come. Will it, when it does come and has been accepted, allow a place to the long-drawn phrases of Giacomo Puccini? 2. Umano Wolf Ferrari, born 1876, of a German mother and an Italian father, presents a problem to us. He is a man whose gifts have not at all times been applied to that which was his ideal, but rather to the immediately necessary. If one looks at him in this light, and it is feasible to do so, one can readily understand some of his artistic indiscretions. The mob knows him as the composer of I Giotelli del Madonna, Jewels of the Madonna, 1908. His only essay in operatic realism of the objectionable type. The art lover hails him as the fine spirit that conceived the little operas Il Segreto di Susanna, Le Donne Curiose, L'Amore Medicio, the Oratorio, La Vita Nuova, some charming though not important songs, and several beautiful pieces of chamber music, among them 2 sonatas for violin and piano, and a quintet for piano and strings. Wolf Ferrari is neither Italian nor German. He is a mixture, and so it is possible to conceive his thinking music in 2 ways. By no means is this desirable, but when it exists, what force can alter it? We feel that the Jewels of the Madonna, which those for whom music is an entertainment rather than an art admire so much, is simply a bad dream of its composers. Before one knows his instrumental music, one thinks it was the real Wolf Ferrari and that the finesse of other operas was a pose. There are many things which caused the Jewels to be written. Persons who know the composer and who were in Munich when it was being written say that the chief one was the need of financial aid. Seeing the shekels pouring into the baskets of composers who did this kind of thing regularly, Wolf Ferrari tried his hand, thinking it would be lucrative. That part of the adventure has not been denied him, but it has done him immeasurable harm in the opinions of many who were looking to him for greater things. Its chances are limited. It cannot be sung in Italy on account of its misrepresentation of Neapolitan life, and the Metropolitan Opera House has refused to place it in the repertoire. What Wolf Ferrari will do, no one can say. His next production may be in his dainty and at all times charming manner. It may quite as readily be a lurid and vulgar thing in the coarse musical style of the Jewels. One can only hope that the widely expressed regrets of cognoscenti on the appearance of this unsavory and uninspired work will have their effect on the composer, and that he will give us more in his Rococo style, which, if not original, is at any rate delightful and unique in the music of today. Times change and music develops. There is, in fact, no branch of art in which metamorphoses are so quickly accomplished. Not a decade ago, Luigi Tocchi wrote that Umberto Giordano, born 1867, was an ultra-modern composer. This from a man whose knowledge and fairness must be viewed with respect. Giordano an ultra-modern. One hesitates to answer such a fatuous assertion. Were it not generally known that what is new in music today is rococo tomorrow, the case might be a serious one. Umberto Giordano is inconsequential in the evaluating of Italian music drama. His achievements are the operas Regina Diaz, Malavita, Andrea Chenier, Fedora, Siberia, and Mademoiselle Sans-Gêne. For the opera-goer of today, the list has little meaning. Regina Diaz, an early work, occupies a place in that limbo of the past where Puccini's Le Villi has long been slumbering. Malavita was a failure. Andrea Chenier and Fedora mild successes. Siberia had meritorious features, notably the Russian folk songs, which were employed verbatim. Had Signor Giordano been a musician who had the power to develop them symphonically, and thus make them part and parcel of his score, his opera might have taken a place in the repertory of the world's opera houses. Fedora, based on that wretched example of sardoodledom, was quickly consigned to oblivion. And now his long-awaited Madame Sans-Gêne, which he has been thinking about since the time he went to Giuseppe Verdi and asked him whether it would be possible to write an opera in which Napoleon had to sing, has failed to establish him an iota more firmly in the estimation of musicians and lovers of music drama. Many years have been required for the composition of Sans-Gêne. Giordano, once looked to as one of the younger Italians, is no longer to be placed in that category. He is nearly 50, and he writes slowly. From him little is to be expected. He remains one of those lesser composers whose name was brought into prominence by his Andrea Chenier, at a time when the interest in Italy's then younger men had been aroused through the unequivocal success of Cavaliere and I Pagliacci. Giacomo Orefice and Luigi Mancinelli are two men whose activities as composers have resulted in several operas that have had hearings. Orefice has done the operas Maresca, Consuela, Il Gladiatore, Chopin, Cecilia, Mose, and Il Pan Altri. His Chopin seems to have aroused the most comment. In it he pictured incidents in the life of the great Polish piano composer, and in doing so he has employed Chopin's music, setting some of the nocturnes as solos for the voice, etc. He is, however, more of a musical scholar than a composer. Mancinelli, who has divided his time between conducting and composing, has done A Hero and Leander, which had a respectable success when first heard. His other operas are Isora di Provenza and Paola e Francesca. He has also done two oratorios, Isaiah and San Agnese. His musical speech is frankly that of a post-Wagnerian. 3. Fortunately for the Italian music drama, there are two young men living today who have achieved artworks which seem to be the creation of individual thought. Riccardo Zandonai and Italo Montemezzi must carry the banner of their land in the music drama. The world has not taken them into that much cherished household word condition, but one does note their attracting attention among musicians, and this is the first step. Montemezzi is one of those composers who was absolutely unknown outside of his own country until L'amore dei tre re was heard in New York in 1914. With little heralding, the Metropolitan Opera House produced his work. There were rumors of certain influences being responsible for its being done. Many shook their heads at his chances of being accepted by the public. The final rehearsals were not completed when it was recognized by a few gentlemen of the press that here was a new composer who, though he had nothing wholly original to say, was a man who could speak his lines with distinction. The premiere came, and the little opera was acclaimed. It was at once seen that Signor Montemezzi was a man who harked back to the poetic drama as a basis for his musical structure, that he had no patience with the veritists in opera. He had, as it were, a finer soul, a loftier spiritual outlook than the rank and file of his countrymen, who had tried in vain to win in the field of opera within the last 15 years. Italo Montemezzi was born in 1876. His works, all operatic, are Giovanni Giallorese, produced in Turin at the Victor Emmanuel Theatre on January 28, 1905, Hilera at Turin at the Reggio Theatre on March 17, 1909, and L'amore dei tre re in Milan at La Scala in the winter of 1913. It is rather strange to note in this composer a total freedom from the long-drawn phrase made so popular by Mr. Puccini. Montemezzi seems to abhor it, and it is to his credit that he can work without it. His earlier operas were less refined, but today it is always possible to recognize his restraint in working up his climaxes, and his mastery in the highly imaginative orchestral score which he sets down. Nothing that modern orchestration includes is unknown to him, but he is sparing in his use of the instruments. He avoids monotonous stopped brass effects, which modern composers dote on to the distress of their listeners. He speaks a poetic utterance like a man in whom there is that spark that bids him contribute to the artwork of mankind. But with all his talent, he does not possess genius. The man in Italy who has that is Riccardo Zandonai, whose place is at the head of the leaders in his country's music. Signor Zandonai is, in truth, young. He is but 32 today, 1915, and he has already done an unquestionably important work. When you know the music of this man, you will realize that Italy's place in the music of the future is to be a glorious one, for his followers will be path-breakers like himself. Already one has appeared on the horizon. Of him we shall speak later. To Dickens and his Cricket on the Hearth, which the Latins call Il Guillo del Focolare, Zandonai first gave his attention. This opera was first given at the Politeama Chiarella in Turin on November 28, 1908, followed by his Conchita at the Dal Verme in Milan on November 13, 1912. We pause here to speak of this opera, which, though received with an ovation at its every premiere performance, barring New York, does not seem to have held its place in the repertoire. The libretto, which is after Pierre Loy's La Femme et les Pantins, is not one that interests the public. Conchita was given, as we said, in Milan, then in London at Covent Garden, then in San Francisco by a visiting company which came over to give a season of opera. Cleofonte Campanini produced it in Chicago and Philadelphia, and then brought it to New York for one of the guest performances in February 1913. No further performances in New York were planned. To pass judgment on it from that performance, which is what actually happened in the case of the newspaper reviewers, was idle. Only Tarquinia Tarquini, the young Italian mezzo-soprano, for whom the composer wrote the role, was adequate. The tenor who sang was already losing his best qualities, and the other parts were only moderately well done. The chorus was fair, and the orchestra likewise. Mr. Campanini labored to put spirit into the performance, but it seemed the score was a little too subtle for his rather obvious powers of comprehension. One New York critic agreed with the present writer that in spite of the performance, Conchita was the most interesting novelty that had been brought out since Pelléas. Since then, everything that this composer has done has been watched with the greatest interest. Conchita was accused of lacking melody, of being patchy, of being overscored in spots. None of these things are true when one knows the work. A week's study of the score reveals among the most gorgeous moments that modern Italy has given us, moments which cannot fail to impress any fair-minded person with their composer's genius. Zandonai is an ultramodern, and he writes without making any concessions to his forces. Conchita may not be a work that 50 years hence will know, but it is far too good an achievement to be allowed to lie on the shelf in these days of semi-sterility in operatic composition. To Zandonai's list of operas we must add Melanice, which first saw the light of the Dal Verme in Milan on November 13, 1912. It was not successful. Then did Zandonai set himself his greatest task, for he began Francesca da Rimini, using as his libretto a reduction of D'Annunzio's superb drama, the work of Tito Ricordi, the noted Italian publisher. It was done at the La Scala in Milan in the spring of 1914, and was a triumph. The following summer brought it to Covent Garden, London, where its success was again instantaneous. The Boston Opera Company had planned to give it in the winter of 1913-14, but the illness of Lina Cavaliera postponed it. Then Mr. Gatti Casazza was rumored to have taken it for the Metropolitan Opera in New York, for the season of 1914 to 15, but it has not been forthcoming. Our Francesca we can only speak through an acquaintance with the published score. We have not sat in the audience and gotten a perspective which is perhaps necessary in estimating a new music drama's worth, but the impressions thus gained may be recorded here at any rate. A magnificent drama, containing everything that the musician who would accomplish the wedding of the two arts requires. Mr. Zandonai must have gotten much inspiration in working on it. And the results are plainly there. The full Italian rich melodic flow, which in Conchita was not always present. The apt sense of illustrating the dramatic moment in tone. The masterly command of modern harmony and a vital, pulsing surge are in this music. If Mr. Zandonai ever surpasses the love scene of Paola and Francesca, he will go down in history as a giant. If he does not, he will already, at the age of 32, have made a distinguished place for himself. Personally, we know nothing in modern French, German, or Russian music drama that compares with this, unless it be the great moments in Richard Strauss's Salome and Electra. As for the orchestral score of Francesca, we have heard Mr. Zandonai's orchestra, know how he employs his instruments, and are certain that in the time between Conchita and his work, he has, if anything, progressed. That wonderful sweep which he had at his command in the earlier opera must be present again in this newer one. Should it not be, we still feel sure that the work will win on the merits of its distinguished thematic material. Rumour has it that Zandonai is now engaged on setting Rostand's La Princesse Lointaine. Some day he may do Cyrano, too, since his publishers acquired all the Rostand dramas 2 years ago for operatic use. And we may rightly expect important things from him, for he is a musician of the first rank, Italy's genius of today. That he is not only a composer for the stage will be explained in the next chapter, when we shall treat of his noteworthy art songs and his orchestral works. The follower of Zandonai, who has been mentioned, though not named, is the boy Vittore de Sabata. We have learned that he has completed an opera which has made his publishers sceptical as to what he will do in the future. It is said to be so modern in its mode of expression, so difficult to produce, that it has not been definitely decided whether or not it will be undertaken. The score of his suite for orchestra, written at 18, has made us marvel at his ingenuity and his pregnant musical ideas. What he will do is not to be gauged by any rule. He may prove to be a prodigy, whose light will have been extinguished long before he was 30. His health is reported to be very poor, and so he may be taken from us before he achieves anything definite. At any rate, his name deserves recording, for he may be one of those men who will figure prominently in bearing onward the legion of the Italian music drama of the future. Vittorio Necchi, born in 1876, has done 2 operas, Cassandra and Virtù d'Amore. Cassandra was first produced in 1905 at the Teatro Comunale in Bologna, and has since been heard at Ferrara in 1908, in Vienna at the Volksköper in 1911, and in Philadelphia in 1914. Necchi's instrumentation has been much praised, likened, in fact, to that of Richard Strauss. And its American production, several critics found in the scoring of Cassandra much that recalled that of Strauss's Electra. When they were reminded of the date of production and composition of Cassandra, Necchi was soon vindicated from the charge of having copied the Munich composer's orchestral writing. Worthy of record are Giuseppe Bezzi, born 1874, with his Quo Vadis; Renzo Bianchi, born 1887, with his Fausta; Renato Broghi, born 1873, with Oblio and La Prima Nota; Alessandro Bustini, born 1876, with Maria Dolcis; Arturo Cadore, born 1877, with Il Natale; Ezio Camusi, born 1883, with La Dubarry; Agostino Cantu, born 1878, with Il Poeta; Leopoldo Cassoni, born 1878, with Al Molino and Velda. Roberto Cattola, born 1871, with La Campagna di Groninga. Giuseppe Cicognani, born 1870, with Il Figlio del Mare. Domenico Cortepassi, born 1875, with Santa Poesia. Alfredo Coscina, born 1881, with Radda. Ferruccio Cosinati, born 1873, with Medora and Tradita. And Franco Leone, with Ib e la Piocola Cristina. L'Oracola, Raggio di Luna, Rip Van Winkle, and Zigana. End of track 18. Track 19. The Art of Music, Volume 3, Modern Music, written by the National Society of Music. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The Renaissance of Instrumental Music in Italy. One is tempted to halt in the midst of an investigation of Italy's instrumental music to note the unusual progress which this nation of opera lovers has made in arriving at a point where absolute music has a place in its aesthetic life. And only because Italy, from Boccherini to Scambatti, ignored the development of music apart from that of the stage, is it necessary to express wonderment at this worthy advance. A country that could produce a Palestrina, a Frescobaldi, and a Corelli, in the days when the art of music was still in its youth, found that it was chiefly interested in the wedding, or attempted wedding, of words and music. There were, to be sure, at all times, men who wrote what they thought symphonies of merit, men for the most part who had little to say. Some of them were unable to work with the opera form as it existed. Their music was, however, the kind that never gets beyond the borders of its own country, if it succeeds in passing the city in which it is first heard. The opera composers were much too busy getting ready an aria for Signorina Batti or Signor Lodi to study the symphonic form. So Italy went its merry way, without symphony, without chamber music, without the art song, in fact, without everything that belongs to the nobler kind, from the days of Boccherini, of the much venerated Luigi Cherubini, to the appearance in 1843 of the late Giovanni Scambatti. That period covered, then, from 1770, when Boccherini flourished, till 1850. The reasons for the exclusive interest in opera must be sought in the conditions obtaining in Rome, Milan, Florence, Genoa, Naples, and other leading cities. Opera composers wrote music that the orchestras could manage with little or no trouble. Symphonic music, naturally more difficult of execution, was to begin with, beyond the ability of most of these orchestras. In fact, it is only recently that the Italian orchestras have been brought to a real point of efficiency. So Italy went on, still holding high its head as a musical nation, in its own estimation, of course. To make a name as a musician, one had to compose a successful opera. A fine string quartet meant nothing to the public, for it was a public that did not know what chamber music was. There were, to be sure, occasional performances, but they were sporadic, and they had no significance for the people. After all, it is not strange that this occurred. Other nations have experienced similar stages in their development in other arts. Italy went through it in music. Today she has found herself, and she is rapidly doing everything in her power to atone for her shortcomings during those many years when opera, in the opinion of her people, was synonymous with music. 1. Giovanni Scambatti was born in 1843. About the year 1866 he began to make his influence felt, and his compositions appeared from the publishers, who, it may be of interest to note, were advised by Wagner to exploit his music. The friendship of Franz Liszt and Scambatti was a very beautiful one. Liszt, in his really noble and generous way, championed the young Italian, saw in him a desire to do something in which Italians of even that day were not especially absorbed. Scambatti did not show Liszt an opera in the Rossinian manner, when the master arrived in Rome in 1861. With serious purpose, he brought him a symphony. And Liszt, intelligent musical spirit that he was, looked at it and recognized that here was an Italian who knew what the symphonic form meant, who knew his orchestra, who could write with some distinction. If one does not expect the impossible of a pioneer, there is always something to be found in his activity that deserves our aid and sympathy. So Liszt encouraged the young man. Sgambati labored arduously. He accomplished a great deal. In his list of works there are symphonies, 2 of them. There are chamber works for strings with piano. There is a piano concerto, shorter pieces for the piano, some for violin, many songs, a requiem, and other pieces in various forms. Sgambati as an innovator is nothing. Sgambati as an Italian symphonic pioneer is important. There was work to be done, and he did it with a zeal that speaks volumes for his artistic sense. We of today might find his symphonies tiresome. We might consider them too consciously Brahmsian, without the real Brahms spark to hold our attention. But their meaning for those men who are producing vital things in Italy today is undeniable. Sgambati not only gave the world his compositions, he saw to it for the first time the symphonic works of the great German masters were produced in his country. And he was among the earliest of the Italians to champion the music of Richard Wagner. Such a man, a musician with the breadth to appreciate Wagner in the days when Wagner was hissed and ridiculed, must in truth have possessed the soul of an artist. With him worked a colleague, Giuseppe Martucci. Like him, he was a pianist of note as well as a composer. Martucci came a little later than Sgambati. He was born in 1856, and he is still living today, 1915. For him, too, there was in music something beyond an opera that filled the theatre from floor to gallery, and it gave some adored singer the opportunity to disport himself in the unmusical cadenzas and other pyrotechnical passages which composers all around him were manufacturing so assiduously. In placing an estimate on the achievement of Martucci, it is not impossible to consider him quite as important a figure as Sgambati. His music, too, has traits that are typically Italian, though based on German models. His 2 symphonies, his piano concerto in B-flat minor, are admirable compositions, none of them heaven-storming in originality, all of them eminently praiseworthy for the solidity of their texture, for the beauty of their design, and for the unflinching adherence to high ideals which they embody. It was hardly to be expected that the 2 men who set the example for their countrymen in symphonic composition would be geniuses of the first rank. Had they been, they would doubtless have worked along other lines. Italian symphonic composition was to be placed on a secure basis not by path-breakers, but by path-makers. This they were, and they were notable examples of what good such men can work. Italy is rapidly making felt her individuality in the contemporary musical world by the strides in original composition which she is taking. To those 2 pioneers, Giovanni Sgambati and Giuseppe Martucci, must go the credit for having pointed the way to absolute music by Italians, for having toiled so that the men who came after them might take what they had done and build on it individual structures, and also that their followers might have a public that would listen to them. Nowhere in the world today is there more activity in musical composition than among the young Italians. The world at large seems to know less about them than it does, for example, about the modern French or Russians. This is perhaps largely the fault of the Italian publishers, who do not seem to spread the publications about in other lands as do their colleagues. Yet the sincere and eager investigator cannot go far before he finds a vast amount of engaging new Italian music. 2. In the field of the symphonic orchestra we meet with Leonone Sinigaglia, Riccardo Zandonai, Vittore di Sabata, Gino Marinuzzi, Franco Alfano, Luigi Mancinelli. In the previous chapter we have dwelt on the music of Zandonai's operas. He is, however, one of those big men who have been moved to do absolute music as well, and he has done several fine things for the concert hall. Like him, the young de Sabata, of whom we have spoken, and the older Mancinelli, who is better known as a conductor than as a creative musician, have also contributed to the symphonic literature. The others, barring Alfano, who has done some 4 unsuccessful operas, are composers of absolute music alone. Sandonai, Italy's greatest figure, has a symphonic poem, Verde Novo, which must be seriously considered. Though it is really an orchestral piece, the composer has called in the aid of a baritone solo voice in an ode to spring, the poem being by the distinguished Gabriele D'Annunzio. In it we find a wonderful command of orchestral effects, an intimate knowledge of the nature of the various instruments, and a masterly attention to detail. The strings are subdivided into many parts, and not in vain, and the whole work is unquestionably important. There is also a delightful Serenata Medievale for orchestra, with an important part for a solo violoncello, a composition which had distinction and geniality at the same time. It had a performance in New York at an all-Italian concert several years ago, but since then it has been unjustly allowed to languish. Franco Alfano, born in 1876, has done a symphony in E and a romantic suite, 2 compositions that have done much to make his name respected. For those who do not believe that a real symphony has come out of Italy of the 20th century, an examination of this score may well be advised. It will convince even the most skeptical. Alfano's instrumentation is always good, and he knows how to develop his material. Picturesque is the suite, consisting of Notte Adriatica, Night on the Adriatic, Echi del Appennino, Echoes of the Apennines, Al Chiostro Abbandonato, To an Abandoned Cloister, and Natale Campane, Christmas Bells. These 4 movements are frankly programmatic. They are not profound, but they are engaging, and they should be made known wherever good orchestras exist. When we think of some of the unsatisfactory French orchestral novelties, German works of no especial distinction that have been produced recently, it would seem the duty of conductors to seek out these Italian scores and present them to the public. In Leone Sinigalia, a native of Turin, he was born in 1868, Italy has a composer who has done for the folk music of his province, if not his country, something akin to what such nationalists as Dvorak and Grieg accomplished. Piemonte is the title of a suite, his opus 36, and Danze Piemontese are 2 dances built on Piedmontese themes. These melodies of the people, indigenous material that has always proved a boon to gifted composers, have been treated by Sinigalia with rare skill. He has clothed them in an orchestral garb, which sets off their virtues most favourably, and their popular nature should play an interesting part in gaining for them the approval of concert audiences. His rustic dance from the suite Piemonte is thrilling, while in the same suite occurs In Montibus Sanctis, in which there is an invocation to the Virgin, serene and aloof in its inflections. The Piedmontese dances are brilliant, racy compositions, a master's development of tunes born of the soil. In bright and gay spirit, too, is his overture La Bourrouffe Chiosotte, after a Goldoni comedy. This glistening little overture has already been played in America, and never fails to arouse the good spirits of all who hear it. Sicily comes in for musical picturing in the work of Gino Marinuzzi, born in 1882, a composer whose name is little known. The average musician is not aware of his existence, yet this modest musician has produced a symphonic poem, Siciliana, and a suite Siciliana. What Sinigalia does with the folk melodies of his native Piedmont, Marinuzzi accomplishes by employing Sicilian tunes, and they are very beautiful, too. After all, the results obtained in working on the folk music of any people depend on the skill of the artist who is welding them into an artwork. Composers enough have tried to make symphonic works with the crude tunes of our Indian aborigines, but few, with the exception of Edward MacDowell and his Indian suite, have accomplished works of art by their labours. It is, then, a matter of treatment, and both Sinigalia and Marinuzzi are well equipped to express in tone their conception of folk songs in artistic treatment, as their orchestral works prove conclusively. The boy de Sabata was born in Trieste in 1892. Saldini and Orefice were his masters at the Conservatory in Milan, and they taught him well. His orchestral technique matches that of Zandonai already, and it is almost impossible to imagine what he will arrive at in the future. His suite in 4 movements, Risveglio Mattutino, a morning awakening. Tra fronda e fronda, mid leafy branches, in idillio and meravigio, midday, is one of the most amazing orchestral scores we have ever seen. It was written at the age of 20. De Sabata is not a corn-gold in his musical speech. He is a modern, to be sure, but he has none of the qualities which have won for the young Viennese composer such heated discussion. His harmonies are new, yet they do not seem to have been put down with any desire to be different. There is a very distinct personality in this music, and in the third movement of his suite, Idilio, there is some of the warmest writing that has come to our notice in a long time. The young man has imagination, strong fantasy, and a keen appreciation of colour. At 20 he can say more than most composers at 40. And because he says it in his own way, one cannot help thinking that the future will be very bright for him. The only hindrance is his ill health, which is already causing those who are interested in him much concern. Pietro Floridia, born in 1860, an Italian musician who lives in New York, has written a symphony in D minor, creditable from the standpoint of the student, but uninteresting for the public. It has had a performance in New York, where it was cordially, if not enthusiastically, received. Mr. Floridia has also done the operas Carlotta Clepie, La Colonia Libera, Maruzza, and Paoletta. Of Luigi Mancinelli's orchestral compositions, the suite Scène Vénétienne has been performed in London. They are interesting examples of an Italian whose idiom is post-Wagnerian in the broadest sense. And Alberto Franchetti, better known for his operas, has composed a symphony which Theodore Thomas played shortly after it was composed. Like his other productions, it lacks physiognomy totally. It may not be amiss to digress here to say a word about Signor Marinetti and his futurist fellows. Their place is not an especially important one in Italy's musical scheme. Their presence does, however, make them come in for consideration. What Signor Marinetti and his colleagues would have music become, none of us will be so rash as to endorse. Thus far he has given performances of works of his own invention, using instruments which make hideous and inartistic noises to express his ideas. He calls them gurglers, snorters, and growlers. We are not conservative in our taste. We cannot afford to be, for we have with us the very interesting Arnold Schoenberg, who is a futurist in tendencies, though not of the Marinetti type, and Leo Ornstein, whose music is the dernier cri in our development. Ornstein's music seems to have no relation with musical art of the past. He is an impressionist and writes as he feels. He refuses explanations of his music, further than his stating that he is oblivious to all that has gone before in musical composition and writes what his emotions tell him to, quite as he hears it before ever a note is set to paper. He employs the piano, stringed instruments, the voice, the orchestra, as the case may be. He is therefore obviously not of Signor Marinetti's tribe. There might be some interest in hearing one of the latter's bombardments, but it cannot have any aesthetic value. It must fail as one of those wayward retrogressions which all arts have experienced at some time in their history. From Marinetti we need fear nothing. He will be forgotten long before the next decade rolls round, when his aggressive experiment in what he calls music will have been heartily exploded as the attempt on the part of an iconoclast to fuse a passing madness with a lofty art. 3. Italian piano composers are few. Only one of them touches the high-water mark. Franco da Venezia is his name, and he has put to his credit a Concertstück for piano and orchestra, and some very unusual shorter pieces for pianoforte solo. The former is regarded as a splendid work. Of the morceau we cannot say too much. Da Venezia is a man of strong physiognomy. He makes no compromises to win his public. He writes no salon music. Look at his Caravan and Prayer in the Desert, and you will know what he can do with the keyboard of the piano. Then turn the pages of a short poem for the piano, L'Île des Morts, in which there is more real feeling than in the volumes of many a fashionable modern Frenchman. Fire has been struck here. nor has it been lighted to express some happy little thought that might please amateur pianists. In this music, a tone poet speaks, and his message is worth listening to. Paolo Frontini is another man who has written much for the piano. Not important music is his like, that of Da Venezia, but he has done some very agreeable pieces, musicianly in execution, and certainly worthy of acquaintance. Mario Tarenghi, Muzio Agostini, and a half-dozen others, whose names would scarcely be worth recording, have contributed small shares. Modern Italy's piano composer is Signor da Venezia. It is to him that we must look for the Italian piano music of the day. Corelli, Vivaldi, Vitali, Verdi, and a host of others held the high standard of their country in violin music in the days of the classic foundations. We have not forgotten Corelli's La Foglia, the sonatas of these other men, nor the superb chaconne of Vitali. These men were violinists, and their repertoire was acquired and increased by their own compositions. Until Niccolò Paganini appeared in 1782, the Italian violin literature was scarcely enlarged, and Paganini's music had value only as violin music, whereas theirs had and has a place today both as music and as music for the violin. Now again an Italian violinist has come forward, the musician who has established a string quartet in Rome, where he gives his concerts every year for a discriminating public. Rosario Scalero has, in a sense, atoned for the woeful lack of violin composition in his country. Scalero is not perhaps as original as composer as we would like to have him. He has followed German models and has studied seriously. But his sonata in D minor for violin and piano is one of the best modern sonatas we have, and we must be grateful that it has come to us from a land that has done little since the 17th century in producing chamber music for the violin. This sonata leans a little on Brahms, but there is in it at the same time something of that Italian feeling which one recognizes so easily in music, whether it be for the violin, piano, orchestra, or whatnot. Scalero has also put forth revisions of some of the classical sonatas by the old Italian masters, revisions that show his erudition and artistic judgment. Some short compositions and a Piedmontese Rhapsody by Sinigaglia constitute that very interesting musician's contribution to violin music. They are all of them idiomatically conceived and effective in performance. The Rhapsody is made up of folk songs of Piedmont, quite as are the orchestral dances which have been discussed. It is an exceptionally felicitous piece to perform, and with orchestral accompaniment it should soon replace such hackneyed music as Saint-Saëns' Rondo Capriccioso. Beyond the efforts of these two men, nothing of value is being written for the violin by the modern Italians. Before turning to the discussion of the art song, we must speak of that curious musical personality, Don Lorenzo Perosi, born in 1872, who is the representative of oratorio in his land today, also the Italian organ composers. Perosi began his career by startling all who knew him with his pretentious works, in which he has employed biblical narratives as the subject for long oratorios. His Resurrection of Lazarus, when first produced in Venice, fixed the attention of the world upon him. It was said that a new Palestrina had been found. All kinds of honours were paid him. A street in his native Tortona was named after him. His services as conductor at presentations of his oratorios were sought. We cannot do better than to quote the remarks of Luigi Tocchi, who seems to have examined his productions very carefully. He says, "After all, why this hurrah about Perosi? He whose recreation in times past was to compose cathedral church hymns after the pattern of the Protestant chorales, writes at present his vulgarly vaunted oratorios. This little abbé, born with theatrical operatic talent, and not being permitted as a priest to write operas, in fault of religious feeling, gives vent by way of compensation to the fullness of his romantic and sentimental exaltations. and look at the form of his compositions, a frequency of tedious recitatives with words that follow literally the text of the Bible, little melodies, properly beginnings without endings, without any severe dignity of line, alternate with more or less long instrumental pieces of lyrical character, a couple of modern church anthems, in a work drawn from the New Testament, plain song harmonized tragically, and some attempts at operatic realism, ecclesiastical harmonies, and realistic operatic style. He follows the lead of Wagner and makes use of the leitmotif, soon after he delights in turning his back on him, and offers a badly made fugue on a subject that smells of too classic times. He has a fondness for instrumental phrases of much colour, but his purely orchestral numbers are puerile and betray no knowledge of modern orchestration. He has learned to compose pieces without ideas, fugues without developments, and, that he might not be too badly off, orchestral intermezzos, written and orchestrated with the knowledge of a schoolboy. Perozzi has undertaken the task of illustrating the life of our Saviour in 12 oratorios. If he should keep his word, he should be pardoned. Thus this abbé composer is disposed of. Marco Enrico Bassi, born in 1861 in Brescia, has written 2 oratorios, Paradise Lost and Joan of Arc, fine, sincere works along lines that add little to what has been done in the field before his time. He is at least dignified and knows his craft, and so, unlike Perozzi, cannot be charged with being a poseur. He is the foremost living organ composer that Italy owns, and it is in this department of activity that he is at his best. Some will think that he should have been mentioned with the orchestral composers, but his orchestral works are the Scambati Matucci kind, and since he is one of the younger men, it would be hardly proper to discuss academic essays along with the work of those men who are blazing paths. His chamber music, including a fine trio in memoriam, is creditable but undistinguished. It is only in his organ music that an individual note is found. Cesare Galeotti, Oreste Ravanello, Polibio Fumigalli, Filippo Capocci, these are names of men who have written in recent years, and are writing, some of them, organ music today. Capocci has done several sonatas of a pleasing type, as has Fumigalli, while the other 2 have confined themselves to working in the smaller forms, often with much success. 2 native Italians who have made their homes in America must be mentioned here. They are Pietro Alessandro Jon and Giuseppe Ferrata. Mr. Jon is a young man of unquestioned talent. He was born in Settimo in 1886, and occupies the post of organist of the Church of St. Francis Xavier, New York, devoting good portion of his time, however, to composition. Just as it is the duty of organists of Anglican churches to turn out an occasional Te Deum or Jubilate, so must the Catholic Church organist produce a Mass every now and then. Mr. Jan is one of those who, when he comes forward with a Mass, gives us a musical work of distinction, not a pièce d'occasion. He has written a number of them, but particularly fine is his recent Mass in A. Here the true ecclesiastical spirit of the Roman Church is to be found, and what a mastery of polyphony does this young Italian exhibit. His organ compositions are also praiseworthy, a charming Christmas in Sicily, and a prelude pastoral, Dies est Laetitia, being characteristic examples. Giuseppe Ferrata, born 1866, lives in New Orleans, Louisiana, where he teaches and composes. His list of works is a long one, including a Messa Solennelle for solo voices, chorus or mixed voices and organ or orchestra, a Mass in G minor for male voices and organ, numerous songs, piano pieces, and a dozen or more violin compositions in small forms. He should be praised especially for a very fine string quartet in G major and a group of sterling organ compositions. Mr. Ferrata's path to success has not been made easier by his living in America. It has, in a sense, taken him away from Italy and her ways, and though it has doubtless given him a freer viewpoint, he has had to struggle for a hearing. His compositions are only now being recognized and given performances. He has something to say, has a fine compositional technique, and he is disposed to add to his style the innovations of modern harmonic thought. 4. Doubtless, 99 out of every 100 musicians and music lovers still believe that Italy has no art song, that her composers are still devoting their energies to turning out those delectable morceaux and ballad style which Italian opera singers have sung in the past, and still do to an extent, when they are called upon to take part in a concert. For these persons, whose number is a large one, it will be surprising information that Italy is working very seriously in the field of the art song, and the man who has achieved the most conspicuous place in this department is that young genius Riccardo Zandonai, already spoken of as a music dramatist and as a symphonic composer. Whereas some of the songs which can be placed in this class by contemporary Italians still contain germs of the popular Italian song cycle, Zandonai's songs are indubitably on a high plane which is uninfluenced by popular tendencies. Mr. Zandonai has doubtless done a great many more songs than we in America have been made familiar with. He has perhaps also written many more than he has published, the case with most composers. Several years ago there appeared 3 songs, first a setting of Verlain's Il pleut dans mon cœur, then Cocheux de soleil à caresseur, and third, Soror dolorosa, to one of Catulle Mendes's finest impassioned outbursts. The effect of these songs on musicians who at the time had heard no music of Zandonai was tremendous. In every measure was written plainly the utterance of a big personality who commanded modern harmonies with indisputable mastery. Whether his setting of the lovely Verlaine poem matches or surpasses the widely known one of Debussy is of little consequence. It is not at all like it. Zandonai doubtless was unfamiliar with the Debussy version when he wrote the song, and his Il pleut has an atmosphere all its own. The Orientalism of Cocheux de soleil à caresseur is unique. It gives the impression of a twilight conceived through an entirely new lens. But it is in the Soror dolorosa that the composer has written what would seem to be one of his masterpieces. Every drop of the emotional force that Mendes has called out in his glorious stanzas, every bit of the color, of the warmth of the poem is reflected stunningly in this music. It is a wedding of voice and piano, achieved only by the greatest masters in their most notable songs. Then there appeared another set of songs, this time 5 in number. Visione Intervernale e due tali ultima rosa. This one to a Fogazzaro poem, Serenata and Laciolo are the titles. You cannot prefer one of these songs to the other if you really get their meaning. Only the last one might be said to be not so distinctive. The wonderful dirge of Visione Invernale, the thrilling melodic beauty of Ultima Rosa and the lighter Serenata, and the tragic narrative of I due tali, the 2 worms, grip as do few things in modern music. If Mr. Zandonai has written difficult songs, that is, from the singer's standpoint, it was not unexpected. No composer really had a message ever wrote to a singer's taste, and Mr. Zandonai never makes concessions. Guido Bianchini, Enrico Mopergo, Alfredo Brueggemann, Mario Barbieri, names assuredly strange to many a music lover, are all men who have contributed significantly to song literature. Morpurgo's Una Speranza is typical of him at his best. Bianchini has real modern tendencies. Francesco Santoliquido is known to us through 2 songs, Tristezza Crepuscolare and Alba di Luna sul Bosco. Tristezza Crepuscolare is the better of the 2. A magnificent conception, a song that is thrilling in every inflection. There is a strong Puccini tinge in Santoliquido's music, made fine, however, by more restraint than the composer of Tosca knows how to exert. Unusually well managed are the accompaniments, which are rather graphic. Mr. Santoliquido knows how to achieve a climax, within a few pages, as do few of his contemporaries. Apart from all these men stands Vittorio Gui, a young composer and conductor whose career has been furthered by Arturo Toscanini. Signor Gui is an ultra in the best sense of the word. His songs, which have not been exploited in America at all, are enigmatic. In fact, his choice of poems makes them so. He has taken Chinese poems and translated them into Italian, poems that contain that world of Confucian philosophy which is still but little known. There are problems in ultra-modern harmony here which many will not be willing to solve, but which a few have already given serious attention to, and from which they have gotten much joy. There is distinction in these songs, a desire to experiment, perhaps, but still the feeling for new paths, new moods, and above all, a new idiom. The attainment of that may not be so easily accomplished, but Gui is one of the men who are going prominently in that direction. A word about the ballad composers, Paolo Tosti, P. Mario Costa, Luigi Denza, and Enrico de Leyva. Whereas their position in serious music is not one of importance, their appeal to millions entitles them to mention. Tosti is doubtless the ablest of them. His innumerable melody, the characterization of his songs as such, is typical of what Italians thought a song must be before they attempted the art song, have a melodic fascination. Who has not heard his Goodbye and his L'ultima canzone, two songs which have won a popularity truly universal in scope? And when Goodbye, hackneyed as it is sung by Melba, it contains an emotional thrill, theatrical as its appeal may be, insecure as its structure is from the standpoint of the art song. It would be idle to enumerate Tosti's writings. His songs go into the hundreds. De Leyva, Denza, and Costa are of the same creative blood. They believe in pure melodies, none of them distinguished, set to very indifferent Italian texts, not poems, and one and all gorgeously effective for the singer. What these men have produced has developed in Italian singers that failing, namely the dwelling on all high notes, which is so objectionable. But it has also brought joy to so many Italians whose sole musical interest was singing, and their place in the development of Italy's music cannot be overlooked. When 100 years have rolled around, perhaps the name of Tosti will be remembered, but it is exceedingly doubtful whether there will be Italians producing a similar kind of music, for by that time Italy's music lovers will have repudiated this type of banal melodic song, which makes only an emotional appeal and into whose make-up the intellectual has never been allowed to enter. Italy's right to a place among musical nations of the day cannot be denied, not only in the producing of worthy music dramas, of orchestral works, of chamber music, but also in the noble art song is she active. A change has come over her. Perhaps her musicians are being better trained. Yet the St. Cecilia Academy in Rome, the conservatories in Milan, Naples, Genoa, and Bologna have always equipped their students well. It may not be this so much as it is the imbuing of those who choose lives in art with the responsibility of their calling. Further, it is the advance which musical art has made all over the world. The young Italian composer of today has behind him Wagner and his glorious achievement, Strauss and his superb essays in the operatic and orchestral fields, the Frenchmen and their innovations. What did we have 50 years ago? Was it not to the old-style Italian opera that he looked with a burning to achieve a work of this type and win popular success? And one point that affects all modern composition is quite as valid in Italy as it is anywhere. Composers, in fact musicians in general, are being better educated. They are feeling the correlation of the arts. They have studied the literatures of many nations. They know the paintings of many masters. In this lie the wonderful possibilities of the future. And modern musical art has its pathway, one quite as open and as free as that of any of its brothers, in which it must accomplish its task. Italy will not be behind in the future as she has been in the past, for she has a Zandonai, a Montemezzi, a Gui to lead her on. 5. Since the late Renaissance, Spain has been generally regarded as backward in music, and until recently the reputation was deserved. But within the last 2 decades, musicians have become aware that there is a vigorous and extremely talented school of native and patriotic Spanish composers, working sincerely and effectively. As always happens in such cases, we find on closer examination that the revival of musical creativeness is not a recent thing, but has been going on definitely for half a century or more. But every indigenous musical school must go through a period of internal development, and the modern Spanish school has been no exception. It is even probable that this school has by no means begun to approach maturity. Though it assiduously cultivates national materials and even issues national manifestos, its idiom is borrowed in the main from France, and it is to Paris that the promising young composers still look for tuition and inspiration. The national material, as used by the modern Spanish composers, has no more been infused into the spirit and technique of their product than the Russian folk songs were infused into the Russian music of Glinka's time. Modern Spanish music seems to be in a preparatory stage. It has two main lines of activity, the opera and the genre piece for piano. In the former class, Spanish composers have produced little that has carried beyond the borders, though their industry is indefatigable. But in piano music they have enriched modern concert literature with many a piece of sparkling vitality and able workmanship. Among the precursors of the recent Renaissance, the name of Balthazar Saldoni, 1807 to 1891, is most eminent. He was born in Barcelona and received his education in the monastery of Montserrat. Throughout the greater part of his life, he was distinguished as an organist, teacher, and scholar, as well as a composer. His important works were a symphony, O Mia Patria, a hymn to the god of art, some operas and operettas, and a quantity of church and organ music written in a severe contrapuntal style. Miguel Eslava, 1807 to 1878, also deserves mention, both as composer and scholar. But greater than either is Felipe Pedrell, born 1841 and still living, who, with Isaac Albéniz, born 1860, may be called the founder of modern Spanish music. Both were ardent nationalists, both were thorough and industrious scholars, and both wrote with distinction in large forms as well as small. Though Pedrell, the student, was particularly eminent in the department of Spanish ecclesiastical music, Pedrell, the composer, essayed chiefly those forms which ordinarily bring the maximum of worldly success. His early operas, El Ultimo Aventurage, 1874, Quasimodo, 1875, and Cleopatra, 1878, were produced in Spain at a time when the native public would hardly lend an ear to anything except Italian operas of the old school and its beloved zarzuelas or operettas. His orchestral works are large in design and admirably executed. They include a chanson latine, the March à Mistral, the Chant de la Montague, a suite of orchestral pictures, and the symphonic poems Tasso at Ferrara and Mazeppa. In addition to many songs and small piano pieces, Pedrell wrote considerable choral music, in particular the noble Gloria Mass. But his greatest work, and the one which has chiefly won him the respect of musicians in outside lands, is his operatic trilogy, The Pyrenees, designed as a sort of hymn of praise to his native land. The whole work was produced in 1902 in Barcelona, where the composer has worked indefatigably, causing the city to attain a peculiar musical importance somewhat parallel to that which Weimar attained in Germany under the regime of Liszt. The three parts of the Pyrenees are denominated respectively Patrie, Amor, and Fides, three works forming an old and illustrious Spanish armorial inscription. In the prologue, a bard chants the sorrows of Spain. The first part of the work is the story of a nation sunk into a despair and then liberated. The liberator is symbolized in the hero, the Comte de Foix, while the legendary spirit of the mountains is personified in a juglada, Rai de Luna. Especially fine is the second act of Patrie, where the sombre chant of the monks mingles with the fanfare of the soldiers, the music of a passing funeral cortege, and the melancholy song of the jonglera. Whereas Pedrell specialized in ancient Spanish church music, Albéniz made a study of the folk tunes of his people, and this with the deliberate purpose of using them as a basis for a new Spanish school of composition. With unfailing energy, he carried out his life program, and though he did not succeed in carrying the fame of his native land into many foreign capitals, except for his superb piano pieces, he gave energy to the awakening instincts of native composers, and set a high standard for their work. He was in his early youth a boy-wonder pianist, and as such studied under some of the most famous masters in Europe, among them Marmontel in Paris, Wernicke in Leipzig, and Liszt in Rome. As a composer he was largely self-taught, His early piano work was undistinguished, but his technical ability grew astonishingly with the course of the years. His opera Pepita Jimenez is regarded as the most distinguished operatic achievement of modern Spain. It is, frankly, a folk opera, and makes lavish use of the specific Spanish rhythms and tunes which the composer collected in his years of research among the people. The score shows an easy mastery of counterpoint, but the vocal parts are rather uninteresting, and the work as a whole lacks the charm which one would expect. Albanesi's other works for the stage are the operas Enrico Clifford and King Arthur, and the operetta The Magic Opal, produced in London in 1893. The oratorio Christus also has a high place in the music of modern Spain. But Albanesi's most successful works are his piano pieces. These have been called the soul of modern Spain. They seem to range over the whole land, paying homage to a city or a valley, picturing a street scene in festival time or some striking bit of native scenery. Their melodies and rhythms are Spanish from beginning to end, but their technique is that of modern France. Albanese and all his compatriots in music had their best lessons in Paris, and they could not fail to reflect the powerful influence from the north. It is to their credit, to Albanese's in particular, since he chiefly insisted upon it, that with a French technique and a set of aesthetic ideals unmistakably French, they still produced a music that was national and personal. Albanese's best works for the piano are his two suites, Iberia and the Alhambra. These have taken their place in modern concert programs, beside the works of Debussy and Ravel, and have given their composer an international reputation as one of the leading impressionists of modern times. The most eminent living Spanish composer in this style is Enrico Granados, born 1867. Like Albanese, he has worked in the larger forms, and his works deserved at least this partial listing: the operas Maria de la Alqueria, 1893, and Folletto, 1898, the symphonic poems La Nit del Mort and Dante, the incidental music to Mestres's fairy play, Liliano, a quartet and a piano trio, in addition to many songs. But again, like Albanese, it is in his piano pieces that he has done his best work. These show all the modern French characteristics: highly spiced harmony, free use of dissonances of the second, clear but astonishingly intricate pianistic style, free use of the whole tone scale and of exotic tonalities, and daring characterization and realism. But its complexity is not so much that of development as of ornamentation, which is a quality more peculiarly Spanish. As with Albanese's piano works, the composer pays tribute to many a Spanish town and to many a Spanish custom, and loves to introduce a local color at once authentic and suggestive. Granados's most important group of piano pieces are the Goyescas, the songs of youth, the danzas españolas, and the poetic waltzes. Hardly inferior to Granados in the writing of genre pieces for piano is Joaquin Turina. This composer's most important piano work is the Suite Sevilla, a fascinating group of tone pictures drawn from the daily life of the city. His writing is marked by great delicacy and keen feeling for the finer vibrations of the modern piano. Among his other works we should mention an opera, Fea e con Gracia, 1905, a string quartet, and a Scène Andalouse for piano and violin, 1913. Other Spanish composers who have gained eminence in the native land are K. Usandizaga, who is a pupil of Dundee, and whose opera Los Colodrinas was produced in Madrid in 1914. Vives, the composer of the nationalistic opera Tabare, 1914, and Costa Nogueras, composer of Flor de Almendro, 1901, Inés de Castro, 1905, and Valieri, 1906. Gabriel Grovley, born 1882, has written colourful piano music in the new style, and Garcia Roble has made successful essays in the larger forms. The great violinist Pablo Sarasate, 1884 to 1908, is eminent as a spirited composer for violin. Raúl La Parra, though he is of Spanish parentage and has worked with Spanish materials, should rather be treated among the composers of modern France. Among the distinguished composers of modern Portugal should be mentioned Ferreira Danero, born 1838, who has gained a wide reputation with his symphonic cantata, and his opera The Elixir of Youth, and Carlo Gomez, 1839 to 1896, who was chiefly active as a composer of operas in the Italian style for Italian theatres. The most eminent Portuguese composer of recent times, however, is the admirable pianist José Viana da Mota, born 1868. A quartet and a symphony from his pen have been played with success, but he is best known for his piano pieces, notably the Portuguese Scenes and the 5 Portuguese Rhapsodies. End of Track 19.